This is Audible.
Winter Wishes and Coffee Kisses, a Love in Maplewood novel, written by Anna Ashley, narrated by Alexander Sendies. Chapter 1. Caspian. Well, Toto, we're certainly not in Kansas anymore, I mutter between my chattering teeth. I turn onto Church Street, my breath puffing out in little clouds as I shiver in the frigid Vermont air. Damn, it's cold. Maybe a skin-thin t-shirt, hot pants you could rip off with your teeth, and fishnet tights wasn't the smartest outfit choice. But it had seemed like a good idea at the time, especially when I'd seen the way my ass looked in the mirror, all perky and ripe for the taking. I keep going. The club will be warm, so there's no point dragging along a bulky coat I'll just have to keep track of all night. Besides, it's only a block away. I can tough it out. My stomach flips as I pick up my pace, excitement and nerves buzzing through me. New year, new chapter. And hopefully, a hot hookup to start things off right. I grin, picturing the kind of guy I'm after. Tall, beefy, maybe with a beard I can run my fingers through. Someone to help me work out all this pent-up sexual frustration before I settle into sleepy Maplewood. Well, I assume it's sleepy. I've never actually been there, but that's not something for this year's Caspian to worry about. It's been a while since I've been with someone, and the long drive to Vermont from Arizona has made me restless. Let's see if I can work this out of me before the last leg of my trip. Woo! Happy New Year! Someone shouts, drawing my attention to the festive chaos around me. Church Street is decked out in twinkling lights and shimmering banners, packed with revelers who seem immune to the freezing temperatures, ready to ring in the new year. My eyes are drawn to a group near the corner, laughing and clinking glasses as they huddle together for warmth. "Oh my God, you did not!" one guy exclaims, playfully shoving his friend. Their energy is infectious, reminding me of nights out with my best friend Marcus back in Phoenix. A pang of nostalgia hits me, but I shake it off. This is what I came for, to soak up that vibrant city life one last time. I smile as I weave through the crowd, excitement building with each step. Maybe one of these strangers will be my midnight kiss, or more. The possibilities make my skin tingle in a way that has nothing to do with the cold. I quicken my pace in a feeble attempt to stay warm, my heart racing in time with the thumping bass that grows louder with each step. The club's neon sign flashes like a beacon, promising one last wild night before I trade this electric energy for small-town cozy charm. Marcus was the one who told me to stay in Burlington and enter the new year with someone entering me. He even found the club with the midnight masquerade party. "You've got this, Caspian," I mutter, mustering that signature Lane family confidence. Mom always said I could light up a room. Time to prove her right. As I approach the entrance, the music swells, punctuated by bursts of laughter and the clinking of glasses. I pause at the threshold, fishing the ornate mask from my back pocket. It's all feathers and glitter and maybe a bit extra, but totally me. It's time to see if Vermont can take me on. All right, showtime. I secure the mask and take a deep breath. The air's thick with anticipation and the faint scent of cologne and spilled cocktails. A bouncer eyes me, his own mask a simple black domino. "ID?" I flash him my most winning smile as I hand it over. "Happy New Year, big guy. Save a dance for me?" He chuckles, shaking his head. "In your dreams, pretty boy. Have fun in there." As I step inside, a wave of heat and pulsing lights washes over me. Bodies writhe on the dance floor, a sea of masks and bare skin. For a moment, I'm overwhelmed. It's been a while since I've done this. But then the beat drops, and I feel it in my bones. A grin spreads across my face. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. I weave through the crowd, my body already moving with the rhythm. The music thrums through me, each beat washing away more of the tension I've been carrying. For tonight, at least, I can forget about the move, about starting over in the place I only know secondhand, about all the what-ifs plaguing me. A guy in a peacock mask bumps into me, spilling his drink. "Shit, sorry," he yells over the music. I laugh, shaking droplets off my arm. No worries. Consider it my New Year's Eve baptism. He grins, clearly relieved, and disappears back into the crowd. I make my way to the bar, squeezing between two drag queens in fabulous sequined gowns. "What's your poison, handsome?" the bartender asks. He's sporting a Zorro mask, and I can't help but admire the way it accentuates his cheekbones. "Surprise me," I reply, leaning on the bar. "But make it strong enough to make me forget I have to adult tomorrow." He chuckles, reaching for a shaker. "Coming right up. New in town?" "That obvious, huh?" I watch as he expertly mixes something electric blue. "Nah, just a hunch. Plus, I'd remember a smile like that." I feel a flush creeping up my neck, grateful for the mask. "Smooth talker. You must rake in the tips." "I do all right." He winks, sliding the drink toward me. "But seriously, welcome to Burlington. You picked a hell of a night for your debut." I take a sip. It's sweet with a kick that makes my eyes water. "Perfect. Thanks. Figure I might as well start the new year with a bang, right?" "That's the spirit." He nods approvingly. "Any resolutions?" I pause, thinking of Mom, of her encouragement to chase my dreams, even when they scared me. "Yeah," I finally say. "To be brave. To grab life by the horns and all that cliché stuff." "I'll drink to that." He raises an imaginary glass. "Now go on, cutie. Your year of bravery awaits." I raise my very real, very blue drink in a toast and then turn back to the dance floor. "Here's to you, New Year. Let's see what you got." I take another sip of my drink, the sweet burn lingering on my tongue as I scan the pulsing crowd. The dance floor is a sea of masks and moving bodies, everyone riding the same electric current of anticipation. New year, new possibilities. My heart beats in time with the bass, a giddy energy bubbling inside me. All right, Caspian, time to put your money where your mouth is. I down my drink in one go, wincing at the burn. Liquid courage acquired. With a deep breath, I push off from the bar and dive into the throng. The music wraps around me like a second skin as I start to move. It's been too long since I've let loose like this, and for a moment, I'm worried I've forgotten how. But then the beat shifts, and suddenly, my body remembers. I close my eyes, letting the rhythm take over. My hips sway, arms reaching skyward. I can feel the energy of the crowd, the press of bodies all around me. But in this moment, I'm in my own little world. This is what I came for, this feeling of freedom, of endless potential. I'm so lost in the music that I almost don't notice when a presence materializes behind me. Almost. But it's hard to miss when said presence radiates heat like a furnace and smells like cedar and something spicy I can't quite place. I open my eyes, turning slightly, and oh, hello. Tall, dark, and holy biceps, Batman. He doesn't say a word, just raises the corner of his mouth in a silent question. "Can I join you?" I nod, grinning. Why the hell not? We move together, finding a shared rhythm. It's effortless, the way we fit. His hands find my hips, gentle but sure, and I lean back into his solid warmth. "Who are you?" I want to ask, but the music's too loud, and besides, there's something intoxicating about this wordless communication, the anonymity of it all, especially with the masks. So instead, I lose myself in the dance, in the feeling of his body against mine. For once, I'm not thinking about tomorrow, next week, or the big move. I'm just here, in the moment, alive and electric and free. And it's the stranger spins me to face him, his masked face lit by flashes of neon. All I can think is how this is exactly how I wanted to start my year of being brave. His eyes catch me off guard. They're the kind of blue that reminds me of photos I've seen of the Mediterranean Sea in Greece, deep and endless, with flecks of lighter color that dance like sunlight on waves. Even through the mask, I can see the warmth in them, a gentleness that contrasts with his imposing size. Looking into those eyes feels like diving into summer despite the winter chill outside. The song ends, and the stranger leans in close, his breath warm against my ear. "May I buy you a drink?" His voice is deep, rich like molasses. It sends a pleasant shiver down my spine. "Absolutely," I reply, unable to keep the eager grin off my face. We weave through the crowd to the bar, his hand on the small of my back, guiding me. It's oddly intimate for two strangers, but hey, I'm not complaining. At the bar, he orders 2 whiskeys neat. I raise an eyebrow, a man after my own heart. He chuckles, and even with the mask, I can see the crinkles around his eyes. Kind eyes, warm eyes. So, I say, sipping my drink, come here often? It's cheesy, but I can't help myself. He laughs again, a rich sound that makes me want to curl up inside it. Gentleman doesn't tell, but I've certainly picked the right night. As we talk, I can't stop myself from appreciating his figure. He's tall, towering over me even when we lean against the bar. His arms are ridiculous. I'm pretty sure each bicep is the size of my head. But it's not just for show. There's a quiet strength about him, like he's used to hard work. And then there's that little belly, just a hint of softness that makes me want to run my hands over it, to press against him and feel the contrast between hard muscle and gentle curves. I'm so caught up in my thoughts that I almost missed the countdown starting. 10, 9, 8. He looks at me, those kind eyes twinkling. Ready for the new year? 7, 6, 5. I nod, suddenly breathless with anticipation. 4, 3, 2, 1. The club erupts in cheers. Without thinking, I push onto my tiptoes, closing the distance between us. Our lips meet, and it's like fireworks exploding behind my eyelids. When we break apart, both a little breathless, I grin at him. Happy New Year. He smiles back, a soft, genuine thing that makes my heart skip. Happy New Year. So, I say, feeling bold, what did you wish for this year? He pretends to think for a moment, then leans in close again. Honestly, right now I'm wishing we were somewhere else, with fewer clothes. I burst out laughing, delighted by his frankness. You know what? That sounds like a pretty good wish to me. As he takes my hand, leading me toward the exit, I think this year is already off to an amazing start. Chapter 2. Nate. The dance floor pulses with bodies, a living, writhing organism. I grip the guy's hand tighter as we weave through the crowd, his slender fingers intertwined with mine. This is exactly what I needed tonight. Someone to lose myself in, to forget everything else. And damn did I hit the jackpot. I glance down at him as we near the exit. His lithe body moves with a grace that makes my mouth go dry, all lean muscle and smooth skin. Those hot pants should be illegal. I swallow hard, torn between wanting to devour him whole and being hyper-aware of how I must look, a hulking giant next to his compact frame. You good? I lean in to half-shout in his ear, trying to soften my voice. He nods, flashing me a dazzling smile. So, I say as we step outside, the cool night air a shock after the sweltering club. My hotel's just down the block, but we could go somewhere else if you prefer. I search his face, hoping I don't come across as some creep trying to lure him away. The last thing I want is for him to feel unsafe. His eyebrows arch behind his glittery mask. Worried about me, big guy? He gives my hand a squeeze. I promise I can take care of myself, unless... He trails off, a mischievous glint in his eye. Are you having second thoughts? I grin, my heart racing with anticipation. No second thoughts here, I promise. Just a very strong desire to get you somewhere warm. I rub my hands over his exposed arms, feeling the goosebumps on his skin. You're freezing. Those hot pants aren't exactly made for Vermont winters, are they? He shivers, leaning into my touch. Maybe I was counting on finding a big, strong man to keep me warm. Well, you found one, I say, my voice low and urgent. Let's get you inside before you turn into an icicle. We hurry down the street, the cold forgotten in our eagerness. At the hotel, I fumble with the key card, hyper-aware of his body pressed against mine. Finally, the door swings open. As we enter my room, I'm suddenly self-conscious. Did I leave dirty clothes on the floor? Is the bed made? Christ, why do I even care? Sorry if it's a mess, I mutter, glancing around. He laughs. Trust me, I'm not here for the housekeeping. But before I can dwell on it, he's tugging me toward him, eyes gleaming with desire. Enough small talk, big guy. Show me what you've got. I don't need to be told twice. In one fluid motion, I scoop him up and toss him onto the bed, relishing his surprised gasp. I climb on top of him, drinking in his flushed cheeks and parted lips. You're beautiful, I say, before capturing his mouth in a searing kiss. Our lips meet, and it's like a circuit completing, electric, urgent. His hands are in my hair, tugging me closer as I explore the curves of his body. I can taste the sweetness and smokiness of the whiskey he had at the club, mixed with something uniquely him. I'm glad that despite the feathery decorations on the guy's mask, it doesn't get in the way as we kiss. God, you feel so good. I breathe against his neck, lost in the moment. His hands roam over my back, pulling me closer as our tongues dance. I can't remember the last time I felt this alive, this connected to another person. It's exhilarating and terrifying all at once. His fingers begin to fumble with the buttons of my shirt, small and deft, pushing each one through its hole with a teasing slowness that's agonizing and thrilling. They slip underneath the fabric, tracing shapes along my skin, leaving trails of fire. Too many clothes, he murmurs against my lips, his voice husky. I shudder, grappling with the urge to just rip the material off. But this slow discovery, this gradual unveiling he's orchestrating feels too intoxicating to rush. I manage to get a hold of his shirt, somehow even more flimsy than those scandalous hot pants, and pull it over his head, mindful to keep his mask in place. His skin under my hands is smooth and cold from the winter air, yet rapidly warming under my touch. Every curve and dip of his muscles feels like the map to paradise. My fingers find the hem of his ridiculously sexy hot pants, tugging gently. He lifts his hips obligingly, allowing me to peel the fabric over his thighs and down his legs, revealing more of that smooth, tan skin I've been dying to touch all night. The fishnet tights are harder to remove, and in my impatience, I end up tearing them. Oh my, he gasps. Sorry, my hands are too big. He smiles. Oh, honey, I'm not upset you ripped the tights. Keep going and you'll see how very not upset I am. I knew he couldn't be wearing boxer shorts, but lacy white panties were not what I was expecting. You can rip those too. And with his permission, I do. He gasps again as his hard cock is released from its lacy confines. His cock isn't super thick, but it's longer than I would have expected for someone so petite. I give him a few tugs, loving how he moans as his eyes roll to the back of his head. Fuck, I love that sound. You're stunning. He reaches for the buttons on my jeans, but with our height difference, it's a little awkward, so I do it for him, removing my underwear at the same time. My cock, hard and heavy, slaps against my belly. You're definitely not so bad yourself, handsome, he says. I chuckle, trailing kisses along his jaw. Flattery will get you everywhere. Oh yeah? He challenges, arching into me. Prove it. My lips trail down his neck, savoring the salt of his skin. So perfect, I murmur, tracing the contours of his collarbone with my tongue. He responds with a low moan that sends shivers down my spine. You like that? I ask, my voice husky. He arches into me. Don't stop. I continue my journey south, mapping his body with reverent kisses. You're like a work of art, I whisper against his chest. Your skin is like silk. My hands roam over his sides, feeling the strength in his lithe frame. His fingers tangle in my hair, guiding me. The sounds he makes are intoxicating, spurring me on. My mouth waters at the prospect of feeling his cock in my mouth, so I go for it. He tastes sweet, like fruit, and I know that after tonight, I will never get his smell, his taste out of my head. I do my best to take him to the back of my throat, but he's too long, and all I can think of is how good he would feel inside me, his beautiful length filling me and rubbing against my prostate with every thrust. His back arches off the bed, a gasp escaping his lips. Please. When I move back up to capture his lips again, his hands slide to my face. For a moment, I'm lost in the kiss. Then I feel his fingers at the edge of my mask. Gently, I catch his wrists. Let's keep them on, I suggest softly. He pauses, then nods. Kinky. I like it. I chuckle, relieved. Glad you approve. He pauses, his brown eyes, even darker with desire, lock onto mine. Speaking of approving, he says, voice low, I'd very much like to blow you now. My breath catches. Who might argue with that? As he pushes me onto my back, I marvel at the way his body moves, all lithe grace and barely contained energy. My hands skim down his sides, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath my palms. I want you so badly. Well, big boy, tonight I'm all yours. He moves down my body, his hands tracing every inch of my heated skin. He doesn't hide his appreciation of my body, and it gives me a confidence boost. It's always hit or miss whether guys will like the lack of muscle in my belly or expect more definition. I'm a big guy. I work outside and lead a generally active lifestyle, but trying for a six-pack was never my goal. So yeah, my belly is a little round. My ex used to say I have a dad bod, whatever that means. What I can see is that this guy likes it. He kisses my belly, slowly moving down, and then he stops. Oh, look at that. I really am in Vermont. He traces the birthmark on my hip that looks like a maple leaf. So, I guess he's probably not from here, which tracks with his sun-kissed skin. I'd like to know where he's from, but it was my idea to keep the masks on, right? I can't ask now. He continues his exploration of my body, getting closer and closer to my flushed cock. He grins as he strokes me, his hand doing a twisting motion that makes stars appear behind my eyes. He flashes a set of perfectly white teeth behind his mask before my brain goes offline when he swallows my cock like he was born to do it. Fucking fuck! He swallows around the head of my cock, and it takes everything in me not to thrust up. I open my legs, and he takes the message. Suddenly, his eyes meet mine as his finger teases my hole. Sweat beads behind my mask as the telltale signs of an impending orgasm build. If you keep doing that, I'm gonna come, I warn. He stops and moves up my body, kissing me. What do you want, big boy? I hate that I can't see his face behind the mask, but that was my idea, so I'm not backing out. His eyes are impossibly dark and begging me to make the right decision. As much as I would love him to fill me up, there's something about the way he looks at me that changes my mind. I need to be inside you. His dark brown eyes sparkle with mischief, the warm chocolate colors seeming to dance with flecks of amber in the light. I was hoping you'd say that. I reach for the toiletry bag I left on the bedside table, nearly knocking over the lamp in my eagerness. My fingers fumble with the lube and condom, suddenly clumsy with anticipation. He notices, chuckling softly as he takes them from me. Let me, he purrs, voice low and seductive. I watch, mesmerized as he rolls the condom on me with practiced ease. Then he's straddling my hips and I can barely breathe. You good? I ask, wanting, needing to be sure. More than good. He opens the cap on the small bottle of lube and adds some to his fingers. Then he reaches behind himself. His eyes never leave me as he works himself open until he's ready for me. You're incredible, I breathe, running my hands up his thighs. He grins, leaning down to kiss me deeply. You haven't seen anything yet. The anticipation is electric as he positions himself. I hold my breath, our gazes locked. Ready? He asks softly. I nod, unable to form words, and then slowly, exquisitely, he sinks down onto me. The sensation is overwhelming. I grip his hips, fighting for control. Oh God, I groan. He starts to move, finding a rhythm that has us both gasping. The masked stranger above me becomes my entire world. The roll of his hips, the flex of his muscles, the soft sounds of pleasure escaping his lips. God, you feel amazing, I groan, gripping his hips. So tight, so perfect. He throws his head back, exposing the long line of his throat and responds by increasing his pace. I'm lost. Everything narrows down to this moment, this connection. I thrust up to meet him, our bodies moving in perfect synchronicity. The intensity builds, a crescendo of sensation and emotion. I can feel myself getting close, teetering on the edge. The room fills with our ragged breathing, punctuated by soft moans and the occasional curse. I can feel the tension building, coiling tighter and tighter in my core. I'm close, I warn him, my voice barely more than a whisper. Me too, he gasps, increasing his pace. Touch me, please. I wrap my hand around him, stroking in time with our movements. It only takes a few minutes before he's crying out, his body tensing as he finds his release. The sight and feel of him coming undone pushes me over the edge, and I follow him into blissful oblivion. As we come down from our high, he collapses onto my chest, both of us breathing heavily. I wrap my arms around him, savoring the moment. We lie tangled together, trying to catch our breaths. Despite the mask, I can see the satisfied smile on his face, and I'm sure it mirrors my own. I trail off, unable to find words adequate enough. He chuckles softly. Yeah, it was. As our heartbeats slow, I'm struck by how right this feels. Even without knowing his name, I feel more connected to him than I have to anyone in a long time. I'm still catching my breath when he shifts, lifting himself off me with a soft groan. Don't move, he murmurs, pressing a quick kiss to my lips before sliding off the bed. I watch when he gracefully moves off the bed, admiring the lines of his body. As he disappears into the bathroom, I carefully remove the condom, tying a knot and throwing it in the trash can by the bed. He returns with a damp washcloth, his movements gentle as he cleans me up. You didn't have to do that, I say, surprised by the consideration. He shrugs, a small smile playing on his lips. I wanted to. As he turns to toss the cloth toward the bathroom, I find myself studying the curve of his spine, the way his hair curls slightly at the nape of his neck. It's ridiculous how much I want to reach out and touch him again. So, he says, breaking the silence as he gathers his clothes. I guess this is where the magic ends, huh? Yeah, I start, not sure what I'm even gonna say. That was fun. He pauses while pulling on his tight shorts, the ones that first caught my eye on the dance floor. It really was, he agrees, his voice warm. You did good, big guy. I chuckle, propping myself up on my elbows. Right back at you, mystery man. He finishes dressing and comes to sit on the edge of the bed. His hand finds mine, giving it a gentle squeeze. For what it's worth, this was probably the best New Year's Eve I've had in a long time. Me too, I admit, and it's the truth. He leans in, his lips brushing mine in a soft, lingering kiss. Happy New Year, he whispers against my mouth before pulling away. I watch him walk to the door, a strange mix of emotions swirling in my chest. Happy New Year, I call out as he reaches for the handle. He turns, flashing me one last smile before slipping into the hall. The click of the door closing echoes in the sudden silence of the room. I flop back onto the bed, staring up at the ceiling. What the hell just happened? It was supposed to be a simple hookup, a way to ring in the new year with a bang, pun absolutely intended. I close my eyes, picturing his smile, the way he moved, the unexpected kindness in his gestures. For the first time in years, I find myself curious about someone, wanting to know more. Who are you? I wonder aloud, a mix of longing and curiosity settling in my chest as sleep begins to claim me. Chapter 3. Caspian. I zip up my suitcase, the sound echoing in the empty hotel room. My fingers linger on the cool metal and heat creeps up my spine as memories from 2 nights ago flood back. The mysterious stranger's touch still burns on my skin, phantom kisses trailing down my neck. I close my eyes, reliving the intensity, the raw connection that sparked between us. Who was he? Why did I agree to keep it anonymous? Way to go, Caspian. Have the hottest night of your life and fail to get a number or a name. Smooth. But even as I berate myself, I can't shake the feeling something has shifted. There was something different about him, something that made my heart race in a way it never has before. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. No point thinking about it or wishing for a repeat. The guy was probably not even local. Besides, I have a new life to start. I had one goal that night, have fun and get a good dicking. I got both. I pat my pocket for my wallet, and when I get it out, my gaze falls on the tip of the worn photo stuck into it. Mom smiling brightly in front of Special Blend, the coffee shop on Maple Street that, all these years later, I'm about to take over and make mine. Her voice echoes in my mind, warm and wistful, as she described her hometown.
"Oh, honey, you would love it there,"
she'd say, eyes twinkling.
"The way the leaves change in the fall, like the whole world's on fire. And in winter, it's like stepping into a snow globe."
She always described Maplewood as a haven for queer people, a place where everyone knows everyone and you're accepted no matter who you are. When I asked her why she never went back to Maplewood, all she ever said was she didn't have family there anymore, so there was no one to go back to. A lump forms in my throat, grief mingling with anticipation. "I wish you could see me now, Mom," I whisper. "I'm finally doing it. I'm going to Maplewood." I zip up my jacket, the chill of Vermont already seeping into my bones. But there's warmth in my chest, a spark of hope igniting as I think about the coffee shop waiting for me, the new life I'm about to build. "All right, Maplewood," I say, hefting my bags. "Let's see what you've got in store for me." My car hums along the winding Vermont roads, a stark contrast to the gridlocked streets of Phoenix I've left behind. Snow-capped mountains loom in the distance, their peaks piercing a sky so blue it almost hurts to look at. My GPS chirps, alerting me to an upcoming turn. As I navigate the car around a bend, my heart does a little flip. A wooden sign appears, dusted with fresh snow. "Welcome to Maplewood, Vermont's queerest town." The town unfolds before me like a postcard come to life. Charming storefronts line Maple Street, their windows frosted and twinkling with fairy lights. People bundled in colorful scarves and hats stroll along the sidewalks, greeting each other with warm smiles. I slow the car, drinking in every detail. Wow, it's like I've driven straight into a Hallmark movie. A group of kids dash past, laughing as they pelt each other with snowballs. The sound of their joy is infectious. "No way this is real," I muse, parking the car to take it all in. Where are the grumpy people, the honking horns, the soul-crushing rush-hour traffic? As if on cue, an elderly woman with white hair and bright blue eyes notices me and waves, her smile radiating warmth even from a distance.
"Well, hello there, young man," she calls out. "You look a bit lost. New in town?"
I roll down the window, grateful for the friendly face. "That obvious, huh? I'm Caspian, just moved here from Phoenix."
"Oh, my, that's quite a change. I'm Ray. Welcome to Maplewood, dear. You're in for a treat. We're gearing up for our Winter Wishes Festival."
My eyebrows shoot up. Winter Wishes Festival? That sounds magical. Ray beams.
"Oh, it is. There's ice sculpting, snowman building contests, and the most delightful Vermont food you've ever tasted. But if you ask me, the highlight is the Roctogenarians gig."
"The rock what?" She leans over and pats my arm.
"We're the best rock band in the state, and that's all you need to know."
I laugh because I can't get a word in as Ray chatters on about the festival. A mix of excitement and nervousness bubbles inside me. This small town is so different from the bustling city life I'm used to. But even though I've only just arrived, there's something about its charm, the genuine warmth of its people that makes me feel hopeful. You know what, Ray? I can't wait to experience it all. Make sure to save me a spot on the front row of your gig. I'll be cheering you on. With wishes for a happy new year, Ray goes on about her day and I pull back onto the road toward my new home, wondering if Mom was wrong. Maybe there is something to come back here for, even if it's just the people. As I pull up to my new duplex, a woman with a bright red scarf waves enthusiastically from the sidewalk. That must be Grace, my realtor. I hop out of the car, my breath visible in the chilly air.
"Caspian,"
she calls out, striding over with a folder tucked under her arm.
"Welcome to your new home."
I grin, extending my hand. "Grace, it's great to finally meet you in person." She shakes my hand firmly.
"The pleasure's all mine. I hope the drive from Phoenix wasn't too treacherous."
"Only almost died twice," I say, winking. "But the scenery made up for it." Grace laughs, her eyes crinkling at the corners.
Well, I'm glad you made it in one piece. Here are your keys,
she says, fishing them out of her pocket,
to both the duplex and the coffee shop.
I take them, feeling a rush of excitement. I can't thank you enough for all your help, Grace. Finding a place to live and a spot for my business, you're a miracle worker.
Oh, hush,
she says, waving her hand dismissively.
It was my pleasure. Maplewood can always use more young energy like yours. Now let's get you settled in.
I pop the trunk of my car, revealing a jumble of suitcases and shopping bags. I may have gone a little overboard when I stopped in Buffalo. They had the cutest farmer and crafts market, I admit sheepishly. Grace chuckles.
I think you'll fit right into Maplewood, honey.
As I start unloading, a gust of wind whips through, making me shiver. Jeez, it's like the Arctic out here, I mutter, my teeth chattering.
You'll get used to it.
Grace assures me, grabbing a bag to help.
Though you might want to invest in a proper winter coat.
I laugh, looking down at my light jacket. What, this isn't enough? We make quick work of unloading, our breath puffing out in little clouds as we carry everything to the front door. Despite the cold, a warmth spreads through me. This is really happening. I'm starting my new life right here in this charming little town.
Well, Caspian,
Grace says as we set down the last of my belongings.
Welcome home. I've a feeling you're going to love it here.
I take a deep breath, looking at my new front door. You know what, Grace? I think you might be right. I turn the key in the lock, the click echoing in the crisp air, and push open the door. A warm air greets me, along with the faint aroma of pine-scented cleaner. I step inside, my eyes widening as I take in my new home. Holy crap, I breathe, dropping my bags just inside the entryway. This is way cozier than I imagined.
The owner did renovations recently, so everything here has a brand new warranty. Like I said in our previous call, your neighbor has the garage as part of his lease agreement, but I'm sure you could work something out for the winter months. If you have any problems, just give me a call, all right?
Thank you, Grace.
Now, I promised my little girl I'd take her ice skating, and I won't hear the end of it if I'm late. Let me know when you open your coffee shop, because this mama has been without a decent cup of joe since before Christmas.
I laugh. If you had time to wait, I'd unpack my coffee maker and make you my special blend.
Another time, honey. You settle in first.
Grace kisses my cheek and heads out the door. The living room stretches before me, all warm wood floors and soft cream-colored walls. A stone fireplace dominates one wall, and I can already picture myself curled up in front of it with a steaming mug of hot chocolate. Maybe I'll even learn to make s'mores without setting anything on fire this time. I wander farther in, and as I explore, my mind races with decoration ideas. I could put a reading nook by the window and maybe some funky art on the wall. Oh, and fairy lights. Definitely need fairy lights. I pause in the kitchen, admiring the gleaming countertops and modern appliances. Well, hello there, sexy fridge. You and I are gonna be best friends. A thought occurs to me, and I press my ear against the wall, separating my unit from my neighbor's. It's quiet. Maybe my new neighbor is out. I wonder what they're like. Perhaps they're a charming guy with a twinkle in his eye. Or a delightful granny with a penchant for cookies. Or, gasp, could they be a stealthy secret agent in disguise? Chill out, Caspian. They're likely just your run-of-the-mill neighbor, but hey, having a buddy next door would be pretty cool. I lean against the kitchen counter, a mix of excitement and nervousness bubbling in my chest. Well, mysterious neighbor, I say to the wall, I hope you're ready for some company, because ready or not, Caspian Lane has arrived in Maplewood. My phone dings with a message from the moving company. They'll be here with my stuff in a couple of hours, so I guess I have time to check out my new kingdom and do some grocery shopping. The brisk Vermont air nips at my cheeks as I step outside, but I barely notice. My mind buzzes with anticipation about the coffee shop. I've only seen photos online, but in a few minutes I'll be standing inside my very own business. Please don't be a total dump, I mutter, climbing into my car, or haunted. Actually, a haunted coffee shop could be cool. We could do ghost-themed lattes. As I drive through Maplewood's quaint streets, my palms sweat. What if I hate it? What if it's a mistake? What if— No, stop it, Caspian. Positive vibes only. I park in front of a charming storefront with large windows and a wooden sign that says Special Blend and take a deep breath. The coffee shop is sandwiched between the Honey Spot and the Wild Palette, a honey store and a craft store. I already can't wait to meet my neighbors, but first, moment of truth, I breathe out, stepping out of the car. My heart races as I unlock the door and step inside. The bell above the door chimes, and even though the coffee shop closed before Christmas, I'm greeted by the scent of coffee. Oh my God! I spin, taking it all in. It's perfect! The space is cozy yet open, with exposed brick walls and warm wooden floors. There's a long counter, perfect for displaying pastries, and I can already envision where I'll put my espresso machine. This is really happening, I say, my voice echoing in the empty shop. I'm actually doing this. Excitement bubbling over, I plop down at one of the small tables and pull out my notebook. Okay, let's see what we've got here, I mutter, flipping through pages of ideas and sketches. An hour later, I have 2 lists. One contains the things needed to get the coffee shop ready for business, and the other is a grocery list to experiment with some scone recipes at home. I lock the place up later than expected and rush back to my new home, managing to arrive just as the moving van parks up by the driveway. I practically bounce as I dash out of the car to greet the guys who helped me pack the van a week ago. Hey, welcome to Vermont! The taller one nods, his expression a mix of amusement and confusion at my palpable excitement. Where do you want us to start, boss? Oh, right! I laugh, running a hand through my hair. Let's tackle the living room first. I've got a vision. Let me open the door for you and get my suitcases out of the way. As they start unloading, I find myself slipping into director mode. The couch goes there. No, a little to the left. Perfect. Now, let's get that bookcase by the window. With each piece of furniture finding its place, the empty shell of the duplex starts to feel like home. The armchair where I'll curl up with a good book and a cup of hot cocoa on chilly nights, the rug that ties the whole room together. It's perfect. A warm feeling spreads through my chest as I arrange throw pillows on the couch. This is really happening. I'm really here. Hey, where do you want these boxes labeled Mom's stuff? One of the movers calls out. I pause, my throat tightening for a moment. Oh, just put those in the spare room for now, please. I'll go through them later. As the last box is brought in and the movers depart with a friendly wave, I find myself standing alone in my new living room. The space is a mix of organized chaos and half-arranged furniture, but it's mine. All mine. I take a deep breath, close my eyes, and let the reality of the moment wash over me. When I open them, I smile. Well, Caspian, I say to myself, welcome home. I flop onto the couch, stretching out and reveling in the feeling of possibility that permeates the air. Mom, I whisper, looking out the window into the now dark sky. I think I'm gonna like you here. I hope I make you proud. Chapter 4. Nate. The steady scrape of the shovel against concrete fills the air as I clear the driveway I share with my neighbor. The rhythm is meditative, each push and lift of snow creating a satisfying pattern that helps quiet my mind after my trip to Burlington. 3 days later, I still can't shake the memory of warm hands, dark eyes, and those fucking sexy sounds he made. These hookups are supposed to be forgettable, that's the whole point, but something about this one is lingering. I got back later than planned, missing whatever commotion my new neighbor's arrival might have caused. Maybe the physical labor will help clear my head and push away thoughts of a stranger who managed to get under my skin despite the anonymous nature of our encounter. The fresh powder sparkles in the weak January sun, almost making up for the bite in the air. Almost. I pause to adjust my gloves, surveying the progress I've made. The driveway has been solely my responsibility since the old neighbor moved out before winter hit. Clearing it alone has been manageable, but with someone new moving in, we should probably work out a system to share the task. The sound of tires crunching on snow breaks through my thoughts. I glance over to see a dark blue Subaru pulling onto the road in front of the house. My new neighbor emerges, arms laden with shopping bags. He's shorter than me, with black hair and sun-kissed skin. He's wearing what could generously be called a spring jacket, The kind of light windbreaker that makes every Vermonter wince in January. He may as well be wearing a billboard announcing, "Not from around here." The thin material does nothing to hide his slender but athletic build as he shivers slightly in the biting cold, his breath creating little puffs of steam in the winter air. He's struggling with the bags, but there's a determined set to his shoulders as he makes his way up the snow-covered driveway. I find myself watching, shovel forgotten in my hands, as he navigates the slippery path with what appears to be sheer optimism rather than caution. Before I can call out a warning, he turns slightly and bumps right into me. The collision sends several bags tumbling, spilling groceries across the snow. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry!" His words tumble out in a rush as he tries to steady himself after our collision, but I don't miss the warmth in his voice, defying the freezing temperatures. "I didn't see you there, which is ridiculous because you're not exactly small." He cuts himself off, and I don't dislike the way his cheeks flush pink. Cute. A few oranges roll across the snow while a loaf of bread lands with a soft thump at our feet. His dark eyes meet mine with an endearing mix of embarrassment and humor as he shifts the remaining bags in his arms. I'm Caspian. Caspian Lane? I'd shake your hand, but... He gestures helplessly at the scattered groceries with his still full arms, nearly losing his grip on another bag in the process. There's something disarmingly charming about his flustered state. The way he's trying to maintain dignity while surrounded by his spilled shopping. "Nathan Stone, but you can call me Nate," I reply, bending to help gather the fallen items. "Welcome to the neighborhood." I'm reaching for a wayward orange when a familiar voice rings out across the yard.
Well, well, what do we have here?
Addie approaches with her characteristic bounce, paint-spattered overalls, a stark contrast against the pristine snow. Her curls escape from under a woolen beanie, and that familiar mischievous glint in her eye usually means trouble for me. "Hi!" Caspian's face lights up with genuine warmth as he greets her, somehow managing to juggle his remaining bags and wave at the same time. "I'm Caspian, the new neighbor, and apparently also the neighborhood klutz."
Addie,
she responds with equal enthusiasm, already moving to help collect the scattered groceries.
I see you've met Nate already, though he usually waits until at least the second date before sweeping someone off their feet.
I shoot her a warning look, but Caspian laughs, the sound bright and infectious in the winter air.
A technical correction, I ran into him, literally.
These things happen, I manage, trying to ignore the knowing smirk Addie's sending my way as we finish gathering the last of the spilled items. The last thing I need is for Addie to catch ideas about me and the new guy. "Let me help you with those," I offer, taking some of the bags from Caspian's overloaded arms before he can protest. His hands brush against mine in the exchange, and I notice they're bare. "Where are your gloves? It's freezing out here."
"Oh, right. I've come to realize that I probably need to go clothes shopping. Phoenix didn't exactly prepare me for Vermont winters." "Phoenix?"
Addie perks up, following us to Caspian's store.
"That's quite a change."
As Caspian fumbles with his keys, the cold has brought a flush to his cheeks, making his dark eyes appear even more vibrant. It's distracting. Once we've deposited the groceries safely, Caspian turns to us with a grateful smile. "Thank you so much."
"Need any help putting these away?"
Addie asks, already eyeing the bags with interest.
"Oh no, you've both been so kind already,"
Caspian says, shaking his head. "I've taken up enough of your time."
"It's no trouble."
Addie starts, but he waves us off with another warm smile.
"Really, I've got it from here. Thank you both so much." "If you change your mind, we're only next door,"
Addie says. I take Addie's hand and pull her out of Caspian's place. The last thing a person needs while unpacking is nosy neighbors hovering in their space. Addie follows reluctantly, but as soon as we're outside, she makes a beeline for my front door, clearly having no intention of letting me return to my shoveling. Actually, I should finish shoveling. I start, but Addie's already pushing the door open.
"The snow can wait, Grumpy Bear,"
Addie says, giving me a gentle push. Inside my house, Addie immediately heads for the coffee maker, moving around my kitchen with the familiarity of someone who's spent countless hours here. I lean against the counter, watching her.
"So,"
she starts, that dangerous gleam back in her eye.
"He's cute."
"Adeline?"
"What? I'm just making an observation."
She measures out coffee with practiced movements.
A very accurate observation, might I add, and he seems sweet.
I cross my arms, trying to maintain my stern expression. Don't you have anything else to do, like bothering your fiancée?
She's in Glen Hill until tomorrow.
Addie waves off my attempt at deflection.
Stop trying to change the subject. I saw how you were looking at him.
I wasn't looking at him in any particular way.
Nathan Stone, I have known you for far too long to fall for that innocent act.
She turns to face me, hands on her hips.
You were definitely interested. And before you try to deny it again, may I remind you that I was once engaged to you? I know your I find someone attractive face.
I run a hand through my hair, frustration building. Even if I was interested, which I'm not saying I am, I don't do relationships, Addie, you know that.
Oh yes, because your current system of anonymous hookups in Burlington is working out so well for you?
She pours 2 cups of coffee, sliding one across the counter to me.
When was the last time you actually let someone get close?
We're not having this conversation, especially because she knows the answer to that question.
We are absolutely having this conversation.
She sips her coffee, studying me over the rim of her mug.
You can't keep using what happened with us as an excuse to keep everyone at arm's length forever.
I'm not. I start, but she cuts me off with a look.
You are. And I get it, I do. But Nate, what happened between us wasn't anyone's fault. Sometimes life throws you curveballs, and yeah, it hurts. But you can't let that stop you from trying again.
The kitchen falls silent except for the soft ticking of the clock above the stove. Addie waits me out, knowing from long experience that pushing won't get her anywhere. Finally, I sigh. He's my neighbor, Ads. Even if I was interested, it's not worth the risk. If things went wrong,
or they could go right,
she counters softly.
When did you become such a pessimist?
I prefer realist.
You prefer hiding.
She sets down her mug and moves closer, laying a gentle hand on my arm.
Look, I'm not saying you have to marry the guy, just maybe don't automatically rule out the possibility of something more than nodding at each other across the driveway.
I stare into my coffee, watching the steam curl up into the air. I'll think about it.
That's all I ask.
She grins suddenly.
Besides, someone needs to teach that poor man how to dress for Vermont winters before he freezes to death.
Chapter 5. Caspian. Standing in front of Special Blend with the keys in my hand, I take a deep breath. Mom always said I'd find my path, and here I am, about to transform this empty space into something wholly mine. My coffee shop. Just thinking those words sends a wave of excitement and nerves through my chest, making my heart dance a little faster. I unlock the door, and for the second time I stand there, soaking in the significance of what I'm about to begin. I pull out my phone and put on my cleaning playlist, upbeat indie pop that always gets me moving. As Maggie Rogers fills the empty space, I flip switches, checking that everything powers up properly. The dishwasher rumbles to life, and I gather the mugs beside the coffee maker. They look clean enough, but I want to start fresh. Want everything to sparkle. I load them carefully into the rack, satisfied when I hear the first swoosh of water. Only then do I turn my attention to the coffee maker, running my fingers along its chrome surface. It's an older model, but solid, the kind that could tell stories if it could talk. Don't worry, I whispered to it. You'll have a fancy new friend soon. I grab my cleaning supplies, ready to give this beautiful piece of equipment the attention it deserves. The machine needs love, that's for sure. I start with a thorough inspection, noting the places where coffee oils have created a stubborn patina. Using a specialized cleaner, I begin the meticulous process of breaking down years of residue. My movements fall into a rhythm. Spray, scrub, wipe, repeat, as I work through every nook and cranny. The satisfying transformation from grimy to gleaming makes me smile. Under my careful attention, the machine's true character begins to emerge. Subtle scratches that speak of years of service, but also an underlying sturdiness that promises many more to come. With the coffee maker sparkling clean, I reach for the bag of beans I brought with me. My signature house blend that took months to perfect. The rich aroma hits me as I pour them into the grinder, and the familiar whirring sound fills the empty shop. The scent of freshly ground coffee wraps around me like a warm hug, and I close my eyes, breathing it in deeply. I can already picture it. The early morning rush. Sleepy-eyed customers stumbling in for their daily fix. The bell above the door chiming a cheerful welcome. The thought makes my heart swell with anticipation. A knock at the door startles me from my coffee-scented daydream. Through the glass, I spot a woman with blonde hair and brown eyes bundled in a colorful scarf. When I open the door, she practically bounces inside.
You must be Caspian. I'm Olivia Hayworth. I own the Wild Palette, the craft store, and gallery next door.
She speaks with an enthusiasm that makes you want to match it.
When are you opening? What kind of coffee will you serve? Do you need any help with decorations? I have so many ideas.
Whoa, I laugh, holding up my hands. How about I make you a latte first? Her eyes light up.
Oh, you're already serving?
Not officially, I say, moving behind the counter. But I never turn down the chance to make someone their first Caspian Special Blend coffee. I work the machine with practiced ease, the familiar motions grounding me as I steam the milk to a perfect microfoam. So, I say as I focus on the milk, how did you know my name? Olivia laughs warmly.
Word travels fast in a small town. Everyone's been wondering about the guy taking over from Old Mac, whose special blend wasn't exactly, special. Besides, we don't get many newcomers in Maplewood, especially ones opening businesses.
When I hand her the cup decorated with a simple heart in the foam, she takes an appreciative sip.
Oh, this is fantastic,
she says, cradling the cup.
We've needed someone with your skills in Maplewood.
Thank you, I beam at her. I hope to open officially in about 2 weeks, once I finish cleaning and get all my supplies in.
Perfect timing, Olivia exclaims. That's right before the Winter Wishes Festival. You absolutely have to participate. It's the biggest event of the season, and it's right across us in the city park.
Oh, Ray mentioned the Winter Wishes Festival, but I'd love to hear more about it. What happens during it? Olivia leans forward, her eyes sparkling.
It's absolutely magical. We have these incredible local artists who create the most beautiful ice sculptures. When the sun hits them just right, the whole street glitters.
Ice sculptures, really? I can't help but match her enthusiasm.
That's just the beginning. You should see the families during the snowman building contest. The park fills with laughter. Everyone's so competitive about it, but in the best way.
She gestures expansively.
And we've got sledding, ice skating at the lake, and all the amazing food from local suppliers.
Sounds wonderful.
Just wait until nighttime,
Olivia continues.
The whole park lights up with these gorgeous twinkle lights, and there's live music everywhere. People gather around bonfires to roast marshmallows and tell stories.
She pauses, her voice softening.
But the best part? The wishing tree.
The wishing tree?
Everyone in town writes their wish and puts them inside a decoration. Then they hang their wishes for the new year on this beautiful tree. And here's the thing.
She leans in conspiratorially.
Those wishes, they have a way of coming true throughout the year. There's just something special about it.
Like magic? I ask, caught up in her storytelling.
Exactly like magic.
She nods.
Trust me, Caspian, you've never seen anything quite like it. It's like stepping into a winter fairy tale, and it all happens right outside our front door.
Wow.
I can talk to Bo from the Community Development Office to see if they still have any vacant spots for a coffee stand,
she says.
He handles all the permits and arrangements for festival vendors. He's a sweetheart and can help get everything sorted out for you. Nothing better than a hot coffee on a cold winter night. Plus, it would be a great way to introduce yourself to everyone.
That would be amazing, I say, already imagining the setup. I was worried about how to get the word out.
You know what else you could do?
Olivia takes another sip of her latte.
Open for a few hours each morning before your official opening. Let people get a taste of what's coming. Word of mouth is everything in Maplewood.
The suggestion hits me like a bolt of inspiration. Like a soft opening?
Exactly. And trust me, once people try your coffee, they'll be counting down the days until you're fully open.
I smile. That's such a great idea.
So,
Olivia says with a conspiratorial gleam in her eyes.
Did you move to Maplewood on your own?
Yeah, I nod, wiping my hands on a cloth. My mom grew up here, but this is my first time in town. I don't really know anyone yet.
Well, now you know me,
Olivia says with a warm smile.
And before long, you'll have a line of customers out the door.
She winks.
And who knows, maybe someone special might catch your eye.
I think of Nate, my neighbor, with those oddly familiar warm ocean blue eyes that contrast so beautifully with his slightly grumpy demeanor, and feel my cheeks heat. Olivia's grin widens, but she mercifully doesn't comment.
Welcome to Maplewood, Caspian. I think you're going to fit in perfectly here.
After she leaves, I attack the cleaning with renewed vigor, my mind racing with possibilities. The festival, the soft opening, the chance to become part of this community. It all feels right in a way I haven't experienced since Mom passed. Before I'm done for the day, I get another visit, this time from Ever, who owns the honey spot next door. He tells me he sells honey and bee-related products. When I finally lock up for the day, the winter sun is setting early, casting long shadows across Maple Street. I'm on a high from meeting new people and my muscles ache from scrubbing, but it's the good kind of tiredness that comes from progress. Tomorrow, I'll start planning that soft opening. Maybe I'll see if Nate wants to stop by for a test cup. I smile at the thought as I head to my car, then pause mid-step. Maybe what Nate needs isn't just coffee, but something sweeter. Mom always said the quickest way to anyone's heart was through their stomach, and her blueberry muffin recipe never failed to win people over. Plus, baking always helps me think, and I've got plenty to plan for the soft opening. I get in the car, heading toward the grocery store instead. I can pick up ingredients for the muffins and place orders for everything I'll need for Special Blend's debut. The keys jingle in my pocket as I walk, and I can't help but grin, imagining Nate's grumpy exterior melting away at the first bite of those delicious muffins. Sometimes, the best promises come wrapped in paper liners and topped with sweet lemon drizzle. My own improvement to my mom's recipe. Chapter 6. Caspian. The mid-morning sun streams through my kitchen window as I line up ingredients on the counter. Flour, sugar, eggs, and what feels like 100 other things I've gathered for what I'm determined will be the perfect batch of muffins. Mom would laugh if she could see me now, a lifetime away from when I somehow managed to turn her kitchen into a winter wonderland of powdered sugar because I wanted to bake for her. Not this time, I mutter, trying on the bright yellow apron Mom got me as a joke. It has hot stuff coming through emblazoned across the chest in red sequins. These muffins are gonna be amazing. 3 hours and 2 failed attempts later, I'm staring at a batch of slightly lopsided blueberry muffins. They're certainly something. The tops haven't risen quite right, creating odd little peaks that make them look more like modern art than a breakfast baked good. Nothing that more icing can't fix, I declare to the empty kitchen, reaching for the powdered sugar and the lemon juice. I saw in a cooking show from Europe once that sometimes they add lemon drizzle, and after I tried it, I was converted. Mom always said my optimism was my superpower, though even she might raise an eyebrow at the amount of icing I'm currently slathering on these muffins. As I work, my mind drifts to Nate. Tall, gorgeous Nate with his quiet intensity and those blue eyes that remind me of the winter sky. And Addie. I really want to get to know them both better. Maybe by summer I'll be hosting cookouts in my backyard, with fairy lights strung up and music playing while friends chat and laugh. I catch myself daydreaming and focus back on the task at hand. The muffins are as good as they're going to get, which isn't saying much. But they're made with good intentions, which counts for something, right? Balancing the muffin tray carefully, I head next door. My heart's doing this weird flutter thing that has nothing to do with the 3 cups of coffee I've already had today. Just be normal, I whisper, then immediately question if talking to myself outside someone's door qualifies as normal behavior. Taking a deep breath, I knock on Nate's door. The wait feels eternal, though it's probably only seconds. I hear footsteps approaching, and then Nate's there, filling the doorway in a flannel shirt that makes his eyes look even bluer, if that's possible. He seems surprised to see me, eyebrows lifting slightly. "Good afternoon," I beam, holding up the muffin tray like an offering. "I thought I'd bring over some welcome to being neighbors muffins, or welcome me to being your neighbor muffins. I'm not sure which way that's supposed to work, actually." A small smile tugs at the corner of Nate's mouth. "That's unexpected. Thank you." He steps back, opening the door wider. "Do you want to come in?" I follow him inside, trying not to be too obvious as I look around. His place has the same layout as mine, but where my walls are still bare, his are decorated with what looks like hand-carved wooden pieces. Did you make these? I ask, gesturing to the wall art while carefully setting the muffin tray on his kitchen counter. Yeah, Nate answers, running a hand through his hair in what seems like an unconscious gesture. It's a hobby. They're beautiful, I say sincerely, watching as he picks up one of my decidedly less beautiful muffins. Though maybe don't judge my baking skills too harshly. I'm better at coffee than baking, I promise. Nate takes a bite, and I can see the moment he tastes the ridiculous amount of icing I used to compensate for everything else. His eyes widen slightly, but he manages to swallow without grimacing. It's sweet. That's a very diplomatic way of saying they're terrible. I laugh, feeling my cheeks heat. Sorry, I really wanted to make something nice, but baking and I have a complicated relationship. I appreciate the thought, Nate says, and there's that small smile again. So, what brings you to Maplewood? My face lights up at the question. Oh, I'm actually reopening Special Blend, the coffee shop on Maple Street. I'm hoping to have it up and running soon. There's still so much to do. The whole place needs a deep clean, and I'm waiting on some equipment deliveries, but I pause, realizing I'm probably talking too fast. Sorry. I tend to get excited about it. Don't apologize, Nate says, leaning against the counter. The town's missed having Special Blend, especially during the winter. Really? I perk up even more if that's possible. Did you used to go there a lot? Sometimes. He nods, then adds with a hint of amusement, though I make decent coffee at home. Decent coffee, I gasp in mock horror. Oh, no. You haven't had coffee until you've had my special maple latte. It'll change your life. That's a bold claim, Nate says, his blue eyes twinkling with amusement. You're pretty confident in your coffee-making abilities. Please, I wave my hand dramatically. I could make you the perfect cup with my eyes closed, though I probably shouldn't since it'd be a shame not to look at. I catch myself before I finish that thought. At the proper measurements, can't mess up the coffee-to-milk ratio. Nate's lips quirk at my fumble, and is that a slight blush I see? Well, maybe I'll have to stop by and put your skills to the test. So, what do you do for work? I ask, genuinely curious. I spotted you heading out early this morning in what looked like outdoor gear. Not that I was spying or anything. I just happened to look out the window. I stop my word vomit. The last thing I need is Nate thinking I'm the weird neighbor no one wants. Nate's whole demeanor shifts subtly as he talks about his work. I'm a forest product technician. Right now I'm focused on winter assessments, checking forest health, marking trees for sustainable harvesting. The frozen ground actually makes it ideal for certain operations. He pauses, then elaborates. I evaluate which trees can be harvested while maintaining the forest's health. It's about balance, ensuring we're not taking too much and that the ecosystem stays intact. I also work with local timber companies, monitor wildlife habitats, and manage forest resources. During winter, we can get more done because the frozen ground prevents damage to the soil and tree roots when we need to bring in equipment. Oh, that sounds fascinating, I say, and I mean it. Though I have to ask, do you rescue all the wood pieces you use for your art from the forest? Because these are incredible. I gesture against the wall pieces, drawn to their intricate patterns. I rescue the ones I can. There's only so much I can store here, he says. It's about seeing potential in things others might overlook. Could you tell me more about it? I ask, genuinely fascinated. Like, how do you decide which pieces to rescue? And how do you turn them into... I gesture at the intricate wall art. These beautiful things. Nate's expression softens, and I notice how his whole body relaxes when he talks about his craft. Sometimes I'll find a piece that's fallen during a storm or spot something interesting while doing my assessments. The wood tells you what it wants to be if you listen. Well, this one, he points to a particularly striking piece with swirling patterns, was from an old maple that came down last winter. The grain was too beautiful to let it go to waste. I'm struck by the gentle way he talks about his work, this big, strong man speaking about wood like it's precious. It makes something flutter in my chest that I definitely shouldn't be paying attention to. There's something in the way he says it that makes my heart do a little flip. I clear my throat and change the subject. Are you going to the Winter Wishes Festival? Everyone I've met so far has been talking about it. Nate's expression turned slightly resigned. Maplewood loves its festivals. There's one for every season, holiday and day ending and why. But that's wonderful, I exclaim. It means there's always something to look forward to. I continue excitedly. And winter festivals have all the ingredients to be the best. All the twinkling lights reflecting off the snow, hot chocolate, roasted chestnuts. I mean, not that I've ever been to one. I trail off as I notice Nate's expression. You're not a festival person, are you? He shrugs, those broad shoulders moving under his flannel shirt. I prefer quieter activities. Like rescuing wood and turning it into art? I ask, unable to keep the admiration from my voice. Something like that, he says softly, and there's that hint of a smile again that makes my stomach do somersaults. I glance at my phone and realize I've been here longer than planned. I should probably get going. Got a coffee shop to whip into shape. I head toward the door, then turn back. Thanks for being so nice about the muffins. Next time I'll stick to what I'm good at and bring coffee instead. Next time? Nate asks, and I can't quite read his expression. Well, yeah, I say, trying to sound casual even as my heart races. That's what neighbors do, right? They bring each other things and... neighbor? Nate's quiet chuckle makes me feel warm all over. I guess they do. Walking back to my place, I can't stop smiling, even though I know I should probably rein in these feelings. For all I know, Nate's straight. Addie seemed pretty familiar with him. And even if he isn't, I've got enough on my plate with opening the coffee shop. But as I look back at his house, I can't help thinking that maybe Maplewood has more in store for me than just a fresh start. Still, I've got a coffee shop to focus on. And if I happen to make extra special drinks when a certain tall and handsome forest product technician stops by, well, that's just good customer service, right? Chapter 7. Nate.
Some of us actually want to finish our work today,
Amelia calls out, trudging through the snow toward me. Her bright orange safety vest stands out against the white landscape like a warning beacon.
You've been staring at that tree for 10 minutes straight.
Some of us like to be thorough. I counter, not looking away from the maple I'm assessing. My fingers trace the rough bark, reading its story like Braille.
Found its soulmate yet?
She stops beside me, clipboard clutched against her chest. I roll my eyes but can't help smiling. Funny. Working with Amelia is always like this, a mix of exasperation and genuine fondness. When she first arrived from New York City 3 years ago, barely reaching my shoulder and wearing heels to her interview, I'd bet anyone who'd listen that she wouldn't last a week in Vermont's forests. Now she navigates the snowy terrain like she was born here, and I can't imagine doing this job without her constant commentary and stubborn determination, even if she is a nightmare sometimes.
Speaking of soulmates,
She says, a hint of mischief in her voice.
Have you heard about the new guy running Special Blend?
My hand stills on the tree bark. Caspian? Yeah, he's my neighbor.
Oh?
Amelia's eyebrows shoot up with interest.
And you didn't think to mention that the gorgeous new coffee shop owner lives next door to you?
Didn't seem relevant, I mutter, moving to the next tree. But I can feel heat creeping up my neck that has nothing to do with the exertion.
Well, he's already working magic over there. The whole town's buzzing about his winter spice latte. I bumped into Olivia from the Wild Palette, and she told me all about it. Says it's like drinking a warm hug in the forest.
I snort. A warm hug?
Don't knock it till you try it.
Amelia says, following me as I continue my assessment.
You should stop by. Support your neighbor and all that.
The memory of those muffins he'd brought over flashes through my mind. A little more dense than what I'm used to and barely sweet, but topped with icing so perfectly sugary it had somehow made them work. I told myself I was just being polite when I ate the first one, but over the last few days I've finished them all.
Speaking of supporting neighbors,
Amelia continues.
You're coming to the Winter Wishes Festival, right? The ice sculpture competition this year is going to be...
Hard pass. I cut her off, moving to the next tree. You know how I feel about crowds.
You should at least consider selling some of your pieces at the market.
Amelia persists.
It's a shame no one gets to see your art. Those wooden bowls you made last month were gorgeous.
That's exactly why I don't want to sell them, I say, running my hand along the tree bark. It's something I do to relax. The minute I start worrying about what other people want or trying to meet orders, it stops being an escape and becomes another job. I can see her mentally counting to 10, the way she does when she thinks I'm being particularly stubborn about something.
You can't hide in the woods forever, Nate.
She sighs but drops the subject. It's one of the things I appreciate most about Amelia. She knows when to push and when to back off. The rest of the morning passes in comfortable silence, broken only by the crunch of our boots in the snow and the occasional scratch of her pen on the clipboard. By early afternoon, my fingers are numb despite my gloves, and even Amelia's endless energy seems to be waning. I'm heading into town for supplies, I tell her as we pack up. Need anything? She shakes her head, already walking toward her truck.
I'm good. See you tomorrow.
I wave her off and head to my own vehicle, grateful for the blast of warm air that hits me as I start the engine. The drive into town is peaceful, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the snow-covered landscape. I'm mentally cataloging what I need. New drill bits, some sandpaper for my latest woodworking project, when I spot a familiar figure ahead. Caspian is struggling with what looks like several heavy bags of coffee beans, his cheeks flushed from the cold. Before I can think better of it, I'm pulling over. Need a hand? I call out, already climbing down from my truck. He turns, and that smile, the one that seems to light up his whole face, breaks across his features. My hero! These things weigh a ton. As I grab some of the bags, our fingers brush, and even through my gloves, I feel a jolt of awareness that makes my breath catch. Up close, I notice snowflakes caught in his dark lashes, and the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. Special blend's just around the corner, he says, falling into step beside me. I could make you a coffee as thanks. We're only running at basic capacity right now, still getting everything set up, but I make a mean latte. What do you say? That's not what I heard, I reply. Word is you're already winning over the town with your winter spice latte? Something about it being like a warm hug in the forest? Caspian's laugh rings out clear in the cold. Oh, God, that's Olivia, isn't it? She's been in every morning this week, and I'm not even officially open. He glances up at me through those snow-dusted lashes. You'll have to try it yourself and let me know if she's right. The invitation in his voice is unmistakable, and I find myself nodding before I can overthink it. I suppose I could spare a few minutes? The coffee shop is warm and inviting, even with boxes still scattered around and ladders propped against half-painted walls. Caspian moves behind the counter with surprising grace, his movements fluid and practiced as he starts the espresso machine. So, he says, measuring out beans, what brings a forest product technician into town on this chilly afternoon? Besides rescuing helpless baristas, of course. Hardware store run? I reply, watching his hands work. They're elegant hands, I notice, despite the occasional coffee stain. Need some new drill bits for my next piece. Oh, another wooden bowl like those gorgeous ones you showed me the other day? He glances up, catching me staring at his hands. I quickly look away, but not before I see the slight curve of his lips. I still can't believe you made those. They looked like they belonged in an art gallery. The espresso machine hisses and steams, filling the air with a rich coffee scent mixed with something spicier. Cinnamon maybe, or something else I can't quite place. It's oddly intimate, standing in his half-finished shop, watching him craft something just for me. Here, he says finally, sliding a mug across the counter. Tell me what you think. I take a sip. Damn, if Amelia wasn't right. It's like drinking winter itself, but warmer, softer. The spices bloom on my tongue, complex but perfectly balanced. This is really good, I admit. His whole face lights up. Yeah? I've been tweaking the recipe for weeks. My mom used to make something similar, but... He stops abruptly, something flickering across his face before his bright smile returns, just slightly dimmed. The silence hangs between us for a moment, heavy with unspoken grief. I recognize that look. I've seen it in the mirror often enough. Part of me wants to reach across the counter and offer comfort, but I hold back, unsure if my touch would be welcome. It's perfect, I say instead, taking another sip. Your mom would be proud. His eyes meet mine, surprised and grateful. Thanks, he says softly. Then, with visible effort, he brightens. So, about these wooden pieces of yours, any chance I could commission something for the shop? Maybe some custom serving trays or display stands? He gives me legit puppy eyes. I really need a bookcase for the bookstore corner over there. He points to the other side of the shop. I don't really do commissions, I start to say, my usual response ready on my tongue, but something in his eager expression makes me pause, though I suppose we could talk about it. Really? He leans across the counter close enough that I can smell vanilla and coffee on his clothes. Because I have this vision for it, and what you do is so beautiful and organic, and I'd love to showcase the craft of someone local. His enthusiasm is infectious, and I'm drawn into the conversation, suggesting different woods that might work, discussing grain patterns and finishes. Before I know it, an hour has passed, and the hardware store will close soon. I should go, I say reluctantly, setting down my empty mug. Those drill bits won't buy themselves. Right, of course. Is it my imagination, or does he look disappointed? Thanks again for the help with the beans. Anytime, I reply, surprised to find I mean it. Good luck with the rest of the setup. Thanks for the latte. Nate? I turn back to find him fidgeting with a coffee filter. The Winter Wishes Festival is coming up. Olivia suggested I should have a coffee booth. She said it's the perfect way to meet everyone in Maplewood, you know? Apparently half the town shows up for it. He lets out a small laugh. I'm thinking of some special winter drinks, maybe those muffins you seem to like, though hopefully better than the ones I brought over. Olivia is helping me get a spot near the center, close to where they're setting up the wishing tree. I was wondering, if I get it, maybe you could stop by. If you're going, that is. No pressure, though. He adds quickly, those dark eyes, hopeful despite his casual tone. The automatic no dies on my lips. Maybe, I say instead. His whole face lights up again. That smile should be classified as a dangerous weapon. It makes me want to say yes to anything he suggests. As I head into the cold evening air, I can't help thinking that I'm going to be in so much trouble with my beautiful neighbor. The kind of trouble that starts with winter spice lattes and ends with my carefully constructed walls crumbling around me. Chapter 8. Caspian. I can't wipe the smile off my face as I unlock my front door, still riding high from today's accomplishments at Special Blend. Every surface gleams, ready for customers, and I can already picture the comfortable buzz of conversation filling the space. The espresso machine shines like new and the display case stands empty but spotless, waiting for pastries. I've arranged the mismatched mugs, all carefully selected from thrift stores, in neat rows behind the counter, but I still need a bookcase along the back wall for my bookstore corner. Even the exposed brick walls sparkle after a thorough washing, and the wooden floors glow warmly under the pendant lights I installed last week. The cozy reading nooks with their plush armchairs are perfectly positioned, just waiting for readers to sink into them with their lattes and novels. The only cloud in my perfect sky is the vacant baker position, but the help wanted sign in the window gives me hope. I might need to hire another barista too, especially once the bookstore section is up and running. Kicking off my shoes, I flop onto the couch, but relaxation eludes me. My mind keeps drifting back to New Year's Eve, to heated kisses and strong hands in the dark. I groan, pressing the heels of my hands against my eyes. That mysterious stranger has taken up permanent residence in my thoughts, and my body hasn't forgotten him either. Get it together, I mutter, standing to pace. Back in Phoenix, I'd know exactly where to blow off some steam, but Maplewood is still uncharted territory. I'm not even sure if there's a gay bar nearby, and there's no way I'm driving all the way to Burlington. Although the idea has some merit. Maybe before I open Special Blend for good, I should drive back to Burlington, grab a hotel room for the night, and hit up that same club. Not that I'm hoping to meet my secret Maple Leaf beauty spot guy. That would be a silly expectation. A knock at the door startles me from my thoughts. When I open it, Nate fills the doorframe, looking unfairly attractive in a thick sweater that hugs his broad shoulders. "Hey," he says, offering that slight smile that makes his eyes crinkle. "You free?" "Oh, hi. Yes, totally free. Like, completely and utterly free. Just sitting here being free," I babbled and cringe at my overenthusiastic response. But can anyone blame me when he's standing there looking like that? "Want to go ice skating on the lake?" I bark out a laugh before I can stop myself. "You want me to strap knives to my feet and walk on frozen water? That's a hard pass. Nate's laugh is rich and warm. It's fun, I promise. I won't let you fall. I don't know. I hesitate, my traitorous mind immediately conjuring images of his strong arms, catching me, holding me close. Come on, city boy, live a little. He says with that subtle half-smile that makes my stomach do backflips. Fine, I concede, already reaching for my warmest jacket, but if I die, I'm coming back to haunt you. Nate eyes my jacket with disapproval. That's not gonna cut it. You got anything warmer? Shopping's been pretty low on my priority list lately. Come with me, Nate says, gesturing toward his house. I grab my keys and pull the door closed behind me, following him next door to his place. Inside his entryway, Nate reaches behind his door where several coats hang on wooden pegs. He pulls down a thick winter coat and holds it out to me. Here, you need something warmer than that lightweight jacket you've got on. Can't have you freezing out there on the ice. The moment I slip it on, I'm enveloped in Nate's scent, something woodsy and a hint of something familiar that makes my pulse quicken. Thank God the coat is long enough to hide my body's immediate response. Stop having thoughts about your potentially straight neighbor who maybe has a girlfriend. And she's really nice, too. Bad, Caspian. So, how's Addie doing? I ask as we drive to the lake, trying to make conversation and remind myself why this attraction is pointless. Is she busy tonight? She must be if he asked me to come ice skating with him. Nate looks confused for a moment, his brows furrowing. Oh, she's probably holed up in her studio painting or something. She gets like that when inspiration strikes, won't come up for air for days sometimes. It used to drive me crazy, but her fiancé finds it adorable. So maybe straight, but definitely not with Addie. As we pull up to the lake, I'm surprised by how many cars are parked along the shoreline. Clearly, this is the place to be on a winter evening in Maplewood. Massive spotlights around the perimeter cast an ethereal glow across the frozen surface, their beams catching occasional snow flurries. The moon hangs high above us, but its gentle luminescence is no match for the artificial brightness below. My stomach does an uncomfortable flip as I eye the ice. Are you sure this is safe? I mean, what if the ice breaks? Or what if I fall and crack my head open? I've never even been roller skating, let alone tried to balance on actual blades. Hey. Nate's voice is gentle as he places a reassuring hand on my shoulder. The ice is plenty thick this time of year, and I won't let you fall. We'll take it slow, and I'll be beside you the whole time. At the lake, Nate leads me to a small rental shack where a teenager hands me a pair of well-worn skates while Nate pulls out his own professional-looking pair. Show off, I mutter, fumbling with the laces. Here, let me help. Nate kneels in front of me, his warm fingers brushing against my ankles as he tightens the laces. The innocent touch sends shivers up my spine. When he stands and offers his hand to help me onto the ice, I take it, trying to ignore how perfectly our palms fit together. Remember your promise about not letting me fall? His blue eyes sparkle with amusement. I got you, Cass. Trust me. And despite my better judgment, I do, especially since Nate has just given me a nickname and all. Oh, stop my beating silly heart. The moment my blades touch the ice, my legs start shaking like a newborn fawn. I grip Nate's hand tighter, probably cutting off his circulation, but he doesn't complain. Instead, he positions himself slightly in front of me, his other hand resting on my waist to steady me. Relax, he says softly. You're too tense. Bend your knees a little. If I bend my knees, I'll fall on my ass, I protest, but I do as he says anyway. To my surprise, it does help with my balance. Good. Now watch my feet. It's like walking, but you push off to the side instead of straight back. I try to mimic his movements, but my feet seem to have different ideas. They slide in opposite directions, and I yelp, pitching forward into Nate's chest. His arms wrap around me instantly, solid and secure, and I'm suddenly aware of how close we are. His cologne, or maybe it's just him, fills my senses, making my head spin. You okay? He asks, his breath warm against my ear. Yeah, I squeak, trying to regain my composure. Just discovering I have a toxic relationship with gravity. His chuckle rumbles through his chest, and I feel it where we're pressed together. Let's try again. This time, keep your weight centered. Slowly, with Nate's patient guidance, I start to get the hang of it. We slowly make our way around the lake edge while other skaters zip past us with enviable grace. Some give us encouraging smiles, probably remembering their own first times on the ice. "Look at you," Nate says proudly when I manage a few glides without death gripping his hand. "You're a natural." I wouldn't go that far. I laugh, then immediately regret speaking because I lose my concentration and start wobbling again. Nate's hand is there instantly, steadying me. "Want to try going a little faster?" "Absolutely not. I'm perfectly happy at a geriatric pace, thank you very much." He grins, and it transforms his whole face. I've never seen him look so relaxed, so at ease. Out here on the ice, surrounded by the quiet woods and the star-filled sky, it's like he's in his element. The sight makes my heart do something weird. "Come on," he coaxes, skating backward now so he can face me. "Show off. Just a little faster, I won't let go." And despite my protests, I find myself picking up speed, Nate's sure grip giving me the confidence to push harder against the ice. The cold wind stings my cheeks, my borrowed coat billows behind me, and for a moment, I feel like I'm flying. Then, my skate catches a rough patch of ice, and the world tilts sideways. Chapter 9. Nate. I react instinctively as Caspian stumbles, pulling him against me to break his fall. We spin together on the ice, my years of experience keeping us upright as I guide us toward the bank. His hands grip my sweater and I can feel him trembling slightly. "I've got you," I murmur, steadying us both. "You're okay." Caspian looks up at me, his dark eyes wide and reflecting the moonlight. My breath catches in my throat. He's wearing my coat, surrounded by the smell of my cologne and coffee, and something stirs in my chest. "Maybe we should take a break," I suggest, my voice rougher than intended. "There's hot chocolate at the rental shack." "Oh, thank God," Caspian laughs, the tension breaking. I was trying to think of a way to suggest that without sounding like a wimp. We reach the bank and I help him step onto solid ground. He's surprisingly steady now, learning quickly despite his initial fears. The thought makes me smile. Inside the small wooden shack, the teenage attendant hands us steaming cups of cocoa. Caspian wraps his fingers, barely peeking out from the two long sleeves of my coat, around his cup, bringing it to his face and inhaling deeply. Seeing him swimming in my jacket, combined with the simple pleasure in his expression, makes my chest tight. "So," he says, settling onto one of the benches, "do you come here often? You're really good on the ice." I shrug, sitting beside him. "Grew up skating here. Used to play hockey in high school, but these days I mostly come out here to clear my head." "It's beautiful," Caspian admits, looking over the frozen lake. "Different from anything I saw growing up in Phoenix." "I bet." I take a sip of cocoa, watching him from the corner of my eye. "How are you settling in? Special blend coming along?" His face lights up. "Actually, yeah. The cleaning and renovations are basically done. I just need to hire a couple of helpers." We sit in comfortable silence for a while, watching other skaters glide past. A young couple spins together, laughing, and I feel Caspian tense slightly beside me. "You okay?" I ask. He nods quickly. "Yeah, just thinking about my mom." The sadness in his voice makes me want to pull him close. Instead, I say, "Want to talk about it?" For the next hour, Caspian shares stories about his mother, her love of romance novels, her amazing cooking, that no matter how much he tries, Caspian can't match her infectious laugh. When he shivers, I realize how late it's gotten. "We should head back," I say, reluctantly. "You probably have to be up super early to get the coffee shop ready, right?" The drive home is quiet but comfortable. Caspian hums along softly to the radio, and I find myself memorizing the sound, storing it away with other dangerous thoughts about my new neighbor. As we pull up to our houses, Caspian starts to take off my coat. "Keep it," I say quickly. "At least until you can get something warmer. Vermont winters are no joke." He hugs the coat closer and something possessive stirs in my chest. "Thanks, Nate, for everything tonight. It was really nice." "Yeah," I agree softly. "It was." I watch him walk to his door, making sure he gets inside safely before heading to my own house. I lean against my front door, closing my eyes. I'm in trouble, deep trouble, because every time I'm near Caspian, I catch hints of his addictive scent of coffee and vanilla, pure sunshine and warmth, and tonight, with him wearing my clothes, smelling like me. But Caspian deserves better than someone still haunted by past relationships, someone who hooks up anonymously in Burlington because he's too scared to open his heart again. I need to keep my distance, for both our sakes. Too bad my heart doesn't seem to be listening. Despite the late hours, sleep feels impossible. My mind keeps circling back to Caspian, his laugh, his warmth pressed against me on the ice, the way my coat swallowed his smaller frame. With a frustrated groan, I head to my workshop in the garage. The familiar scent of sawdust and wood greets me as I flip on the lights. This space has always been my sanctuary, where I can quiet my thoughts by focusing on creating something with my hands. Tonight, I need that more than ever. My eyes land on the maple wood I salvaged 2 years ago. I found it after a storm, a fallen tree too beautiful to let go to waste. I've been waiting for the right project, letting it season properly, and now I know exactly what it's meant to be. I run my hand along the smooth grain. The wood is perfect, rich with character and warm tones that will complement the exposed brick walls of Special Blend. I grab my sketchbook and start planning. The bookcase needs to be sturdy enough to hold plenty of books, but elegant enough to match Caspian's vision for his bookstore corner. I picture him arranging romance novels on it, his face lighting up the way it does when he talks about his plans. The design flows easily, clean lines with subtle decorative elements that echo the maple leaves in the town's logo. It feels right, like the wood has been waiting for this purpose. I lose myself in the work, measuring and cutting with careful precision. The rhythmic sawing helps quiet the voice in my head that keeps thinking about Caspian. Hours pass as I shape the wood, each piece coming together exactly as I envisioned. Dawn is breaking by the time I set down my tools. The basic frame is complete. My back aches from bending over the workbench, but it's the good kind of pain that comes from creating something meaningful. Looking at the partially finished bookcase, I realize maybe I'm in deeper trouble than I thought. Because even though I barely know Caspian, it already feels like this isn't just about physical attraction anymore. This is about wanting to make Caspian smile, wanting to be part of his dream, wanting... What is it about him? I shut down my thoughts hard. It doesn't matter what I want. I learned my lesson with Addie. Sometimes love isn't enough, and what seems perfect can shatter in an instant. But as I clean up my workshop, all I can think about are the next steps for the bookcase. The morning light is harsh on my tired eyes as I drive to work. My thoughts are fuzzy from lack of sleep, but my hands still tingle with the memory of working the maple, of creating something special for Caspian. Amelia's already at her desk when I walk into the office, her usual cheerful smile fading as she takes in my appearance.
You look like hell, mate.
Thanks, I mutter, making a beeline for the coffee maker. She follows me, concern etched on her face.
Did you sleep at all?
Got caught up in the workshop. I pour coffee into my mug, avoiding her knowing gaze.
The workshop?
Her voice sharpens.
Nate, the last time you pulled an all-nighter in there was when...
This isn't like that. I cut her off, perhaps too quickly. I'm working on a project.
A project?
She crosses her arms, unconvinced.
The kind of project that keeps you up all night after spending the evening with your new neighbor?
I nearly spill my coffee. How did you...
Small town.
She reminds me with a slight smile.
My friend from Goat Yoga works at the ice rink, and you know she has a crush on you. Said you were teaching someone to skate last night, someone wearing your coat.
I grunt non-committally and take a long sip of coffee.
Nate.
Her voice softens.
It's okay to move on, you know. Addie also wants...
I've got reports to file. I interrupt, retreating to my office before she can finish that thought. Because this isn't about Addie. This is about protecting myself and Caspian from whatever this thing between us might become. But as I stare at my computer screen, all I can think about is the half-finished bookcase waiting in my workshop and the way Caspian's eyes might light up when he sees it. Chapter 10. Caspian. The morning rush has finally died down, giving me a chance to catch my breath and wipe down the counter for what feels like the 100th time. I'm starting to understand why old Mac retired. Running a coffee shop single-handed is no joke. I worked my way up in this business from inexperienced barista to team leader to manager before I quit to look after my mom. But when you own a business, the stakes are higher, and there's a whole new level of pressure I'm still getting used to. I'm grateful I took Olivia's suggestion about doing a soft opening first because it's giving me a chance to find my rhythm before the grand opening. The bell above the door chimes, and I look up to see a man with two young girls bundled in colorful winter coats. The taller one is wearing what looks like a Frozen-themed hat, while the smaller one sports bright pink earmuffs. "Welcome to Special Blend," I call out cheerfully. The man helps the girls unwrap their scarves as they approach the counter. "Hi, I'm Felix," he says with a warm smile, "and these are my daughters, Elsa and Arya."
Like the movie.
The taller girl announces proudly, pointing to her hat.
And like Game of Thrones.
The younger one pipes up. Felix laughs, running a hand through his short brown hair. Though maybe we shouldn't mention that second reference too loudly in front of their grandmother. She's still convinced I named her after a character from a children's show. I grin, already warming to this little family. "I'm Caspian. I just took over from old Mac." "Welcome to Maplewood," Felix says, leaning against the counter. "Please tell me you make something other than plain black coffee." "You've come to the right place," I assure him, gesturing to the menu board. "How about some hot chocolate for the girls? And what can I get you?" "Oh, thank God you have actual coffee drinks," Felix says, scanning the menu with obvious relief. "I'll take a caramel macchiato, extra shot of espresso if you don't mind. Single parenting requires serious caffeine." While I prepare their drinks, hot chocolates with extra whipped cream for the girls and Felix's fortified macchiato, we chat about being newcomers to Maplewood. Felix tells me about moving here just before Christmas, and I share a bit about following my dreams with a little help from my mom. "It's nice to meet another new face," Felix says, accepting his drink. "Sometimes it feels like everyone here has known each other forever." "I know exactly what you mean," I agree, watching the girls carefully carry their hot chocolates to a nearby table. "But everyone's been really welcoming so far." Just as Felix joins the girls at their table, the bell chimes again. A woman who looks to be in her 50s enters, shaking snow from her boots. She has laugh lines around her eyes and carries herself with a gentle confidence that immediately puts me at ease.
"You must be Caspian,"
she says, approaching the counter.
"I'm Catherine Stone. I used to bake for Mac."
She has friendly eyes and a warm smile, and I find myself smiling back automatically. "Nice to meet you, Catherine."
"I brought you something,"
Catherine says, pulling a box from a bag.
"I thought you might like to try my signature maple cake before we discuss the baker position. If you're still looking to hire someone, that is."
I open the top and almost gasp. The cake is beautifully presented, with a light brown frosting that smells heavenly. I cut a slice onto a plate, and when I take a bite, have to stop myself from moaning out loud. The cake is incredibly moist, and the maple flavor is rich without being overwhelming. There's a subtle hint of something else, maybe vanilla? That makes it absolutely perfect. "This is amazing," I say, savoring another bite. "Seriously, this might be the best cake I've ever had." Catherine beams.
"I'm glad you like it. I use local maple syrup and a few secret ingredients I've perfected over the years."
As I'm covering up the cake so it doesn't dry out, my eyes catch on the small wooden sign hanging above the coffee maker. It reads, "Life is sweeter with a dash of magic, and coffee will keep you awake for it." It's my mom's favorite saying. She had it painted on our kitchen wall back home.
"Oh my goodness,"
Catherine suddenly says, her voice soft.
"Where did you get that sign?"
"It was my mom saying. I trail off, my throat tightening unexpectedly.
"Elena?"
Catherine whispers.
"Is your mom's name Elena Lane?"
I nod, unable to say the words aloud.
"She used to say that all the time when we were kids."
Her eyes are wide, filling with tears.
"You're Elena's son?"
I nod, unable to speak for a moment. "You knew my mom?"
"We were best friends growing up,"
Catherine says, reaching for my hand across the counter.
"We did everything together until she left Maplewood. We wrote letters for a while, but you know how things were back then. No email, no social media. We eventually lost touch."
She squeezes my hand.
"How is she?"
The lump in my throat grows bigger. She passed away a few months ago. Cancer.
Oh, sweetheart.
Catherine comes around the corner and pulls me into a hug. I sink into it, breathing in the faint scent of flowers and motherly comfort.
Elena was the kindest soul I ever knew. I've missed her since the day she packed her bags and left to chase her dreams.
Thank you, I managed to say, my voice thick with emotion. This means so much to me. I don't know anyone who knew my mom back then. You've given me an amazing gift. Catherine dabs at her eyes with her sleeve, giving me a warm smile.
I'm happy to share memories of Elena anytime you want, sweetheart. But enough of the emotional stuff. Tell me about this position you're looking to fill.
We spend the next 20 minutes discussing the job details, hours, pay, what kinds of baked goods she'd make, and how we'd handle special orders. By the time we're done, I'm already imagining the display case filled with her creations, and I can't wait to get started. After Catherine leaves, I find myself lost in thought, staring at Mom's sign. Hey, you okay? Felix's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I turn to see him standing at the counter, his empty cup in hand. The girls are still at their table, drawing with crayons I keep behind the counter for young customers. Yeah, I gesture vaguely at the sign. She was my mom's best friend growing up. It's kind of overwhelming to meet someone who knew her back then. Felix's expression softens with understanding. I couldn't help overhearing some of it. That's quite something, finding a connection to your mom here. It feels like one of those moments in a romance novel, I say. You know, those magical coincidences that seem too perfect to be real life? Yeah, I get it. Felix grins. I actually write romance novels. Well, I'm trying to. When I'm not chasing after these two or designing book covers. Really? I perk up, gesturing at the reading nook I'm setting up. I'm planning to have a romance section over there. Mom loved them, especially queer romance. Your mom sounds amazing, Felix says softly. And hey, if you're looking for suggestions for your romance section, I read a lot of indie authors. I'd love to see some of my favorites on local shelves. I feel tears prickling in my eyes again, but this time they're accompanied by gratitude. Thanks, Felix. That means a lot. Anytime, he says, then glances at his watch. We should get going, but I'll definitely be back. The coffee here is way better than Old Mac's, and it looks like you could use a friend who's also new in town. I smile as I watch Felix gather up his daughters. Between meeting Catherine and making a new friend, maybe today is exactly what I needed. A reminder that sometimes the best connections happen when you least expect them. After Felix and the girls leave, I spend the next hour serving the occasional customer and cleaning everything. The afternoon sun streams through the large windows, catching dust motes in its golden light, and I can't help but feel content. Even with the emotional roller coaster of meeting Catherine, there's something right about being here. I wrap a big slice of Catherine's maple cake carefully. Olivia needs to try this. She's got quite the sweet tooth, and I owe her for all her help with getting the shop ready. Once everything is spotless and prepped for tomorrow's soft opening, I lock up and head next door to the craft store. The bell jingles as I enter, and I find Olivia arranging a display of hand-knitted scarves. I come bearing gifts, I announce, holding up the cake box. Olivia's eyes light up. She brings up the wrapped cake to her nose and inhales deeply.
This is Catherine's maple cake. I'd know this smell anywhere.
I laugh. I do love a girl that knows her cakes. So, what do you think?
I'll tell you a secret. Mac mentioned Catherine might apply, but I'm not lying when I'd say I'd recognize her cakes anywhere. She's an amazing baker, and I'm not even going to wait until I get home.
She goes to her back room and comes back with a plate and a fork. While Olivia eats most of the slice, I tell her about meeting Catherine and her connection to my mom. By the time I finish the story, she's shaking her head in wonder.
Only in Maplewood,
she says, licking frosting off her fork.
And speaking of small-town magic, are you ready for your spot at the Winter Festival?
I nearly choke on air. Is it confirmed? Olivia grins wickedly.
It sure is. We couldn't get you by the wishing tree, but Special Blend has a vendor spot in the perfect location, right as people will be entering the park and close to the amphitheater. It's going to be packed. The local choir is performing, and there'll be an amazing folk band from Burlington.
Olivia, you're amazing. Thank you so much. I hug her with such excitement, she almost drops the rest of the cake. Thankfully, we managed to save it in time.
You're welcome, sweetie. Just wait until you see the crowd numbers,
She says with a wink.
But don't worry, we'll all help out. That's what makes Maplewood special.
As I walk home in the growing darkness, snow starting to fall again, I think about how much has changed in just a few weeks. Mom would have loved this. The shop, meeting Olivia, Catherine, being a part of a community that feels more like family with each passing day. And if I happen to think about a certain tall, handsome forest product technician who lives next door, well, that's just another dash of magic in my new life. Chapter 11. Nate. I trudge up the path to my front door, my boots leaving deep impressions in the fresh snow. The sun set over an hour ago and the temperature has dropped enough that my breath creates visible puffs in the air. It's been a long day of marking trees for the spring harvest and all I want is to get inside where it's warm. That's when I spot it, a paper bag sitting in the snow by my door. My first instinct is wariness. But when I see the cheerful food doodles decorating the bag, I figure it can only be from one person, Caspian. Inside the bag, I find a container of what appears to be homemade ice cream, along with a card. The envelope has more of those playful doodles. Because everyone needs ice cream even in winter, Caspian. I shake my head, amused by his logic, and before I can talk myself out of it, I'm walking a few feet to my left and knocking on his door. Quick footsteps approach, and then there he is, wrapped in an oversized sweater that makes him look somehow smaller and more endearing.
You got my surprise.
His face lights up with that sunshine smile of his. Ice cream in January? I raise an eyebrow, but the corners of my mouth twitch upward nonetheless. He steps back, gesturing for me to come in. Ice cream is a year-round food group. I won't hear otherwise. His apartment is warm and cozy, with the scent of coffee and cinnamon lingering in the air. You're ridiculous, I tell him, but I'm already following him to his kitchen. Ridiculously thoughtful, he corrects, pulling bowls from a cabinet. How is work? Cold? Productive? I lean against his counter, watching him scoop generous portions of what appears to be maple walnut ice cream. How about you? Amazing. He practically bounces on his toes. I made a new friend today, Felix. He's a single dad with 2 adorable girls, and get this, he designs book covers and writes romance novels. His enthusiasm is contagious, and I find myself smiling more freely than I have in weeks. That's quite a combination, right? Caspian hands me a bowl, our fingers brushing briefly. He might help me set up the book corner at Special Blend. I told him about my mom's romance collection, and he got so excited about having a local place to showcase indie authors. I take a spoonful of the ice cream, and despite my initial skepticism, the rich maple flavor is perfect. Oh, this is good, I admit, watching Caspian's eyes light up with triumph. See, I told you ice cream knows no season. He hops up to sit on the counter, feet dangling as he digs into his own bowl. Though I have to say, the cold here is something else. How do you stand it? Says the guy who made ice cream. I move to lean against the counter next to him, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from his body. You'll get used to it, eventually. Eventually, he echoes, then bumps his shoulder against mine. At least I have a neighbor who can teach me all about surviving Vermont winters. Something in his voice makes me look up, and I find him watching me with those expressive dark eyes. A drop of ice cream clings to his lower lip, and before I can stop myself, I'm reaching up to brush it away with my thumb. The kitchen suddenly feels too small, too warm. Caspian's breath catches, and I realize how close we've gotten. He leans in slightly, and I can smell the coffee on his breath, see the dark blue rims around his brown irises. Definitely too close. It would be so easy to close the distance between us, to taste the maple sweetness on his lips. But this is a dangerous path, so I pull back, clearing my throat. I should probably head home, I say, my voice rougher than intended. Early start tomorrow. Oh. The disappointment in his voice is clear, but he forces a smile. Right, of course. Thanks for trying my winter ice cream experiment. As I place my bowl in the sink, our hands brush again, and the spark is impossible to ignore. For a moment, we both freeze, the simple point of contact feeling like a live wire between us. "Neat?" Caspian says softly, and something in the way he says my name makes my resolve waver. I step back, putting necessary distance between us. "Thanks for the ice cream. It was, unexpected." The word comes out more formal than I intend, and I see him flinch slightly. "That's me, full of surprises." His smile doesn't quite reach his eyes this time, and guilt twists in my stomach. I'm not ready for this. For him, for the way he makes me feel like I'm standing on the edge of something both terrifying and exhilarating. "Good night, Caspian," I manage, already heading for the door. "Good night," he calls after me, and I can hear the questions in his voice, the ones I'm not ready to answer. Outside, the cold air hits me like a slap, and I welcome it. As I make the short walk back to my door, I can still taste maple on my tongue, feel the phantom warmth of his skin against my thumb. Inside my apartment, I lean against the closed door and let out a long breath. I should know better by now. I bolt straight to the bathroom, desperate to wash away the day's grime and the even dirtier thoughts plaguing my mind. Stepping under the shower, I let the hot water beat down on my tense muscles, willing the spray to wash away the memory of those deep brown eyes and the way my heart stuttered when he smiled at me. I lather up with my body soap, trying to focus on anything but the way Caspian's dark hair falls in his eyes when he laughs. Damn it, that laugh! It's like bells chiming in my cold, barren chest. The steam billows around me, a cloud of warmth that should be comforting. Instead, all I can think about is the lingering scent of coffee and cinnamon from Caspian's apartment. The memory of it as vivid as if I were still standing in his kitchen. My body thrums with an energy I can barely contain. I want to run, scream, grab Caspian and never let go. The intensity of it all leaves me breathless. "This wasn't supposed to happen," I whisper, my voice barely audible over the pounding water. "I do casual hookups once a month to take the edge off. No attachments, and no reason to get my heart broken." But even as I say the words, I know it's too late. Caspian has burrowed his way under my skin, into my very core, and I have no idea what to do about it. My hand drifts lower, almost of its own accord. The hot water cascades over my skin, but it's nothing compared to the heat building inside me. I close my eyes, giving in to the vivid images of Caspian. "Fuck," I breathe as my fingers wrap around my cock. The sensation is electric, sending shivers through my body despite the steam surrounding me. I'm taken back to our ice skating night, the way Caspian clung to me as we glided across the rink. His body pressed against mine, those slender fingers gripping my arms. I can almost feel the warmth of his breath on my neck. "Cass," I whisper, my hand moving faster. The connection I felt in that moment crashes over me again, intensifying every touch, every stroke. My free hand braces against the shower wall as I lose myself in the fantasy. His tan skin glistening with water droplets, those dark eyes looking up at me with desire. "God, what are you doing to me?" I groan, torn between the pleasure coursing through my body and the conflict raging in my mind. The image of Caspian's face when I tried his blueberry muffins flashes through my mind, so vivid I can almost taste the sweetness on my tongue. His eyes had been wide with anticipation, sparkling as he watched me take that first bite. The way his whole face lit up when I finished it. It wasn't just about the muffins being good. It was about him wanting my approval. My hand moves faster, almost of its own accord. "Fuck," I mutter, feeling the tension coiling tighter in my belly. The steam swirls around me, hot and thick, mirroring the heat building inside me. I close my eyes, lost in the sensory overload. The scent of my shampoo mingles with the phantom aroma of coffee that clings to every thought of Caspian. My skin tingles, hypersensitive to every drop of water, every brush of my fingers. The desperation grows, a needy ache that consumes me. I bite my lip, trying to stifle the sounds threatening to escape. My hips buck involuntarily, chasing the release that feels tantalizingly close, yet impossibly far. Caspian, I groan, his name a prayer and a curse all at once. I can't help it. My mind drifts into dangerous territory, his lean body pressed against mine under the cascade of hot water, those expressive dark eyes, usually sparkling with mirth, now heavy-lidded and intense. God, Nate, he whispers, his voice husky. I've wanted this for so long. My hand moves faster, more urgently. In my fantasy, I run my fingers through Caspian's jet-black hair, marveling at its softness. I trace the contours of his face, his skin warm and inviting under my touch. Cass, I groan, lost in the vividness of my imagination. The tiled wall is cool against my back as I brace myself, legs trembling. My breath comes in ragged gasps. The pressure builds, a white-hot coil of pleasure threatening to snap. I'm teetering on the precipice, caught between fantasy and reality, desperate for release. Caspian! I cry out, my voice echoing off the shower walls as I come undone. The release crashes over me in waves, intense and all-consuming. As the aftershocks subside, I'm left panting, the hot water cascading over my trembling body. The catharsis is overwhelming. It's as if all the confusion, desire, and emotional turmoil I've been carrying have momentarily washed away with my release. I stand there, letting the water run over me, feeling both drained and oddly energized as the evidence of my desire swirls down the drain. Well, that happened, I mutter, running a hand through my wet hair. I turn off the shower and step out, wrapping a towel around my waist. Wiping the steam from the mirror, I stare at my reflection. You're in trouble, buddy, I tell myself, shaking my head. Thank fuck my bathroom is all the way on the other side of the duplex. Morning arrives with the soft glow of winter sunlight filtering through my bedroom window. I'm still groggy, my mind clouded with fragments of dreams I'd rather not analyze too closely. The memory of last night's shower makes my cheeks warm despite the morning chill. A mechanical scraping sound from outside draws my attention. I push myself up and peer through the frost-edged window. My heart does that annoying flutter when I spot Caspian in his driveway, wielding a snow shovel that looks too big for him. He's drowning in my oversized winter coat. It would be comical if it wasn't so endearing. He's clearly struggling, stopping every few shovelfuls to catch his breath, his exhales visible in the crisp morning air. Damn it, I mutter, already reaching for my clothes. Something inside me crumbles as I watch him tackle the heavy snow with determined but inefficient movements. He's gonna hurt himself at this rate. 5 minutes later, I'm outside, my own shovel in hand. You're doing it wrong, I call out, trying to keep my voice neutral despite the warmth spreading through my chest at the way his face lights up when he sees me. There's a wrong way to shovel snow? He stops, leaning on his shovel with a grin far too bright for this early hour. Please, O wise Vermont native, enlighten me. I move closer, ignoring the way my heart rate picks up. You're gonna throw out your back lifting that much at once. Smaller scoops, push more than lift. Like this? He demonstrates, and I have to bite back a laugh at his exaggerated form. Here, I say, stepping behind him before I can think better of it. Let me show you. My hands cover his on the shovel handle, and I guide him through the proper motion. See? Less strain on your back this way. He's warm against my chest, and I'm suddenly very aware of how close we are. Chapter 12. Caspian. My breath catches in my throat as Nate's solid warmth presses against my back. His hands envelop mine on the shovel handle, and suddenly, clearing snow is the last thing on my mind. I'm hyper-aware of every point of contact between us. His chest against my shoulders, his arms along mine, his breath tickling my ear. Like this, he murmurs, guiding me through the motion. Push forward. Don't try to lift too much at once. I try to focus on his instructions, but it's nearly impossible with him so close. His voice rumbles through his chest and vibrates against my back. The winter air is crisp and cold, but I'm burning up inside my borrowed coat. Got it? He asks, and I realize I haven't moved or spoken in several seconds. Maybe show me one more time? I managed to say, not ready to lose this proximity, just to make sure I've got the technique right. His soft chuckle sends shivers down my spine that have nothing to do with the cold. Sure, he says, and we go through the motion again. This time, I actually pay attention to how to angle the shovel and push the snow aside rather than lifting it. See? Much easier on your back, he says, but he doesn't step away. If anything, his grip on my hands tightens slightly. Yeah, I breathe, barely trusting my voice. Much easier. The early morning sun catches the snow around us, making it sparkle like diamonds. Everything feels suspended in this moment. The crisp air, the sound of our breathing, the warmth between us. Caspian, Nate says softly, and something in his tone makes my heart stutter. I turn my head slightly, and suddenly, his face is right there, inches from mine. His blue eyes are intense, focused entirely on me, and I watch as his gaze drops to my lips. The tension between us is electric, crackling like static in the winter air. I want to turn fully in his arms to close that final distance between us. His breath mingles with mine, creating little clouds in the cold morning air. We probably shouldn't. Nate whispers, but he doesn't move away. Probably not. I agree, even as I lean slightly closer. It would complicate things. We're neighbors. And friends, I add, though the word feels inadequate for the energy buzzing between us. Right. His hands are still covering mine on the shovel handle, warm despite the cold. Friends who live next door to each other, who have to see each other every day, who share a driveway. I laugh softly. Are we trying to talk ourselves into this or out of it? Out of it, Nate says, but there's a smile in his voice. Definitely out of it. Right. I nod, finally forcing myself to step away from his warmth. Because that would be a bad idea, he finishes, letting his hands fall from mine. The morning air feels colder without him pressed against me. I turn to face him properly, and the look in his eyes makes my breath catch. There's want there, clear as day, but also something softer, more vulnerable. A terrible idea, I agree, but I'm smiling. Though I have to say, as far as bad ideas go, don't, he warns, but he's fighting a smile too. They'll make this harder than it already is. I raise my hands in surrender, still holding the shovel. Fine, fine. Friends it is. Very platonic, completely normal neighbors who occasionally share ice cream and snow shoveling techniques. Exactly. He runs a hand through his hair, and I try not to notice how adorable he looks when he's flusters. Speaking of which, let's finish clearing the snow before it gets any deeper. Yes, sir, I say with an exaggerated salute, and his resulting eye roll makes me grin. Show me that technique again, from a safe, friendly distance this time. Well, that answers the other question. At least he's into men. We managed to clear the rest of the driveway without any more almost kisses, though I catch Nate watching me more than once. Each time our eyes meet, that spark of electricity crackles between us, making it harder to remember why kissing him would be a bad idea. That should do it, Nate says finally, leaning on his shovel and surveying our work. The driveway is clear, though more snow is already starting to drift down. Thanks for the help, I say, trying not to stare at the way the exercise has brought a flush to his cheeks, and for lending me the coat. You know it's yours for as long as you need it, he says. I hide my smile at his protective instinct. Thanks. I should head inside and get ready for work. Right, of course. He takes a step back, creating more distance between us. I should do the same. We both hesitate, neither wanting to be the first to leave. Finally, Nate clears his throat. Well, I'll see you around. Yeah, I say, watching as he turns and heads back to his house. Even in retreat, he's graceful, his long legs carrying him easily through the snow. Inside my kitchen, I grab my car keys and the container of muffins I baked last night. They're not quite as fluffy as I'd hoped, but the caramelized pecans on top should make up for it. The familiar scent of cinnamon and maple helps ground me, pulling my thoughts away from broad shoulders and blue eyes. When I step back outside, Nate is already at his truck, brushing snow off the windshield. He looks up as I approach my car, and for a moment, we just stand there, the morning quiet broken only by the soft pat of snow hitting the ground. Drive safe, he calls over. The roads might be slick. You too, I reply, and it hits me how domestic this feels. This morning goodbye in our shared driveway. As I slide into my car, all I can think is that while kissing Nate might be a bad idea, it's starting to feel inevitable. Like gravity, pulling us slowly but surely together, no matter how much we try to resist. I start my car and let it warm up, watching as Nate's truck pulls out of the driveway ahead of me. His taillights glow red through the falling snow, and I wonder if he feels this same magnetic pull, this sense of inevitability. The drive to Special Blend gives me time to clear my head, or at least attempt to. But every time I adjust my position, I catch the scent of Nate's coat wrapped around me, a mixture of pine and something uniquely him that makes my stomach flutter. I wonder how many days it will take before his scent fades completely from the fabric, and I can no longer breathe in the comforting essence that's so distinctly Nate. Friends, I remind myself firmly. We agreed on being friends. Still, as I park in front of the coffee shop and gather my things, I can't shake the memory of how perfectly we fit together this morning or the way his eyes darkened when they fell to my lips. The container of muffins feels steady and real in my hands as I unlock the door, grounding me in the present moment and the tasks ahead. The morning rush hits Special Blend like a caffeine-craving wave. I barely have time to think about Nate between making lattes and serving muffins, which is probably for the best. The regulars seem especially chatty today, maybe because of the snow, and I find myself falling into an easy rhythm of small talk and coffee making.
This muffin is lovely,
Mrs. Henderson says.
The pecans really make it special.
I'm not sure she means it, but she's taking another bite, so maybe they're not so bad. I'm about to thank her when the bell above the door chimes and Felix walks in, unwinding a colorful scarf from his neck. His cheeks are pink from the cold, and he looks slightly frazzled. "Please tell me you have something warm and caffeinated," he says, approaching the counter. "I just spent an hour at the craft store trying to find the perfect gift for a 7-year-old who, according to Arya, is obsessed with unicorns, but only the sparkly kind, not the regular kind." "Well, you've come to the right place for post-shopping therapy," I say, starting to prepare my newest specialty drink. "How about trying today's feature? It's a maple cinnamon latte with a hint of nutmeg. I call it Winter Comfort." Felix slumps onto one of the bar stools at the counter. "That sounds perfect. And one of whatever Mrs. Henderson is having," he adds, eyeing her muffin. "They look amazing. Maple pecan muffins," I tell him, sliding one onto a plate. "Fresh baked last night." "Oh, you're a lifesaver," Felix says, then leans forward conspiratorially. "So, anything interesting happened this morning? You seem different. Good different." I feel my cheeks warm and not from the steam of the espresso machine. Different how? "I don't know," he says, studying me. "You're kind of glowing? Please tell me there's a story there." I busy myself with the latte art, trying to keep my voice casual. Nothing to tell. Just helped my neighbors shovel snow this morning." "Mm-hmm," Felix hums skeptically. "Would this be the same gorgeous neighbor you mentioned the other day? The one with the blue eyes?" The foam heart I'm trying to create turns into more of a blob as my hand jerks slightly. "Maybe?" Felix's eyes light up. "Oh, there's definitely a story there. Spill." "There's nothing to spill," I insist, though I can feel my face getting warmer. "We're just friends. Very specifically, deliberately just friends." "Uh-huh," Felix says, sipping his latte. "And how's that working out for you?" I think about this morning, Nate's arms around me, his breath on my neck, the way time seemed to stop when our eyes met. It's complicated. "The best stories usually are," Felix says with a knowing smile. "But sometimes the complicated ones turn out to be worth it." I hand him his muffin, grateful for the distraction of another customer walking in. Maybe, I say non-committally. But for now, I'm focusing on getting this place ready for the Winter Wishes Festival. Speaking of which, are you bringing the girls? Felix allows the subject change, launching into his daughter's excitement about the festival, but his knowing look tells me this conversation isn't over. As I listen to him talk about Elsa's and Arya's plans for their wishes, I can't help but wonder what wish I might hang on the tree myself. Something about blue eyes and shared driveways comes to mind, but I quickly push the thought away. After all, we agreed to be just friends, even if my heart keeps forgetting to listen. Chapter 13. Nate. I shift the box in my hands as I climb the familiar steps to my parents' house. The January wind whips around me, but I barely notice it anymore after years of working outdoors. Before I can knock, the door swings open and Mom's there with her usual bright smile.
Nate, perfect timing, honey.
She pulls me into a quick hug, careful not to jostle the gift I'm carrying. A blur of pink glitter and dark curls races past Mom.
Uncle Nate!
Lottie crashes into my legs, nearly knocking me off balance.
What did you bring me? Is it my present? Can I open it now?
Lottie! My brother's stern voice carries from the hallway as he appears behind her. What did we just talk about? Birthdays aren't all about presents. My niece heaves a dramatic sigh that only a 7-year-old can manage.
Oh, I know, Dad.
She looks up at me with those big brown eyes that are impossible to resist.
But maybe just one tiny peek?
I can't help but laugh. Well, since she asked so nicely, I glance at Jasper, who shakes his head but gives me a slight nod. Lottie's face lights up as I hand her the gift box. She plops down right there in the entryway, cross-legged on the floor, and carefully lifts the lid. Her squeal of delight echoes through the house.
A unicorn! Look, Daddy, look! Uncle Nate made me a unicorn!
She lifts the carved figure from its nest of wood shavings, running her fingers over the smooth maple surface. I spent weeks getting the details just right. The flowing mane, the spiraled horn, the delicate legs poised mid-gallop. The wood's natural grain gives it a magical shimmer in the light.
It's beautiful, honey,
Mom says, reaching down to brush Lottie's hair back.
What do we say?
Lottie jumps up and throws her arms around my waist.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. She's perfect. I'm gonna name her Starlight.
You're welcome, kiddo. I ruffle her hair, warmth spreading through my chest at her reaction. This is why I love working with wood, seeing the joy it brings people, especially Lottie. I turn to my brother. He's got the look I see so often on him. You okay? I ask. He shrugs. I guess. Days like these are hard. Lottie's fine now, but this morning she cried for her mom. It's heartbreaking knowing Tara is missing all of these milestones. I pull him into a hug. She's watching over you two and seeing it all. I promise. My mom's eyes meet mine and we exchange a look. It's been 3 years, but sometimes it feels like yesterday since Tara's accident. Anyway, this is a party, right? Jasper says, pulling back. Let me take a moment upstairs and I'll be right back.
Nate,
Mom says, touching my arm.
There's someone special I'd like you to meet.
I follow her into the living room and that's when I see him. Caspian? The name slips from my lips before I can stop it. He's standing by the fireplace, wearing a soft-looking sweater that makes his tan skin glow in the warm light. And his dark eyes meet mine with a mixture of surprise and something else I can't quite read.
Oh!
Mom looks between us, eyebrows raised.
You two know each other?
The last person I expected to see in my parents' house was the man who's been occupying my thoughts since he bumped into me, groceries first. The man whose coffee shop I've been deliberately avoiding, even though every morning I want nothing more than to see his smile again. Lottie tugs at my hand, breaking the moment.
Uncle Nate, come see where I'm going to put Starlight in my room.
I let her pull me forward, my eyes still locked with Caspian's. As I pass him, he gives me a small smile that makes my heart skip, and I realize this day just got a lot more interesting than I'd planned. I'll be right there, Lottie, I managed to say, my voice steadier than I feel. Because right now, all I can think about is how the universe seems determined to keep putting Caspian Lane in my path. And I'm starting to wonder if maybe that's not such a bad thing after all. He's my new neighbor. I explained to Mom, watching as her face lights up with delight. Of course she's thrilled. She's been not so subtly hinting that I should get out more for months now.
How wonderful!
She clasps her hands together.
Caspian just bought special blend from Old Mac. Isn't that exciting?
Very, I agree, trying not to think about how good Caspian looks in the soft lighting of my parents' living room, or how his eyes keep finding mine across the space between us.
Uncle Nate!
Lottie's impatient voice carries down the stairs.
You promised.
Duty calls, I say, grateful for the excuse to escape before Mom can start her matchmaking efforts. I know that gleam in her eye all too well.
Go on.
Mom waves me away.
Caspian and I were just discussing plans for the Winter Wishes Festival anyway. He's going to have a coffee station set up in the park.
I catch Caspian's smile as I head for the stairs. I'll also have hot chocolate and homemade marshmallows, he adds. The comment takes me immediately back to the night we went ice skating on the lake. Upstairs, Lottie's room is exactly what you'd expect from a 7-year-old girl obsessed with both unicorns and dinosaurs. The wooden T-Rex I made her last Christmas stands guard next to her bed, and now she's arranging Starlight on her bookcase with careful precision.
There!
She declares proudly.
Now she can watch over all my books.
Perfect spot, I agree, settling on her rainbow-covered bed. So, how's school going? Lottie launches into a detailed account of first-grade politics, complete with dramatic reenactments of playground disputes and lunchroom trades. I listen, nodding at all the right moments, but my mind keeps drifting back downstairs. To Caspian, to the way he looked at me when I walked in, to the fact that he's here, in my parents' house, probably charming my mother with that infectious smile of his.
Uncle Nate?
Lottie's voice breaks through my thoughts.
Are you listening?
Sorry, kiddo. Got distracted for a second there. She gives me a look that's pure Jasper, all-knowing eyes and raised eyebrows.
Is it because of the pretty man downstairs?
I nearly choke. What?
Grandma says he's pretty.
She says matter-of-factly, adjusting Starlight's position once again.
And that you need someone nice in your life. Is he nice?
Out of the mouths of babes, I run a hand through my hair, wondering how to answer that. Yeah, I finally say. He's nice. Lottie nods, satisfied.
Good. Because you look at him the way Daddy looks at pictures of Mommy sometimes. All soft and sad and happy at the same time.
My heart clenches at that. Leave it to a 7-year-old to cut right to the heart of things. You're pretty observant, aren't you? She shrugs, climbing up next to me on the bed.
That's what Miss Thompson says. She's my teacher.
You know what? I say gently, nudging her shoulder. I think we should head back downstairs. Don't want to leave your friends waiting too long. Lottie's eyes widen.
Oh, I forgot Aria and Elsa are here.
She hops off the bed, already heading for the door.
And they haven't seen Starlight yet.
I follow her, trying not to think about how returning downstairs means facing Caspian again, looking unfairly attractive in that sweater. But as Lottie races ahead of me, chattering about showing off her unicorn, I realize I'm more eager than anxious to rejoin the party. When I get downstairs, I pause at the living room doorway. Caspian is sitting on the couch, deep in conversation with a man I don't recognize. They're laughing about something, and their easy familiarity makes my stomach twist uncomfortably. The stranger has a polished look, wearing a fitted button-down shirt and designer jeans that make him look effortlessly put together. He's undeniably attractive, and seeing him sitting so close to Caspian, both of them looking like they belong in a magazine spread, makes something uncomfortable twist in my gut. Lottie rushes past me, unicorn held high. I guess that's not staying on the shelf.
Aria, Elsa, look what Uncle Nate made me.
2 girls around Lottie's age crowd around her, admiring the wooden unicorn. The stranger looks up at the commotion, and I notice his eyes are kind when he smiles at the girls.
Careful with that, Aria,
he calls out.
Let Lottie show you properly.
Caspian spots me hovering in the doorway and waves me over.
Nate, come meet Felix. He's the one I mentioned just moved to town, too.
I move closer as Felix stands and extends his hand.
So you're the famous woodworker, he says, shaking my hand. Those girls haven't stopped talking about the dinosaur in Lottie's room since we got here. And now the unicorn? You've got some serious talent.
Thanks, I reply, watching Caspian's eyes light up with interest.
Why am I not surprised that you made that T-Rex too? Caspian says. Lottie showed it to me earlier. The detail's incredible.
The admiration in his voice makes my cheeks warm. It's just a hobby. I shrug, but I can't help feeling pleased.
A hobby that makes little girls very happy,
Felix adds, glancing at where the 3 girls are now setting up what appears to be a unicorn dinosaur tea party.
Aria, sweetie, make sure you share the dinosaur with Lottie and Elsa. I will, Dad.
Arya says, carefully arranging plastic teacups around Starlight.
We're going to name all the dinosaurs, and then they're going to dance with the unicorn.
Felix stretches, rising from his seat. I'm going to grab a drink. Can I get either of you anything? I'd love some water, Caspian replies, and when his eyes meet mine, they're warm and inviting. Nate? Water's good, I manage, trying not to focus on how my name sounds in his voice. As Felix heads to the kitchen, Caspian pats the spot next to him on the couch. Join me? I settle beside him, careful to leave enough space between us, though every part of me wants to lean closer. So, that's your new friend, Felix. Chapter 14. Caspian. Yes, he's really nice, isn't he? His girls are adorable. They seem so. He replies, and I detect something in his voice. So, I lean in slightly, lowering my voice. What will it take to convince you to take a commission from me? Or is it only sparkly dressed tutu-wearing little girls you work for? His eyes dart to mine, and I watch his throat work as he swallows. I could be convinced. Do you own a tutu? I tilt my head so my lips are close to his ear. I do, actually. His Adam's apple bobs. I'd love to see your workshop sometime. I press on, fully aware of how suggestive that sounds. It's probably cruel of me to tease him like this, but the way his breath catches makes it hard to stop. I'd love to see you create something with those skilled hands of yours. Nate shifts on the couch, putting a bit more space between us. You're playing with fire, Caspian, he warns, but there's a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. How did you end up here anyway? At my parents' house of all places. The abrupt subject change makes me chuckle. Catherine invited me, actually. Turns out our moms were best friends growing up. I accept the glass of water Felix passes me as he returns. She's going to be supplying pastries for Special Blend. Says she misses baking professionally. Mom's apple turnovers are legendary. Nate agrees, taking his own water. The whole town practically rioted when old Mac announced his retirement, not because of his retirement, but because there was no one to take over. Well, now they'll be available again at my shop. I can't resist adding. You should stop by sometime. Try one fresh from the oven. His eyes meet mine over the rim of his glass, and the tension between us crackles like static electricity. Maybe I will. Felix clears his throat, reminding us we're not alone, and I feel my cheeks heat. I've been so focused on Nate that I almost forgot where we are. Lottie and her friends are still playing nearby, their cheerful voices a reminder that we're at a family gathering. I straighten, trying to look more composed than I feel. So, Felix, I say, perhaps a bit too brightly, I have a long list of books for the book corner at Special Blend. I'd love if you could have a look at it and help me narrow it down to the space available. From the corner of my eye, I catch Nate hiding a smirk behind his water glass. He knows exactly what I'm doing, and I resist the urge to stick my tongue out at him. Catherine bustles in from the kitchen, saving me from my awkward attempt at changing the subject.
Who wants birthday cake? Girls, wash your hands first.
The children scattered toward the bathroom, their excited chatter echoing down the hallway. As everyone starts moving toward the dining room, Nate leans close, so close I can smell the crisp winter air still clinging to his jacket. Real smooth there. He murmurs, and the warmth of his breath against my ear sends a shiver down my spine. I turn my head slightly, meeting his amused gaze. I have no idea what you're talking about. He chuckles, low and deep, and the sound does dangerous things to my composure. Sure you don't. Before I can respond, Lottie comes racing back, grabbing both our hands.
Uncle Nate, can Mr. Caspian sit next to us, please?
I watch Nate's expression soften as he looks at his niece. Well, that's up to Mr. Caspian, kiddo. I'd be honored, I say, earning a brilliant smile from Lottie and a complicated look from Nate that makes my heart skip. And please, just call me Caspian. Mr. Caspian makes me feel like I'm as old as those dinosaurs you were playing with. Lottie giggles, covering her mouth with her hand.
But dinosaurs are really, really old, like 1,000,000 billion years.
I give her a pointed stare. Exactly. I'm only 29. Lottie scrunches her nose.
That's still pretty old.
She bounces on her tiptoes, cupping her hand around her ear to whisper conspiratorially,
Uncle Nate is even older. He's 35. That's even older than Daddy.
Is that so? I whisper back, sneaking a glance at Nate, who's watching our exchange with raised eyebrows. Well, I think your Uncle Nate wears his old age very well. Lottie nods seriously.
Aunt Addie says he's like a fine wine. I don't know what that means, but it makes Grandma laugh.
Lottie! Nate interrupts, his cheeks pink. Why don't you go help Grandma with the cake? She skips off, leaving us in a moment of charged silence. I can't help but smile at how flustered he looks. A fine wine, huh? I'm gonna kill Addie, Nate mutters, but there's no real heat in his voice. Come on, we should join everyone before Mom starts wondering where we are. Where is Addie, by the way? Burlington. Jasper had to change the party after Lottie was unwell on her birthday, so Addie's missing it. As we make our way to the dining room, I notice how Nate's hand finds the small of my back, guiding me through the doorway. It's such a casual gesture, but it sends warmth spreading through my entire body. He seems to realize what he's done and quickly drops his hand, but the phantom touch lingers. Catherine has transformed the dining room into a celebration of sparkles and unicorns. Paper streamers cascade from the ceiling, and the table is set with plates featuring prancing horses with glittery horns. In the center, a magnificent cake takes center stage, 3 tiers of white frosting decorated with edible silver stars and a perfectly sculpted fondant unicorn. Mom, Nate says, clearly impressed. You've outdone yourself.
Nothing but the best for my granddaughter.
Catherine beams, arranging candles on the cake.
Caspian, dear, would you mind helping me with these?
I step forward to assist, aware of Nate's eyes following my movements. As I help Catherine place the candles, she leans close and whispers,
I'm so glad you came tonight. It's been ages since I've seen Nate smile like that.
I nearly drop the candle I'm holding, but before I can respond, Lottie and her friends burst into the room, followed by the rest of the party guests. The room fills with excited chatter and laughter as everyone gathers around the table. Lottie bounces in place between Nate and me, her energy contagious. I steal glances at Nate while Catherine lights the candles, noticing how the warm glow softens his features and makes his eyes even bluer.
Ready, everyone?
Catherine asks, dimming the lights.
On 3.
The room erupts in a somewhat chaotic rendition of Happy Birthday, with Lottie beaming at the center. I join in, but I'm hyper-aware of Nate's deep voice beside me, how our shoulders brush as we sway slightly to the familiar tune. When it's time to blow out the candles, Lottie takes a deep breath, screwing up her face in concentration.
Wait!
She exclaims suddenly.
I have to make my wish.
She closes her eyes tight, and I catch Nate watching her with such tenderness that my heart aches. After a moment, Lottie opens her eyes and blows out all the candles in one impressive gust to enthusiastic applause.
What did you wish for, sweetie?
Catherine asks, already picking up the cake knife.
Grandma!
Lottie looks scandalized.
I can't tell you. Then it won't come true.
She looks up at me with those big blue eyes.
Right, Caspian?
Absolutely right. I agree solemnly. Birthday wish rules are very serious business. As Catherine starts serving cake, I feel Nate's breath against my ear. She probably wished for more unicorns, he murmurs. Or maybe a real dinosaur this time? I turn slightly. Our face is closer than expected. And what would you wish for? I ask softly before I can stop myself. The moment hangs between us, charged with possibility until someone calls out, Nate, can you help me with the ice cream in the garage? Nate straightens, breaking our connection. Coming, Dad. He calls back, giving me an apologetic look before heading out of the room. I watch him go, still feeling the ghost of his proximity, when Felix slides into the empty space beside me. You two seem cozy, he observes, accepting a slice of cake from Catherine. We're just friends. I say automatically, though the words feel hollow even to my ears. Felix raises an eyebrow. Really? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you'd wish for something more? He takes a bite of cake, then adds, You know, the wishing tree in the city park is already accepting wishes for the Winter Wishes Festival. Might be worth a visit. Felix, I warn, but he just grins. I'm just saying. He shrugs, watching Nate return with a gallon of vanilla ice cream. Sometimes a little wish can go a long way. I'm saved from responding by Lottie tugging on my sleeve, demanding my opinion on whether unicorns prefer cake or ice cream. But as I launch into a detailed explanation about magical creatures and their dessert preferences, I can't help but think about Felix's words and the way Nate's eyes keep finding mine across the room. The party begins winding down as the evening progresses, parents gathering their sleepy children and making their goodbyes. I'm helping Catherine clear some plates when Nate approaches, his keys jingling in his hand. "Did you drive here?" he asks, and something in his tone makes my pulse quicken. "No, I took a cab," I reply, stacking the last of the dessert plates. The forecast mentioned more snow, and I'm still not confident driving in it. "I can give you a ride home," he offers, and though his voice is casual, there's an undercurrent of something more. "I've got the truck." Felix catches my eye from across the room, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. I resist the urge to roll my eyes at him. "That would be great, actually, thank you." "Perfect," Nate says, and the smile he gives me makes my stomach flip. "Just let me grab my coat."
"I'm so delighted you two are neighbors,"
Catherine says with a knowing look that makes me wonder if everyone can see right through me.
"At this time of year with the snow, it's nice having someone you can rely on nearby."
"That's very true," I reply warmly. "I'm already grateful for the welcoming community here." As I gather my things, Felix's comment about the wishing tree pops into my head. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to make a wish of my own. After all, sometimes the universe has a way of bringing people together, even if they're trying their best to stay apart. Chapter 15. Nate. The truck's engine purrs to life as I turn the key, and beside me, Caspian is practically vibrating with energy. Even in the dim glow of the dashboard lights, I can see his eyes sparkling as he talks animatedly about the party. "Your family is incredible, Nate. I mean, Catherine's baking skills alone are legendary, but the way she transformed that dining room into a unicorn paradise, pure magic." He turns in his seat to face me better, and I have to force myself to keep my eyes on the road. "And Lottie, she's absolutely precious. The way she was so serious about the wish rules. I couldn't handle it." A smile tugs at my lips, both at his enthusiasm and the memory. "She takes her wishes very seriously. Last year, she wouldn't even tell my brother what she wished for until after her next birthday, just to be absolutely certain it wouldn't jinx anything." "Smart kid." Caspian laughs, and the sound does something warm and dangerous to my chest. Though I have to say, the dinosaur-unicorn crossover story she came up with was pretty inspired. Maybe she'll be a writer like Felix. Instead of taking the turn that would lead us toward our neighborhood, I make a left heading downtown. Caspian notices immediately. Nate, pretty sure we live in the opposite direction," he says, though he doesn't sound concerned, just curious. "We need to make a stop first," I reply, trying to keep my voice casual even as my heart hammers against my ribs. "If that's okay." He settles back in his seat, a small smile playing on his lips. Mysterious detour? I'm intrigued. The snow has started falling again, fat flakes drifting lazily through the glow of the streetlights. The city park is mostly deserted because of the snowfall, exactly what I'd hoped for. I park the truck and turn to Caspian, who's watching me with raised eyebrows. "Trust me?" I ask, and my voice comes out rougher than I intended. Against my better judgment. He teases, but he's already reaching for his door handle. The cold hits us as we step out of the truck, and I watch Caspian pull his coat tighter around himself. The snow crunches beneath our boots as we make our way across the park, past the darkened windows of Special Blend. Caspian's eyes widen as he realizes where we're heading. "The wishing tree?" he asks softly, and something in his voice makes me pause. "Felix mentioned it to you, didn't he?" I smile at his surprised look. "I overheard him at the party, and from your expression, it seemed you were curious about it. I know you've been busy with Special Blend and might not have noticed it's already accepting wishes." The majestic fir tree dominates this corner of the city park near the gazebo, its evergreen branches adorned with thousands of twinkling lights. Planted generations ago, it has become the heart of Maplewood's festivals, but none more so than during the Winter Wishes Festival. Now, its strong limbs bear not just snow, but hundreds of delicate ornamental balls, each containing someone's written hope or dream, swaying gently in the winter breeze. I lead him closer. It's a tradition in our town. During the Winter Wishes Festival, people hang their wishes on the tree. Some say they come true if you believe hard enough. Caspian's eyes are fixed on the dancing lights, his face soft with wonder. Do you believe that? I don't. I admit, leading him to the small booth where an elderly woman is bundled against the cold. But I respect that others do. I gesture to Mrs. Hamilton, who's been staffing the wishing tree booth for as long as I can remember. One wishing kit, please. Mrs. Hamilton's eyes twinkle as she hands me a kit, a piece of paper, a pen, and a delicate decorative ball that splits in half to hold the written wish.
May your wishes be true to your heart,
she says, and while I admire his sentiment, I am living proof that wishing for something doesn't make it happen. Caspian's fingers brush mine as he takes the paper and pen, and there's a moment where neither of us moves, just standing in the gentle snowfall surrounded by the quiet magic of the scene. So, he says finally, his breath visible in the cold air, do I say it aloud or is this another don't tell it or it won't come true situation? I find myself stepping closer, drawn to him like a magnet. That depends on what you're wishing for. His eyes meet mine, and the intensity I find there makes my breath catch. What if what I want to wish for goes against everything we agreed on? My heart is pounding so hard I wonder if he can hear it. The words I want to say, that being careful is killing me, that I want to throw our responsible agreement out the window catch in my throat. Instead, I watch snowflakes catch in his dark lashes, aching with everything left unsaid. He's close enough now that I can feel the warmth radiating from his body, see the way his breath quickens. The piece of paper trembles slightly in his hand as he starts to write, angling his body so I can't see the words. When he's done, he folds it carefully and tucks it into the ornamental ball. Are you sure you don't want to make a wish? He asks softly, holding out the pen. I shake my head, gently refusing. I'm not much for wishes anymore. They don't really work out for me. I watch as he hangs his wish on a lower branch of the tree, the sphere gently swaying in the winter breeze. In the twinkling lights, I can see Caspian's cheeks are flushed. Whether from the cold or something else, I'm not sure. The tension between us crackles like the static in the winter air. For a moment, I'm tempted to reach up and grab the ornament and read what he wished for, even though I have a feeling I already know. Instead, I shove my hands deep into my pockets. We should get back to the truck, I say, my voice hoarse. It's getting colder. Caspian nods, but he doesn't move right away. He's still staring at his wish, swaying gently among all the others. Finally, he turns to me with a soft smile that makes my chest ache. Thank you for bringing me here, he says. I've been so busy I've only looked at the tree from afar. We walk back to the truck in companionable silence, our shoulders brushing occasionally. The snow is falling harder now, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that makes everything feel slightly surreal. Once inside, I crank up the heat, watching as Caspian rubs his gloved hands together. Better? I ask, and he nods, though I notice he's shivering slightly. The drive home seems both too long and too short. Caspian is quieter now, lost in thought, and I find myself stealing glances at his profile, illuminated by passing streetlights. When we pull up the driveway, we climb out into the softly falling snow. Our footsteps crunch and sync as we walk up the path together, stopping in that familiar space between our front doors. Do you want to know what I wished for? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. I reach out, brushing a snowflake from his cheek with my thumb. I thought that was against the rules. His smile is soft and a little dangerous. Maybe some rules are meant to be broken. Before I can second-guess myself, I step closer, eliminating the careful distance we've been maintaining. If you break the rules about the wish, I murmur, letting my hand slide from his cheek to cup the back of his neck. What other rules might we break? Caspian's breath hitches, his eyes darkening as they drop to my lips. I wished, he says softly, leaning into my touch, that you would stop being so damn responsible. A laugh bubbles in my chest, part relief and part anticipation. Careful what you wish for, I warn, but I'm already pulling him closer, my other hand finding his waist. I'm really not feeling careful right now. He breathes, and then his mouth is on mine. The first brush of his lips is gentle, almost hesitant, like he's giving me a chance to pull away. But I'm done with hesitation, done with being responsible. I deepen the kiss, drawing a soft sound from him that makes my blood sing. His hands come up to fist my jacket, pulling me closer as he parts his lips beneath mine. Snow continues to fall around us, but I barely notice the cold. Caspian is warm and solid against me, his mouth hot and eager as he kisses me back with an intensity that makes my head spin. I slide my hand into his hair, reveling in its softness, using my grip to tilt his head for a better angle. He makes another one of those intoxicating sounds, somewhere between a gasp and a moan, and I feel it reverberate through my entire body. His tongue traces my bottom lip, and any remaining thoughts of being careful evaporate like steam. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing heavily. Caspian's lips are slightly swollen, his cheeks flushed, and snowflakes are caught in his dark hair. He looks thoroughly kissed and absolutely beautiful. Well, he says a bit breathlessly, I guess wishes do come true. I laugh, touching my forehead to his. Maybe I was wrong about the wishing tree after all. He hums contentedly, pressing closer. Or maybe some things are worth breaking the rules for. I can't argue with that logic, especially not when he's looking at me like this, snowflakes melting on his eyelashes and his lips still pink from our kiss. We should probably go inside, I suggest, though I make no move to release him. Before we freeze? Probably, he agrees, but instead of stepping back, he rises up slightly to press another soft kiss to my lips, though I'm feeling pretty warm right now. I groan softly, tightening my grip on his waist. You're dangerous, you know that? Says the man who drove me to the wishing tree on a snowy evening. He teases, finally pulling back just enough to meet my eyes. No more being responsible? Maybe we can find a balance, I suggest, stealing one last kiss before reluctantly letting him go. Between responsible and reckless. As we part ways to our respective doors, the snow falling gently around us, I catch him looking back at me with a smile that makes my heart skip. Maybe there's something to this wishing business after all. Chapter 16. Caspian. I close my front door and lean against it, my heart still racing and my lips tingling from Nate's kisses. For a moment, I stand there in the dark entryway, touching my fingers to my mouth and grinning like an idiot. The house is quiet except for my slightly uneven breathing, and I can still feel the ghost of his hands on my waist and in my hair. Fuck you, kiss well, Nathan Stone, I whisper to myself. I fumble for the light switch, blinking as warm light floods the room. My coat is still dusted with melting snow, and I shrug it off, hanging it up with hands that aren't quite steady. The entire evening feels dreamlike. Lottie's birthday party, the wishing tree, and then that kiss. Those kisses, plural, my brain helpfully corrects. I'm halfway to the kitchen when my phone starts blaring Walking on Sunshine, Marcus's personally selected ringtone. The timing is so perfect I almost laughed out loud. Of course my best friend would somehow sense that my carefully constructed world just tilted on its axis. You're alive! Marcus's voice booms through the speaker before I can even say hello. I was starting to think you'd frozen solid in that small-town winter wonderland of yours. I'm fine, I say, unable to keep the smile out of my voice. Just been busy with the coffee shop. Busy? Cass, it's been radio silence since you left Phoenix. I was about to send out a search party. There's a pause, and I can practically hear the gears turning in his head. Wait a minute. What's wrong with your voice? Nothing's wrong with my voice, I protest, but even I can hear the breathless quality in my words. Oh my God. Marcus's tone shifts from accusatory to delighted in an instant. You met someone. I did not. Don't even try to lie to me, Caspian James Lane. I've known you since we were 12. That's your I just got kissed and I'm trying not to be obvious about it voice. I sink onto my couch, running a hand through my snow-damp hair. How do I even have a specific voice for that? Because you're transparent as hell when you're into someone. Remember that guy from college? What was his name? Elijah? You sounded exactly like this after your first date. Marcus's smugness radiates through the phone. So spill. Who is he? Please tell me it's not some flannel-wearing lumberjack type. I bite my lip, thinking of Nate's perfectly fitted sweater from tonight. He's not exactly a lumberjack, but there is a he. I knew it! Marcus crows triumphantly. Details now, and don't you dare try to change the subject. It's complicated, I hedge, even as my eyes drift to the window where I can just make out the warm glow of lights from Nate's house. He's my neighbor, actually. Your neighbor? Marcus's voice rises an octave. Hold up. You moved to small-town USA and immediately fall for the guy next door? This is getting more Hallmark by the minute. I groan, sliding farther down into the couch cushions. He's a forest product technician, and he was definitely off limits. Is off limits. Was. I don't even know anymore. What now? Marcus asks. What the hell is a forest product technician? He basically works with wood products and sustainable forestry practices. You know, making sure the forests are managed properly, testing wood quality, that kind of thing. Something tells me those limits just got seriously tested, Marcus says, and I can hear the grin in his voice. What happened to I'm just going to focus on the coffee shop and avoid complications? That was the plan, I admit, touching my lips again unconsciously. But then he took me to this wishing tree tonight, and it was snowing, and a wishing tree? God, that town really is straight out of a Hallmark movie, isn't it? Shut up, I bark, but there's no heat in it. It's actually really beautiful. The whole city park is lit with these tiny lights, and people hang their wishes on this huge fir tree during the Winter Wishes Festival. It's magical. Magical enough to make you forget about being careful, apparently, Marcus observes. So, was it worth breaking your own rules? The memory of Nate's hands on me sends a fresh wave of warmth through my body. Yeah, I breathe. Definitely worth it. Oh man, you've got it bad. Marcus chuckles. I haven't heard you sound like this since, ever, actually. I stand and start pacing, nervous energy making it impossible to sit still. I know, it's just, he's different, Marcus. He's genuine and kind, and he has this amazing family. I just spent the evening at his niece's birthday party, and they're also... I trail off, searching for the right words. Real? Marcus supplies softly. Yeah, I say, pausing by the window again. Real. And tonight, when he took me to the wishing tree, God, Marcus, the way he looked at me. Like he'd been holding back just as much as I had. So what's the problem? Because I'm hearing a lot of good things here, but I know that tone. There's a but coming. I press my forehead against the cool glass, watching snowflakes drift past. But we're neighbors, and he's connected to practically everyone in town. If this goes wrong, Marcus, his mom was my mom's childhood best friend. She's the only real connection I have left to her. If things don't work out with Nate, I could lose more than just him. I could lose that connection to my mom, this friendship we've built. I don't know if I'm ready to risk all of that. And what if it goes right? Marcus interrupts. Listen, Cass, I love you, but you have this habit of planning for disasters before they happen. Sometimes good things just happen. Maybe this is one of them. Maybe, I murmur. I just don't want to mess this up. Then don't, Marcus says like it's that simple. But don't sabotage it before it has a chance either. Now, tell me more about this kiss. Was it just a peck, or are we talking full-on movie moment? I laugh, finally moving away from the window. Definitely movie moment, complete with falling snow and everything. Of course it was. Nothing to do with the moves you played on him. Hey, speaking of moves, I say, suddenly remembering. How are things going with New York? Last time we talked, you were looking at apartments in Manhattan. There's a slight pause on the other end of the line. Oh, it's going. Still working out some details. Details? I frowned at his vague response. Usually, Marcus can't stop talking about his plans. What kind of details? Just logistics and stuff, work transfer paperwork, apartment hunting from across the country, the usual headaches. His voice sounds oddly flat. Are you still planning to leave Phoenix? I press, sensing there's something he's not telling me. Oh yeah, definitely, Marcus says quickly. 100%. I mean, I've been talking about getting out of here for 2 years now? It's happening. Just taking longer than I expected. But enough about my boring relocation drama. I want to hear more about these neighbor kisses you've been having. I roll my eyes, even though he can't see me. I'm not giving you a play-by-play, Marcus. Come on! I'm stuck in Phoenix, living vicariously through you. The least you can do is give me some details. Promise me you'll keep me updated on all future developments with Hot Forest Tech Guy? His name is Nate, I laugh. And fine, yes, I promise to keep you posted. Happy? Ecstatic. Now go dream about your Christmas tree romance or whatever's happening over there. After we hang up, I head upstairs to get ready for bed, but my mind keeps drifting back to the evening's events. In the bathroom mirror, I notice my cheeks are still flushed, my hair slightly mussed from where Nate's fingers ran through it. The memory sends a shiver down my spine. Lying in bed, all I can think about is when I'll see him again. Tomorrow? Will he come to Special Blend? Will things be awkward or will he kiss me again? I want him to kiss me again. I roll over, burying my face in my pillow with a groan. How am I supposed to sleep when all I can think about is the way his lips felt against mine? The way he held me like I was something precious. Get it together, I mutter, but I'm still smiling as I close my eyes, letting the memory of snow, winter wishes, and coffee kisses carry me into dreams. Chapter 17. Nate. The shrill ring of my phone yanks me from a particularly good dream involving snow-dusted black hair and warm lips. I fumble for my phone, squinting at the screen. Addie's name flashes back at me along with the ungodly hour. Oh, someone better be dying, I grumble into the phone.
Good morning to you too, sunshine.
Addie chirps, far too cheerful for this hour.
So, I had an interesting conversation with my favorite would-be niece this morning.
I sit up, suddenly more awake. Lottie called you? It's 7 in the morning on a Sunday.
Oh, yes. She was very excited to tell me all about Uncle Nate's new friend, Caspian.
I can hear the grin in her voice.
Apparently, he said Lottie can help him pick children's books to stock at Special Blend, so she's excited about that. Oh, and you couldn't stop looking at him during her party.
Jesus, I mutter, running a hand over my face. How does she even notice these things? She's 7.
Children are surprisingly perceptive,
Addie says sagely.
Also, according to Lottie, you were making googly eyes at him. Her words, not mine.
I groan, falling back against my pillows. I was not making googly eyes.
Sure.
Addie's laugh fills the line.
But seriously, Nate, what's going on? Last time we talked, you were adamant about keeping your distance from your cute neighbor.
The memory of last night floods back. Caspian's smile in the snow, the way he felt pressed against me, the soft sound he made when I finally kissed him. Things changed.
Obviously,
Addie says dryly.
Come on, spill. What happened?
We kissed, I admit, and my chest warms at the memory. Last night.
Oh, shit. Did I interrupt? Is he there with you?
Addie asks in a rush. No, he's not here.
Why not? Nathan Stone, I taught you better than this.
I'm saved from answering by the distinct sound of a shovel scraping against concrete. I get up and move to my window, pulling back the curtain to see Caspian bundled in his too light winter coat, clearing the fresh snow from the driveway. Why is he wearing that when he has my coat? Is he trying to catch his death?
Earth to Nate.
Addie sing-songs in my ear.
You went quiet. Is that the sound of you being distracted by your hot neighbor?
He's out there shoveling snow again, I say, watching as Caspian pauses to adjust his scarf, in that ridiculous excuse for a winter coat.
Oh my God, you're watching him through the window right now, aren't you?
Addie's delight is palpable.
This is amazing. I haven't heard you this gone over someone since, well, ever.
My phone buzzes with a notification, and I pull it away from my ear to check. Shit, there's a storm coming. It's supposed to keep snowing for the next couple of days.
Perfect excuse to check on him,
Addie says.
Maybe offer to warm him up.
Goodbye, Addie, I say firmly, but I'm already reaching for my warmest sweater.
Use protection,
she calls out cheerfully before I end the call. I dress quickly, pulling on my boots and heavy coat before heading outside. The temperature has dropped even farther overnight, and the snow is coming down steadily now. Caspian looks up as my boots crunch through the fresh powder, and his whole face lights up. "Morning," he says, slightly breathless from the exertion of shoveling. His cheeks and nose are pink from the cold, and snowflakes are caught in his dark eyelashes. It takes everything in me not to kiss him right there. "You know," I say instead, stepping closer, "normal people wait until the storm passes before shoveling. Where's your coat?" "I thought I'd get too hot. What storm?" Caspian pauses mid-shovel, looking up at me with confusion. "I'm just clearing the driveway so I can get out. I have a couple of orders to pick up for the coffee shop." "Caspian," I say gently, "there's a snowstorm warning. Nobody's going to be out today. The whole town's probably going to shut down." His face falls slightly. "Oh, I didn't realize." He looks down at his phone, pulling up the weather alert I'd seen earlier on mine. "Wow, that's a lot of snow predicted." I step closer, unable to resist reaching out to brush some snow from his shoulder. "Welcome to Vermont winters. First big storm? That obvious, huh?" He laughs, but there's a hint of worry in his eyes. "I should probably call Mac, figure out what the protocol is for days like this. Or," I say, my hand still resting on his shoulder, "you could come inside where it's warm and I can make you some coffee for a change." The smile he gives me is bright enough to melt snow. "Yeah?" "Yeah." I take the shovel from his hands, propping it against the side of his house. "Besides, we should probably talk about last night." A blush that has nothing to do with the cold spreads across his cheeks. "I probably should." We make our way through the deepening snow to my front door. Inside, Caspian immediately starts shedding layers, and I try not to stare at the way his sweater rides up as he pulls off his jacket. Your house is so warm." He sighs happily. "Wood stove," I explain, hanging up our coats. "More efficient than regular heating, especially during storms." "So," he says at the same time I go, "So." We laugh awkwardly at our simultaneous start, and when I turn around, Caspian is leaning against my counter, looking both nervous and impossibly attractive in my kitchen. "You first," I offer, focusing on measuring coffee beans to keep my hands busy. "I was actually wondering," he starts, then pauses. I glance over my shoulder to find him fidgeting with the hem of his sweater. "Would you show me your workshop? I mean, if that's okay." The request catches me off guard. I'd been bracing myself for a conversation about last night's kiss. "You want to see my workshop?" I ask, momentarily thrown by this unexpected direction. "Yeah," he says, straightening with renewed enthusiasm. "I've never met anyone who makes things by hand like that. Plus, after what Addie said about the bowls you made for her birthday when she came to Special Blend the other day," I feel my cheeks warm at his interest. Let me get this coffee started first." While the coffee brews, Caspian tells me about his plans for the children's book section at Special Blend, his hands moving animatedly as he talks. I watch the way his expression shifts, remembering how those same lips felt against mine last night. "Here," I say, handing him a steaming mug once the coffee's ready. "Workshop's through here." I lead him through the door connecting the kitchen to what used to be a garage. The space is organized chaos, tools hanging on pegboards, various pieces of wood sorted by type and size, and several projects in different stages of completion scattered across workbenches. "Oh, wow," Caspian breathes, turning in a slow circle. "This is amazing." I watch as he gravitates toward a shelf displaying finished pieces, bowls, cups, and some decorative items. His fingers hover over a small maple box with intricate leaf patterns carved into the lid. "You can touch," I tell him. "Everything's finished and sealed." He picks up the box carefully, examining the design. "You made this one too?" "Yeah, that wood had been seasoning for months, waiting for the right project. The grain pattern reminded me of falling leaves, so it seemed fitting." "I love the pieces I've seen inside and Lottie's gifts, but this is exquisite. You're so talented." Caspian's fingers trace the carved pattern, and something warm unfurls in my chest at the careful way he handles my work. He moves along the shelf, examining each piece with genuine interest, asking questions about the different types of wood and techniques. "What's this over here?" he asks, moving toward the back corner where my current project stands partially covered. I hesitate for a moment before moving to join him. It's actually something I've been working on recently." I pull back the drop cloth, revealing the unfinished furniture. A bookcase. It's beautiful, Caspian says, running his hand along one of the smooth shelves. The maple wood is a light, creamy color, with smooth grain I've left intact along the sides. The craftsmanship is incredible. These curves here. He traces the organic line of the wood. It almost looks like it grew this way naturally. I step closer, drawn in by his enthusiasm. That's the idea. I try to work with the wood's natural grain pattern, let it tell me what it wants to be. I pause, gathering my courage. It's for you. For a special blend. Caspian's hand stills on the wood. He turns to face me, eyes wide. What? But you said you don't take commissions. It's a gift, I explained quickly, suddenly nervous. You said you wanted a bookcase for your book corner, and I thought, well, I started working on it the night we went ice skating. I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling heat creep up my face. Nate, Caspian says softly, and when I look at him, his eyes are shining. I can't believe you made this for me. That's nothing, really. I breathe, caught in his gaze. I know you wanted one for the coffee shop, so... He moves closer, his hair slightly damp from the melted snow from our walk across the driveway. The rest of my sentence disappears as Caspian closes the distance between us, his lips finding mine with startling urgency. His hands grip the front of my sweater, pulling me closer as my back hits the workbench. The kiss is different from last night's, less hesitant, more demanding. And I respond in kind, one hand sliding into his hair while the other wraps around his waist. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Caspian's eyes are dark, searching my face as if looking for answers to questions he hasn't asked yet. Sorry, he whispers, though he doesn't loosen his grip on my sweater. He made me a bookcase. I lean forward, resting my forehead against his. Yeah, I breathe. I did. Nate? He whispers. I think I want to skip the talk about last night and go straight to what happens after. Chapter 18. Caspian. Nate's strong hands grip the backs of my thighs, lifting me as if I weigh nothing. The heat in his eyes makes my head spin in the best possible way, and I can't help but pull him closer between my legs. My heart hammers, butterflies in my stomach. I know this is insanity, but I don't care. I lean in, our lips mere centimeters apart, and whisper, I thought you were going to show me your tools. Nate's eyes darken, and a low growl rumbles in his chest. Then you shouldn't have kissed me. He purrs, his voice dripping with equal parts seduction and mischief. In one swift motion, he pushes me back against the workbench, pinning my wrists above my head. A shiver shoots down my spine, curling deep in my belly as he leans in, his lips brushing against my ears. He speaks. I'm a hairbreadth away from throwing caution to the wind, Caspian. He whispers, his warm breath sending tingles down my neck. I think we did that the moment we kissed last night. Nate's grin widens into a mischievous smirk before he releases my wrists. I wrap my legs around Nate's waist, clinging to him like a koala as he lifts me off the workbench. His strong arms support me effortlessly, and I marvel at how secure I feel in his embrace. My heart races with excitement and trust as he carries me through the house. Where are we going? I tease, nuzzling into his neck. Nate chuckles, the vibration rumbling through his chest. Patience, city boy. You'll see in a second. As we move, I drink in every detail. The flex of his muscles, the warmth of his skin even through his clothes, the intoxicating scent that's uniquely Nate. It's like being wrapped in the coziest, sexiest blanket ever. We reach a door and Nate nudges it open with his foot. The bedroom. My breath catches as we enter, taking in the rumpled sheets on an unmade bed. The room smells like Nate, a heady mix of pine, musk, and something indefinably masculine. No going back now, he says as he drops me on the bed, covering my body with his. I silence him with a kiss. Trust me, I murmur against his lips. I would rather gnaw my arm off than stop this. Nate's lips curve into a smile against mine, and suddenly we're both fumbling with clothes, eager hands exploring newly exposed skin. I tug at his flannel shirt, buttons flying as I yank it open. Oops, I giggle, not feeling sorry at all. Impatient, are we? Nate teases, his eyes dancing with mirth. Can you blame me? I shoot back, running my hands over his now bare chest. Nate's response is to grip the hem of my sweater, pulling it over my head in one smooth motion. His breath hitches as he takes in my torso, and I feel a flush of pride. I know any muscles he can see aren't because I work out, they're because I'm skinny, but Nate seems to like what he sees. As I reach for his belt buckle, Nate's hands find the waistband of my jeans. We shimmy and wiggle, laughing as we try to undress each other without breaking contact. Finally, we're down to our underwear, and I hold my breath as Nate's gaze travels lower. His eyebrows shoot up as he notices my lacy light pink underwear. Well, he drawls, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Aren't you full of surprises? For a heart-stopping moment, fear grips me. What if he thinks it's weird? What if... But then Nate's eyes meet mine, dark with desire. God, you're gorgeous. He breathes. I love them. Though I might love ripping them off with my teeth even more. Relief and excitement flood through me. Promise? I challenge, my voice husky. Oh, sweetheart. Nate growls. You better believe it. Nate pauses, his fingers tracing the lace edge of my underwear. The anticipation is electric, making my skin tingle wherever he touches. His eyes lock with mine, a question in them. Well, I breathe, arching my hips slightly. I thought you were going to put that mouth to work. A deep chuckle rumbles through Nate's chest. So bossy, he murmurs, but there's no real complaint in his voice. He lowers his head, and I feel the scrape of teeth against my hip bone. My breath catches as he slowly, tortuously works his way down. The mix of soft lips and rough stubble has me squirming. Nate, I whine, threading my fingers through his hair. He looks up at me, eyes twinkling. Patience, Caspian. Good things come to those who wait. But apparently he's done waiting. In one swift motion, he grips the lace with his teeth and tugs. The delicate fabric gives way easily, and I gasp at the sudden exposure to cool air. Nate's possessive growls send shivers down my spine. God, I'm gonna love this, he says, voice low and rough. It's all yours, I agree breathlessly, arousal building to a fever pitch. Then his mouth is on my cock, hot and insistent, and coherent thought becomes impossible. Every lick, every suck sends waves of pleasure coursing through me. I'm dimly aware that I'm making noise, gasps, moans, possibly Nate's name, but I'm beyond caring. The intensity builds, higher and higher, until I'm teetering on the edge. Nate's hands grip my hips, holding me steady as he redoubles his efforts. Nate, I choke out, my entire body tensing. He hums in acknowledgement. The vibration pushing me over. My vision whites out as ecstasy crashes over me in waves. Through it all, I feel Nate's steadying presence, grounding me as I fly apart. As I come down from the high, I'm acutely aware of my ragged breathing and the slight tremor in my limbs. Nate's looking up at me with a mix of satisfaction and adoration that makes my heart skip. Sorry, I pant, feeling a flush creep up my cheeks. That was, quick? Nate's laughter is warm and genuine as he moves up to kiss me softly. Don't apologize, Cass. That was incredibly hot. I grin against his lips. Yeah? Not too, eager? He hums, nuzzling my neck. Just eager enough. Besides, we've got all day. His words send a thrill through me despite my recent climax. In that case, I murmur, pushing gently at his shoulders. I think it's your turn. Nate raises an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at his lips as he turns around so I'm the one on top. Oh yeah? Yeah, I confirm, my hands already tugging on the elastic waistband of his boxers as I suck his lips until he's canting his hips to meet mine. Can't let you have all the fun. I marvel at Nate's chest, my fingers tracing his soft belly, reveling in the way his muscles twitch under my touch. Like what you see? Nate teases, but I catch a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. I lean in, pressing a kiss to his collarbone. You have no idea. I breathe against his skin. Slowly, reverently, I move down his body. Each new patch of skin gets thorough attention from my hands and lips. By the time I reach for the waistband of his boxers, Nate's breathing has grown heavy, his eyes dark with desire. Caspian, he groans, you're killing me here. I look up at him through my lashes, unable to suppress a grin. Patience, Nathan. Good things come to those who wait. My fingers tremble slightly as I tug down Nate's boxers, anticipation building in my chest. As the fabric slides down his thighs, my eyes are immediately drawn to a distinctive mark on his hip. I gasp, my heart skipping a beat as I recognize the familiar shape. Is that a maple leaf? I breathe, my voice a mix of wonder and disbelief. Nate chuckles, his body relaxing under my scrutiny. Just my way of proving I'm a true Vermonter, through and through. But I barely register his words, my mind racing as the pieces fall into place. That beauty spot, so unique and memorable, can't be a coincidence. Memories of that passionate New Year's Eve encounter flood back. Snapshots of pleasure and connection that I'd tucked away as a beautiful, fleeting moment. It all feels like a lifetime ago, but at the same time, Nate, I whisper, my eyes wide as I look up at him. He tilts his head, curiosity replacing the playful glint in his eyes. What is it, Cass? I keep my revelation to myself for now. After all, what are the odds? Maybe every guy in Vermont really does have a maple leaf beauty spot. Or maybe I remember it wrong and the other guy's maple leaf wasn't really a maple leaf. Besides, if my New Year's Eve man isn't Nate, how weird is it to bring up a hookup right now? I push the thought aside, focusing on the gorgeous man before me. Nathan Stone. My sometimes grumpy but always kind neighbor. The big guy with the even bigger heart who gave me his winter coat when I was freezing. The guy I can't keep out of my mind because his ocean blue eyes sparkle like sunlight on fresh snow whenever he smiles, making my heart skip a beat every single time. The gentle giant who carefully tends to both forest and hopeless neighbors with those strong, capable hands, revealing a tenderness that matches the warmth in his gaze whenever our eyes meet. You know what? I say, my voice husky. I think I need a closer look at that beauty spot. Nate's eyes darken with desire. Be my guest, he purrs. I slide down his body, my lips trailing along his skin until I reach that tantalizing maple leaf. I press a soft kiss to it, relishing Nate's sharp intake of breath. Then, without warning, I take his hard cock into my mouth. Fuck, Caspian. Nate groans, his fingers tangling in my hair. I hum in response, savoring the weight of him on my tongue. The taste sends a jolt through me. Is it similar to that night, or is my mind making it all up and wishing for things that didn't happen? I push the thought away again. Right now, I just want to focus on making Nate feel good. As I work him over, Nate's breathing grows ragged. God, you're amazing, he pants. I pull off with a pop, looking up at him through my lashes. What do you need, Nate? His eyes are wild, pupils blown wide. Can I fuck you? He asks, his voice rough with desire. A thrill runs through me. Hell yeah, I breathe, already getting hard again at the thought. Nate grins, reaching for the bedside table. Condom and lube coming right up. As he rummages in the drawer, all I think about is how familiar this all feels. The way he touches me, the sounds he makes. It's like deja vu in the best possible way. Nate turns back to me, condom and lube in hand. Ready? He asks, his voice soft. I nod, lying on my side, facing him, and spreading my legs invitingly. More than ready. He pops open the lube, warming it between his fingers before gently pressing one inside me. I gasp at the sensation. You okay? Nate asks, pausing. I nod enthusiastically. Perfect. Don't stop. He chuckles, adding another finger. Wouldn't dream of it. As Nate carefully prepares me, I love how tender he is. I watch, breath catching, as Nate rolls the condom on with practiced ease. His eyes meet mine, dark and intense. You sure about this? He asks, voice husky. Absolutely. I nod, my heart racing. I want you, Nate. All of you. He positions himself between my legs, and I wrap them around his waist, pulling him closer. Slowly, oh so slowly, he begins to push inside me. The stretch is delicious. Oh God, I gasp, throwing my head back against the pillow. That feels amazing. Nate finishes, his voice strained. He pauses, fully seated inside me, our bodies flush against each other. You feel incredible, Caspian. I look up at him, drinking in the sight of his flushed face, the way his muscles strain as he holds himself still. So do you, I manage, voice breathy. I'm gonna need you to move, please. Nate doesn't need to be told twice. He starts to thrust, slowly at first, then picks up the pace. Each movement sends sparks of pleasure through my body, and I can't help the little moans that escape me. That's it. Nate encourages, his breath hot against my neck. Let me hear you. I comply, not holding back as he hits that perfect spot inside me. Right there, I gasp. Oh God, Nate, right there. As we move together, I'm struck by how right this feels. It's not just the physical pleasure, though that's certainly intense, but the emotional connection. I feel safe with Nate, cherished even. You're beautiful, Nate murmurs, his eyes locked on mine. So fucking beautiful, Caspian. His words send warmth flooding through me, seeing the raw emotion in Nate's ocean blue eyes, knowing exactly who's making me feel this way. It's more powerful than I could have imagined. And suddenly, I'm absolutely certain about that Maple Leaf Beauty mark. The same one I'd traced with my tongue on New Year's Eve belongs to the man currently unraveling me from the inside out. Chapter 19. Nate. Caspian's fingers dig into my shoulders as he arches his back, a low moan escaping his lips. The sound sends shivers down my spine, igniting every nerve ending. His smooth skin glistens with a thin sheen of sweat, muscles flexing with each movement. I'm lost in the sensation of our bodies moving together, the intensity building with each passing second. Nate, Caspian gasps, his dark eyes locking onto mine. The raw passion I see there takes my breath away. For a fleeting moment, as pleasure courses through me, my mind flashes to New Year's Eve, that nameless guy, that faceless encounter. It had been good, really good, but this is different. Caspian is real, present, his expressive face showing me every bit of pleasure he feels. A face I've grown incredibly fond of. I push the memory aside, focusing on the here and now, the man who's quickly becoming everything to me. I run my hands up Caspian's sides, savoring the feel of his warm skin. He feels so good, beautiful, I murmur, feeling it with every fiber of my being. He grins, the sparkle of mischief I adore lighting up his eyes. Right back at you, handsome. Determined to stay present in this moment, I focus on memorizing every detail. The flush creeping up Caspian's neck, the way his jet black hair falls across his forehead, the little gasp he makes when I hit just the right spot. God, Nate, Caspian pants. Don't stop. Wouldn't dream of it, I reply, increasing my pace. Caspian throws his head back, exposing the graceful line of his throat. It nearly undoes me. I'm overwhelmed by how much I feel for this man, how deeply he's burrowed under my skin in such a short time. It should terrify me, but instead I feel exhilarated, like I'm standing on the edge of something monumental. In one fluid motion, I grip Caspian's hips and smoothly flip us over, relishing his surprised gasp. Your turn to drive, I whisper, my voice husky with desire. Caspian's eyes light up, that infectious energy of his radiating even in this intimate moment. Oh, I like where this is going, he quips, adjusting his position. As Caspian takes control, I'm struck by how in sync we are, how effortlessly we move together. It's like we've been doing this dance for years, not weeks. You're incredible, I breathe, in awe of him. The flush on his tan skin has deepened, spreading across his chest. His expressive dark eyes are half-lidded with pleasure, but that spark of curiosity, of joy still shines through. Caspian laughs, a breathless, giddy sound that makes my heart soar. You're not so bad yourself, you know. He leans down, pressing a kiss to my lips before sitting back up, setting a rhythm that has us both gasping. I run my hands up his thighs, marveling at the lean muscle there. Despite the chill of a Vermont winter, Caspian's skin is warm under my palms. As the tension builds, our movements become more urgent. Caspian's breath comes in short, sharp gasps. My fingers dig into his hips. "Nate," he whimpers. "I'm close." "Me too," I pant. "God, Cass, you feel amazing." Every nerve in my body is on fire. I'm hyper-aware of every point where our skin touches, the slick slide of our bodies, the heat between us. Caspian throws his head back, exposing the long line of his throat. I'm transfixed by a bead of sweat trailing down his neck. "Come for me," I urge, voice rough with desire. He meets my eyes, his gaze intense as he bites his lower lip and nods. The pressure builds. My world narrows to this moment, this man. "Caspian!" I cry out as my orgasm crashes over me. He follows a heartbeat later, my name on his lips. As the waves subside, Caspian collapses onto my chest. I wrap my arms around him, holding him close as we both catch our breath. We lie tangled together, our ragged breathing slowly returning to normal. Caspian's weight on my chest is comforting, grounding. I run my fingers through his sweat-dampened hair, marveling at its silky texture. "Oh, that was..." Caspian mumbles against my skin. "Yeah, I agree," a lazy grin spreading across my face. "It really was." He lifts his head, dark eyes meeting mine. There's a vulnerability there that makes my heart clench. I lean in, pressing a soft kiss to his forehead. "You okay?" I ask quietly. Caspian's lips curve into a smile. "More than okay. I'm fantastic, stupendous, absolutely peachy." I chuckled, rumble in my chest making him bounce slightly. "Peachy, huh? I'll take that as a compliment." "As you should," he quips, tracing lazy patterns on my shoulder. "So what's next on the agenda, Mountain Man? More debauchery?" I pretend to consider it, enjoying the way his eyes narrow playfully. "Tempting, but I was thinking maybe breakfast? I make a mean stack of pancakes." "Ooh, breakfast in bed?" Caspian wiggles his eyebrows suggestively. "How very domestic of you, Nate Stone." "Who said anything about bed?" I tease, sitting up and bringing him with me. "I was thinking we could hit the shower, save water, for the environment, and then fuel up." Caspian laughs, the sound bright and infectious. "Huh, look at you being all eco-friendly. How can I resist such a noble cause?" As we disentangle ourselves and start to move, I'm amazed at how easy this feels. The banter, the casual intimacy, it's all so natural with Caspian, like we've been doing this for years. The thought sends a jolt of anxiety through me, memories of similar comfortable moments with Addie flooding back. I'd felt this way then too, like everything was falling perfectly into place, like we were meant to be. And look how that turned out. I need to be careful to guard my heart. Even though Caspian isn't Addie, and our situations are completely different, I can't help feeling that familiar fear creeping in. The fear of losing someone else who fits so perfectly into my life. The warm water cascades over us as we step into the shower, steam rising to fog the glass. Caspian's back is pressed against my chest, and I can't resist dropping a kiss on his shoulder. He hums contentedly, leaning into me. This is nice. Though I'm not sure how eco-friendly we're being if we just stand here like this. I chuckle, reaching for the shampoo. "Good point. Let me wash your hair." "Such a gentleman." Caspian teases but tilts his head back obligingly. As I work the lather through his dark locks, I'm struck by how intimate this feels. "You know," Caspian muses, eyes closed as I massage his scalp, "I've never had someone wash my hair before. It's nice." "Yeah?" I ask, my voice soft. "I like taking care of you." He turns in my arms, suds sliding down his face. "You're good at it. Makes a guy feel special." "You are special," I murmur, surprised by how easily the words come. Caspian's eyes widen slightly, a soft smile playing on his lips. "Careful, Stone. Keep that up and I might start to think you actually like me." I snort, reaching for the loofah. Can't have that, can we? "Here, let me scrub your back. Purely for efficiency's sake, of course." "Of course," he agrees solemnly, but I catch the pleased flush on his cheeks. After we're clean and dressed, we head to the kitchen. While I grab ingredients from the pantry to make pancakes, Caspian wanders to the window. The snow is coming down harder now, blanketing everything in pristine white. I was really silly to try clearing the driveway earlier, Caspian says, pressing his palm against the cold glass. Do these storms happen a lot in winter? I measure out the flour for the pancakes, glancing up at him. Pretty regularly. The location of the valley affects our weather patterns quite a bit. I crack eggs into the bowl, whisking as I speak. These storms can actually be good for the maple trees, believe it or not. Really? Caspian turns from the window, his curiosity piqued. How so? The freeze-thaw cycles are crucial for maple syrup production, I explain, adding milk to the batter. When temperatures drop below freezing at night but rise above freezing during the day, it creates pressure changes in the trees that make the sap flow. Without these winter conditions, we wouldn't get that sweet maple syrup Vermont's famous for. Huh. Caspian walks over to watch me cook. I never knew that. So the cold is actually helpful. Nature's got it all figured out, I say, pouring the first pancake onto the griddle. These trees have evolved to thrive in these conditions. The snow also provides insulation for the root systems during the coldest months. The pancake bubbles, and I flip it with practiced ease. Caspian's eyes follow my movements, a small smile playing on his lips. Look at you being all knowledgeable about trees, he teases. It's kind of hot. My cheeks warm, and not from the heat of the stove. Just part of the job, I mumble, sliding the finished pancake onto a plate. As I pour more batter onto the griddle, Caspian hops onto the counter next to me, swinging his legs. So, what other tree facts are you hiding in that handsome head of yours? I try to focus on the pancakes instead of how adorable he looks in my borrowed sweater, which is too big on him. You really want to hear about trees? I want to hear about anything that makes you light up like that, he says softly. The sincerity in his voice makes my chest tight. Clearing my throat, I flip another pancake. Well, did you know trees communicate with each other? Through an underground network of fungi, they can share nutrients and even warn each other about threats. Like tree texting? Caspian grins. That's amazing. Though I bet their emoji game is weak. A laugh escapes me. Yeah, probably just leaf emojis all day long. Tree memes, he continues. Just wait till you see this acorn, it'll blow your mind. I hip check him gently. You're ridiculous. You love it, he says, then freezes slightly like he's worried he's said too much. To ease the sudden tension, I reach for the maple syrup, the real stuff, not that corn syrup nonsense. Here, taste this. It's from last season's harvest. Caspian dips his finger in and licks it clean, his eyes widening. Oh, wow. That's nothing like the stuff I had in Arizona. It's from Moon Meadows Maple Farm, I tell him. They're just outside of town. Best maple syrup in the area, in my opinion. Really? Caspian perks up. I've actually been looking for a local supplier for Special Blend. I'd love to use real Vermont maple syrup in some of our drinks and baked goods. Maybe I should check them out. We settle at my small kitchen table, and I watch as Caspian drowns his pancakes in syrup. The domesticity of the moment hits me hard. Sharing breakfast, wearing comfortable clothes, snow falling outside. It seems dangerous how right it feels. So, Caspian says around a mouthful of pancake, what do you usually do on snow days? I shrug, cutting into my own stack. Work on some of my woodworking projects, I say, gesturing toward the workshop door. Days like this are perfect for it. The snow muffles everything outside, makes it feel like you're in your own little world. Could I watch you? Caspian asks, eyes bright with interest. I'd love to see you at work. My heart does a little flip at his enthusiasm. Yeah, of course, if you want to. Chapter 20. Caspian. After finishing our pancakes, I follow Nate to his workshop. I spot the abandoned cups of coffee from earlier sitting on a side table, and heat rises to my cheeks as I remember what followed after we were last here. The memory of Nate's hands on my skin, his lips on mine, sends a pleasant shiver down my spine. I'm enveloped by the rich scent of wood and varnish. It hits me then. This is the scent that clings to Nate's clothes, the one I caught hints of when we were close and still remains in the coat I borrowed. No wonder it feels so familiar and comforting already. It's become synonymous with him in my mind, earthy, natural, and somehow both rugged and refined. Nate moves with purpose through the space, examining pieces of wood laid out on his shelf. What are you looking for? I ask, watching him run his fingers over various pieces. Something with the right grain pattern, he murmurs, his focus never wavering. Each piece of wood has its own character. You just have to find the one that fits what you want to create. When he finally selects a piece, handling it with surprising gentleness, I sit on his workbench, crossing my legs and settling in to watch. There's something mesmerizing about the way he studies the wood, turning it over in his hands. It's beautiful. I think back to how this day unfolded. This morning I was just planning on clearing my driveway, opening Special Blend for a few hours, and then working through my soft opening to-do list. And now I'm staring at the man who is coming to mean something to me while trying to reconcile the circumstances of how we first met. Does he go to Burlington for hookups often? Or was that night just a happy accident? Despite everything I've come to know about my past since my mom died, I'm still a romantic at heart. Maplewood, with its LGBTQ+ friendly small-town charm, is the perfect place to find someone to share my life with. But what if the person I want isn't looking for the same thing? Stop it, Caspian. You're overthinking things. What are you making? I ask, trying to peek around his shoulder at the piece he's working on. You'll see, he murmurs, totally focused on his work. His hands move with practiced precision, each stroke of the tool deliberate and sure. Wood shavings curl away from the piece, falling to the floor like delicate ribbons. I watch, mesmerized by the way his forearms flex with each movement. The comfortable silence between us feels intimate, broken only by the soft scraping of his tools against the wood and our steady breathing. Time seems to slow, and I find myself studying the way the winter light streaming through the windows catches in his hair, highlighting strands of gold among the brown. The concentrated furrow of his brow makes me want to reach out and smooth it with my finger. Finally, Nate sets down his tools and turns to me, holding out his creation. It needs a finishing coat, but... He trails off, suddenly seeming uncertain. I take the piece from his hands and my breath catches in my throat. It's a beautifully carved coffee bean, about the size of my palm, split in half to reveal intricate details inside. But what makes my heart skip a beat are the words carefully etched into the surface. Special Blend, and beneath it, Caspian Lane. Nate, I whisper, running my fingers over the delicate lettering. This is incredible. Without thinking, I slide off the workbench and move to straddle him where he sits on his stool. He smiles, his hands resting lightly on my hips, steadying me. Thank you, I murmur, carefully setting the carving aside on the workbench. No one's ever made me something like this before? It's nothing, he says gruffly, but I can see the pleased flush on his cheeks. It's everything. I lean in and kiss him. He wraps his arms around me, pulling me closer as he deepens the kiss. His lips are urgent and demanding, and he tastes faintly of coffee from earlier. One of his hands slides up my back to cradle my head, and I melt into him, my fingers curling into the soft fabric of his flannel shirt. Our mouths move in perfect sync, tongues tangling. Heat pools low in my belly. I break the kiss, panting. Fuck, Nate, I want you so bad. His eyes are dark with desire as they lock onto mine. Me too, Cass. I can't get enough of you. A thrill runs through me at the roughness in his voice. I trail my fingers down his chest, feeling the muscles jump beneath my touch. Nate groans, dropping his forehead to my shoulder. You're killing me here. I laugh, giddy with want. That's kind of the point. He lifts his head, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Well, in that case... His hands slide down to grip my hips, pulling me flush against him. I gasp at the friction, my hips bucking involuntarily. God, I've never wanted anyone like this before. Like that? He murmurs, nipping at my earlobe. I manage, tilting my head to give him better access. More, please. His lips trail down my neck as his hands roam over my body. I arch into his touch, desperate for more contact. My skin feels electric wherever he touches me. "You're so responsive," Nate says appreciatively. "So sensitive." Nate's fingers dance across my stomach, sending shivers up my spine as they reach the waistband of my jeans. My breath catches as he slowly drags the zipper down, the metal teeth parting with a soft rasp. "Is this what you want?" he murmurs, eyes locked on mine. I nod eagerly, my voice breathy. "Please, Nate." His hands slip inside and I gasp at the sensation. The warmth of his palm against the soft skin of my cock is electric, setting every nerve ending alight. I buck into his touch, desperate for more friction. "You too," I pant. "Keep your hands on my shoulders," he commands. All I can do is watch as he pulls the waistband of his joggers down to reveal his flushed cock. Fuck, he's so big. And now that I know how he feels inside me, I'm torn between letting him continue or asking him to fuck me again. I don't think I'll cope with stopping, so I stay as I am. I'm unable to form words as Nate wraps his hand around both of us. The feeling of skin on skin, of being pressed so intimately against him, is overwhelming. "Oh, fuck," I whimper, my hips jerking involuntarily. Nate sets a steady rhythm, his grip firm but gentle. I match his movements, our bodies moving in perfect synchronicity. It's like we're dancing, but so much more intense, more intimate. "You love this, don't you?" he asks, his free hand caressing my face. "You're like an open book. Your body betrays you every single time." I lean into his touch. My hands fly to the hem of his shirt, tugging impatiently. "Off," I pant. "Need to feel you." Nate chuckles, a low, throaty sound that sends shivers down my spine. He raises his arms, allowing me to pull the shirt over his head. As the fabric falls away, I'm struck by the contrast between his warm skin and the cool air of the room. Goosebumps rise on his flesh, and I can't resist tracing them with my fingertips. He reaches for my sweater, and I don't hesitate, practically tearing it off in my haste. The moment it's gone, I press myself against Nate, reveling in the skin-to-skin contact. The heat of his body is intoxicating. I capture his lips in another kiss, pouring all my want, my need into it. It's messy and a little desperate, but I don't care. All I can focus on is the slide of his tongue against mine, the press of his body, and the way his hands roam my newly exposed skin. "Nate," I whisper, It's not enough." He presses his forehead to mine, his breath warm on my face. "What do you need, Caspian? Tell me." "Just more," I answer, aware that it's not very helpful, but it's all I have right now. Nate's eyes darken with desire, and he nods, understanding my unspoken request. His free hand slides down my back, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. When his fingers brush against my entrance, I gasp, my body arching into his touch. "You have a little hungry hole, don't you?" he murmurs, his voice husky with want. "God, yes," I breathe, pressing back against his hand. He circles my hole with his finger, the touch feather-light but electrifying. I'm trembling now, caught between the incredible sensation of his hand on our cocks and the teasing promise of his finger. I want to tell him how amazing this feels, but words fail me as he slowly pushes his finger inside. The stretch burns slightly, but in the best way possible. I moan, low and desperate, burying my face in the crook of his neck. "That's it," Nate encourages, working his finger in and out slowly. "Let go for me, Caspian." The dual stimulation is overwhelming. I'm lost in a haze of pleasure, my hips rocking between Nate's stroking hand and his probing finger. The tension builds rapidly, coiling tighter and tighter in my core. "Nate, I'm close," I pant against his skin. "I'm gonna—" "Come for me," he urges, curling his finger just right. That's all it takes. The dam breaks and I come hard. Waves of ecstasy crash over me, leaving me trembling and gasping in Nate's arms. Through the haze of my release, I hear Nate's sharp intake of breath, feel the way his body tenses against mine, and then his release joins mine between us. For a moment, we stay as we are, catching our breath. I must be heavy on his lap, but he's not pushing me away, so I'm going to take advantage. I turn my head to look at Nate. Taking in his flushed cheeks and mussed hair, a bubble of laughter rises in my chest. "What's so funny?" Nate asks, his voice husky. "Nothing," I say, grinning. "I just really like snow days." Nate's face softens, and he pulls me closer. "Me too, Cass. Me too." Chapter 21. Nate. I wake to the gentle weight of Caspian sprawled across my chest, his dark hair tickling my chin. The pale winter light filtering through the window casts a soft glow across his peaceful features. 3 days. We've been in this cocoon of warmth and intimacy for 3 days, sheltered from the world by the winter storm that's finally passed. My fingers trace lazy patterns along his spine, remembering how we filled these hours. Board games where he proved surprisingly competitive, cooking adventures that ended in both disaster and triumph, and countless moments just like this, quiet, content, connected. He stirs against me, dark eyes blinking open. A sleepy smile spreads across his face before he presses a soft kiss to my chest. "Morning," he mumbles, voice still rough with sleep. "Morning," I reply, tightening my arms around him. He shifts, pressing his lips to the curve of my neck, then my jaw, each kiss slow and tender. When he reaches my mouth, I meet him halfway, savoring the gentle press of his lips against mine. We trade lazy kisses, neither of us rushing, both content to exist in this drowsy space between sleep and wakefulness. His fingers trail along my collarbone as I card my hand through his sleep-mussed hair, drawing a contented hum from him. "You're like a big, warm teddy bear," Caspian murmurs against my lips. "I could stay here all day." "No complaints here," I say softly, running my hand down his back, though I'm not sure how I feel about being compared to a stuffed animal. He chuckles, the sound vibrating against my chest. "Would you prefer mountain man? Rugged woodsman? My personal space heater?" "Now you're just getting ridiculous," I scoff, pulling him closer anyway. Though I suppose personal space heater isn't too far off. You run hot enough to be one yourself. This is the perfect arrangement," Caspian murmurs, nuzzling into my neck. "You keep me grounded. I keep you warm." I run my fingers through his hair, earning a contented sigh. "Is that why you always end up sprawled on top of me by morning?" "Obviously, it's a very sophisticated sleeping strategy." He props his chin on my chest, looking up at me with those sparkling dark eyes. "Besides, you make an excellent pillow. He pokes my chest playfully. "Firm and cozy." "Cozy?" I raise an eyebrow. "That's a new one. Would you prefer sturdy, robust, magnificently cushiony?" I silence him with a kiss, swallowing his laughter. When we break apart, he's wearing that soft, dreamy smile that makes my heart flutter. "Your beard tickles," he whispers, rubbing his nose against mine. "You weren't complaining about it last night." A pretty blush spreads across his cheeks. Caspian lifts his head, gaze drawn to the window. In an instant, he's fully awake, scrambling out of bed with the energy of someone who's already had a few cups of coffee. "The storm's over!" He practically bounces to the window, pressing his hands against the glass like an excited kid. "I need to get to Special Blend. Everyone in town is probably dying for a decent coffee after being stuck indoors for so long." His words hit me like a bucket of cold water. "Is that how you see it?" I ask, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Being stuck here?" Caspian turns back to me, his expression softening. He crosses the room in 3 quick steps, crawling back onto the bed to cup my face. "Not even close," he says firmly. "These past few days, they've been perfect. Like nature gave us a little push, you know? An excuse to just be together." The knot in my chest loosens. "Yeah?" "Definitely." He kisses me slow and sweet before pulling back with a grin. "Now come help me clear the driveway," he says, already pulling on his jeans. I watch him move around my bedroom with familiar ease, gathering his scattered clothes. It's surprising how quickly he's made himself at home here, how natural it feels to have him in my space, maybe too natural. The thought sends a flutter of anxiety through my chest. After Caspian leaves, though not before kissing me thoroughly against his car and promising to see me later, I call Addie. She answers on the second ring, her voice knowing.
"So, the hermit emerges."
"Can you come over?"
Give me 20 minutes. I'll bring coffee since I'm guessing you're out.
When she arrives, her cheeks are pink from the cold and she's carrying 2 steaming cups from Sparky's Diner. She's also not alone. "You brought reinforcements," I say, staring at my brother who looks as confused about his presence at my place as I am. She hands me one of the coffees as they both come inside. "Sparky's, really, Addie? You know I'm a diehard Red. Like most Maplewood residents, I'm loyal to one of the 2 diners that bookend Main Street. The rivalry between Sparky's and Reds goes back generations, with both families serving up their own versions of classic comfort food and competing for the title of best diner in town."
Oh, please. 1 cup of Sparky's coffee won't kill you.
Addie rolls her eyes.
Besides, Red's parking lot hasn't been plowed yet. Anyway, stop stalling and spill,
she says, kicking off her boots and settling onto my couch. Jasper follows, sitting next to her. "Anyone care to explain why I'm here?" Addie smiles behind her cup.
We're here to find out all about Nate's snow day. Or should I say, snow days.
"Why? He's lived here all his life and has been through more than a few snowstorms. Try doing it with a 7-year-old who wants to go outside to build snow unicorns." I take a sip of the coffee, surprised that it's actually really nice, and wrap my hands around the warm cup. It was good. Really good.
But?
Addie asks. I trail off, searching for the right words. "I think I'm falling for him," adds, "and it terrifies me." Her expression softens.
"Oh, Nate."
"Wait, what?" Jasper suddenly perks up from his seat. "Caspian and I spent 3 days together. I say for my brother's benefit, since Big Mouth Addie already knows. He could have weathered the storm at his place, but he stayed here. We talked, ate together, had, fun." Jasper pretends to gag and Addie snorts.
"Ha! You got to know each other in all the ways,"
she says.
"Got it."
"So you and the coffee guy, huh? I can see it." I nod. We barely left each other's side, yet I feel like I hardly know him. He talks a lot about his mom, but he doesn't talk about himself much, about his life before Maplewood. And maybe that means he's just looking for something casual, you know?
Or maybe,
Addie says gently,
he's just as scared as you are. Have you tried asking him about these things?
I shake my head. "Mom said he doesn't have any family. New in town, making friends, finding his place. Maybe he's being cautious," Jasper says. Addie's gaze tells me what she's going to say before she says it.
Have you told him anything about yourself, about your past relationships, your fears? Us?
"No," I admit.
Then how can you expect him to open up if you're not willing to do the same?
She reaches over and squeezes my hand.
Relationships are a two-way street, honey. If you want to know more about him, you have to be willing to be vulnerable too.
I glance at my brother, who's nodding his agreement. "You're right," I say, leaning back against the couch. "When did you get so wise about relationships?"
Probably around the time I figured out who I really am,
she says with a soft smile.
Speaking of which, Hannah and I set a date for the wedding, June 15th.
"That's great, Ads." I pull her into a quick hug. "I'm really happy for you." After Addie and Jasper leave, I check my work email. As expected, there's a flood of messages about potential hazards in the forest after the storm. Several hiking trails need to be assessed for fallen trees and damaged markers. A few emails from concerned residents mention seeing damaged branches still hanging precariously over popular walking paths. I pull up our emergency assessment protocols on my laptop and map priority areas. The tourist trails will need to be checked first. Too many visitors don't realize how treacherous winter hiking can be, especially after a storm. I make a mental note to update our social media with trail closure notices. I call Amelia. She's worked with me long enough to know exactly what we're in for, and despite her grumbling, she's one of the best at spotting potential hazards.
Morning, boss,
she answers, sounding barely awake.
Oh, please tell me. You're calling to say we don't have to do storm damage assessment today?
No such luck. Meet me at the office in an hour. She groans.
Only if you bring coffee from Special Blend. And I mean the good stuff, not that basic drip nonsense.
Demanding much? I laugh.
Hey, if you want me at my best for climbing over fallen trees all day, I need proper caffeine.
Fine. Your usual?
You're the best, boss.
When I walk into Special Blend 20 minutes later, the bell above the door chimes cheerfully. Caspian looks up from behind the counter, and his smile makes my heart skip a beat. His hair is slightly disheveled, there's a smudge of coffee grounds on his cheek, and he's wearing one of my flannel shirts that he must have grabbed by mistake this morning. I must have been so distracted this morning I didn't even notice. He's never looked more beautiful. "Hey," he says, voice warm and intimate despite the handful of customers scattered around the shop. "Hey yourself," I reply, moving closer to the counter. Our eyes meet, and there's a heated moment where we both remember exactly what we were doing this time yesterday morning. Caspian clears his throat, cheeks flushing slightly. "Special blend latte?" "Yeah, plus Amelia's vanilla oat milk latte with an extra shot." "Coming right up." He starts preparing the drinks, movements precise and practiced. "Seems like your mom was baking a storm during the storm and brought me all of these." He points to the pastry display. "Do me a favor and pick something to take away for you and Amelia. It's a good thing thing kept me busy during the snowstorm. I would have baked as much as Catherine, but with vastly different results." I laugh, watching his skilled hands work the espresso machine. "Sounds like something awful keeping you from your baking was a good thing." "Oh, definitely good," he says with a playful grin. Completely irresistible, too. The way he looks at me makes my chest tight. I want to reach across the counter and pull him close, but I restrain myself, very aware of the other customers in the shop. "Listen," I say, leaning against the counter. "I was thinking maybe we could have dinner tonight." "I'd love that," Caspian says, carefully pouring steamed milk into my latte with practiced precision. "But since I've been at your place for the past 3 days, why don't you come to mine? I'll cook." "You sure? You're going to have a busy day getting this shop back up to speed." "Positive." He slides the drinks and pastries across the counter, his fingers brushing mine. "I want to cook for you. Around 7? Perfect." I hesitate for a moment, remembering Addie's words about being more open. "I'm looking forward to it." His smile brightens. "Me too." He glances at the clock. "Now go before Amelia sends out a search party for her coffee." "See you tonight," I say, gathering the drinks. As I head for the door, I catch his gaze one more time. I'm in so much fucking trouble. Chapter 22. Caspian. I stir the risotto just as I hear Nate's knock at the door. Perfect timing. The risotto is ready, and I've managed to time everything exactly right. My heart flutters as I hurry to answer, smoothing down my shirt along the way. When I open the door, Nate's standing there with snowflakes caught in his hair, his cheeks pink from the cold. He's gorgeous, and I resist the urge to pull him in for a kiss right there. "Come in," I say, stepping aside. He toes off his snow-covered boots, revealing thick wool socks underneath. There's something endearing about the way he carefully arranges his boots next to the wall, making sure not to track any snow inside. "Something smells amazing," he says, following me to the kitchen. I've set the table with care, nothing too fancy, but nice enough with the bottle of white wine I picked up earlier and the matching plates my mom always insisted on using for proper dinners. "I hope you're hungry. I made chicken and mushroom risotto." "Starving," he says, settling into one of the chairs. "I spent most of the day trudging through snow-covered forests." I serve the risotto, watching his face as he takes his first bite. His eyes close briefly in appreciation, and I feel a warm glow of satisfaction. "This is incredible," he says after swallowing. "Where did you learn to cook like this?" "My mom," I say, pouring us each a glass of wine. "It was one of her specialties. We used to make it together all the time." I pause, twirling my fork in the creamy rice. Nate's expression shifts slightly. "Actually, I wanted to ask you about your mom at Lottie's party, but I was a bit distracted at the time." "Distracted?" A small smile plays at my lips. "By what?" He clears his throat, pushing a mushroom around his plate. "Well, that Felix guy seemed pretty cozy with you," he mutters, not quite meeting my eyes. I laugh. "Felix? He's just a friend. Actually, he's becoming a good friend, but that's all." "Oh." Nate's cheeks flush slightly, and he takes a quick sip of wine. "I just thought—" "Nathan Stone," I tease, leaning forward. "Were you jealous?" "No," he says quickly, too quickly, and his blush deepens. "I was just curious." The warmth that spreads through my chest has nothing to do with the wine. Knowing that Nate might have been jealous makes me feel oddly pleased, even though I know I shouldn't. "When my mom introduced you at the party, she said she was your mom's childhood best friend." "Oh, Your mom and I haven't had a chance to really talk about it yet, I say excitedly. I hope we can soon. I'd love to hear stories about what my mom was like growing up here. She always talked about Maplewood, but not her life in Maplewood. And now that she's gone, I trail off, stirring my risotto with the fork thoughtfully. It would be nice to learn about that part of her life, you know? To hear about teenage Elena before she left to chase her dreams. Do you know anything about your mom's childhood in Maplewood? I sit back on the chair, feeling the familiar mix of love and loss that always comes when I talk about her. Not really. Only that she grew up here but left after high school. She had big dreams of being a singer? I smile, remembering her spontaneous kitchen concerts. She ended up in Phoenix instead, where she raised me on her own. That must have been tough, Nate says softly. Sometimes, but she was amazing at it. She worked as a waitress mostly, but she was an incredible baker. I always told her she should open her own bakery, but she'd just laugh and say she wasn't a businesswoman. I feel my eyes getting wet. That's part of why I wanted to open Special Blend. It's kind of for both of us, you know? Nate reaches over and takes my hand, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. The gentle touch breaks something in me, and I feel tears spilling over. Sorry, I whisper, wiping at my face with my free hand. I just miss her so much. Without a word, Nate pulls me up from my chair and into his arms. I let myself sink into his warmth, breathing in the lingering scent of pine and winter air that clings to his sweater. His hand runs soothingly up and down my back, and I relax against him. So you're saying that if you'd grown up here, I could have met you a long time ago? I lift my head from his chest and give him a playful smile. Would you have noticed me? Little teenage Caspian with his terrible fashion choices and questionable hair decisions? I would have noticed you anywhere. Nate says softly, his fingers trailing along my jaw. Though now I'm really curious about those questionable hair decisions. Oh no, I laugh, shaking my head. Those photos are sealed away forever. But what about you? Were you a brooding forest boy even back then? More like the awkward tall kid who kept tripping over his own feet. His eyes crinkle with amusement. We finish eating, trading comfortable conversation about our days. After we clean up, I lead Nate to the living room. The snow is falling harder outside now, creating a cozy backdrop as we settle on the couch. Me sitting between Nate's legs with his arms wrapped around my waist. I lay my head back on his chest and let out a contented sigh. But tell me more about growing up in Phoenix, he murmurs after a moment. I shift slightly but don't move from his embrace. It was just me and Mom, so it was pretty quiet most of the time. I used to love going to my best friend Marcus's house because it was chaos. 4 kids, 2 dogs, always something happening. I smile at the memory. But Mom made sure I never felt lonely. She'd sing while she cooked, dance with me in the kitchen, and read me stories. She worked so hard to give me everything. Nate's arms tighten around me slightly. She sounds amazing. She was. How about boyfriends? Did you leave any broken hearts in Arizona? I let out a small laugh. Ha! Not a single one. I was more focused on school and helping my mom at home than dating. Plus, the dating pool for gay guys in my high school was pretty much limited to me and the guy who ended up dating the closeted football captain instead of being interested in me. So, no, definitely no trail of broken hearts left in my wake. I find that hard to believe, Nate says as he runs his hands down my stomach. His fingers ghost the outline of my panties where my dick is thickening. Have you always liked wearing lacy underwear? I let out a moan when his warm fingers find my cock, and I can't stop myself from pressing against his hand. It's tempting to see where this is going, which hopefully will be with him inside me. Although I'd love to switch it up with Nate, see how the big guy would unravel for me. You're a little quiet over there, he whispers, thinking hard about something. I pull his hand from inside my jeans and place it over my chest, where I'm sure he can feel my heart galloping. Don't think you're getting away with it so easily. It's your turn. Tell me something about you. He's quiet for a moment, his fingers absently playing with mine. I was engaged once, just over a year ago, he says finally. To Addie. Addie? He nods. We were best friends first. Everyone thought we were perfect together, and for a while, we thought so too. But then, he trails off, gathering his thoughts. She fell for someone else. Hannah is the curator of an art gallery in Burlington. They're really good together. It sounds like there's a butt in there. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. No buts. Addie's my best friend, but she also hurt me a lot. Everyone works out their sexuality in their own time. I always knew I was bi and liked girls and boys equally, but Addie thought she was straight. It's not her fault. She didn't mean to hurt me. Now, that must have been a really difficult time for her, I say, reaching out for Nate's hand and placing it between mine. It was. It hurt to see her struggle so much and not know why. Then one day she told me we needed to call off the engagement because she was in love with someone else. A woman. I processed this information, wondering if this explains why he was alone on New Year's Eve in Burlington, why he seems so cautious sometimes. Thank you for telling me, I say softly. I'm about to tell him that I think we hooked up on New Year's Eve when he turns my head a little to face him, leans down, and kisses me, soft and sweet at first, then deeper. When we break apart, he rests his forehead against mine, and I lose the courage to tell him. As much as I'm certain it's him, what if he's not? So, he asks, his voice low and rough. What's for dessert? I shift in his arms, turning until I'm straddling his lap, my hands resting on his broad chest. I made spicy chocolate brownies. I lean in close, letting my lips brush against his ear. But that can wait. I should warn you, I might not be around much the next few days. We're short-staffed and I need to cover some assessments in other areas. Then we should make tonight count, I whisper, standing and offering him my hand. His eyes darken as he takes it, letting me lead him toward my bedroom. Chapter 23. Nate. The crunch of snow under our boots echoes through the crisp morning air as Amelia, Jason, and I make our way from the forest toward the Moon Meadows Maple Farm Shop. The sun glints off the fresh powder, making everything sparkle like diamonds. It would be beautiful if I wasn't so concerned about the damage report we need to deliver. The good news, I begin, watching Jason's expression carefully, is that most of your trees weathered the storm well. The infrastructure you have in place protected the majority of your collection system. Jason nods, his hazel eyes, almost golden in the winter light, showing relief and lingering worry. But there's bad news too, right? Amelia adjusts her clipboard before speaking.
We found some stress fractures in about 15% of your older trees. The weight of the ice combined with the strong winds caused more damage than usual.
Shit. Jason runs a hand through his brown hair, disturbing the few snowflakes that settled there during our inspection. That's what I was afraid of. The weather patterns have been getting more extreme every year. We pause as we walk past the entrance to the sugar shack, and I can smell the distinctive sweet aroma of maple syrup wafting from inside. Your thesis focus on diversification couldn't be more timely, I tell him, thinking about the detailed plans he'd shared earlier about tapping different species of trees. Yeah, Jason leans against the wooden railing of the porch. I've been researching birch and beech particularly. Their syrup production is different, but they're hardier against climate fluctuations. Jason's sister Bree comes out of the shop as we enter.
Hey guys, how was the assessment?
Jason sighs. Looks like it could be worse.
I'm on my way to the farmhouse, Bree says. Dad's in the office and he'll want to hear about the report.
I nod. Actually, I have a meeting right now, Jason says, checking his watch and then turning to Amelia and me. But you two should definitely go in. If you're lucky, Sheila might have made her chocolate chip cookies. Amelia's eyes light up at the mention of cookies.
Oh, count me in.
I reach out to shake Jason's hand. I'll email you the detailed report later today. As we follow Bree out, movement at the bottom of the steps catches my eye. My heart flips when I see Caspian bundled up in my coat. Seeing him in my coat will never not make my heart skip a beat.
Oh, hey everyone.
Caspian's bright voice carries through the cold air, his cheeks pink from the winter chill.
Caspian!
Amelia practically bounces down the steps to hug him. When she pulls back, she eyes the coat with a knowing smirk.
That's a nice coat. Looks familiar somehow.
I feel heat creep up my neck that has nothing to do with the temperature. It's been days since I've seen him, since that night at his place, and just the sight of him wearing my clothes makes my pulse quicken. Does it? Caspian's eyes meet mine briefly, a playful glint in them that makes me want to grab him and kiss that teasing smile right off his face. I think it suits me, It definitely does, I managed to say, my voice rougher than intended. Jason clears his throat. Hey, Caspian, thank you for coming. Do you want to come inside? I've got the samples all ready for you. Right, yes. Caspian straightens, all business now. I'm really looking forward to trying them all. He starts to follow Jason, but pauses to look back at me. See you around, Nate? I nod, probably too eagerly. Definitely. As they walk away, Amelia elbows me in the ribs.
Real smooth, Stone. Real smooth.
I give her a little push as we follow Bree up the path to the farmhouse. Shut up and go get your cookies. The meeting with Jason's dad goes quickly, and soon we're heading back outside. Amelia clutches her box of cookies like it's made of gold, the smell of butter and chocolate making my stomach growl despite having eaten breakfast.
These are mine,
she declares, holding the box closer.
All mine. Sheila gave them to me specifically.
I laugh, shoving my hands in my pockets against the cold. I wouldn't dare try to steal them. I value my life too much. As we approach her car, I spot Caspian's familiar vehicle still parked next to Amelia's. My heart does that ridiculous flutter again, and before I can overthink it, I turn to Amelia. I'll make you a deal, I say, trying to sound casual. She raises an eyebrow, hugging her cookie box.
I'm listening, but if it involves sharing these cookies, the answer is no.
You can keep all the cookies, I assure her. Both her eyebrows shoot up.
What do you want?
I clear my throat, suddenly feeling like a teenager asking someone to cover for him with his parents. If you could head back to the office without me, you can email me your notes and I'll write the report at home. Her eyes dart to Caspian's car and a knowing grin spreads across her face.
Oh, I see. And how exactly are you planning to get back to town? We're miles out.
She pauses dramatically.
Unless you're hoping a certain coffee shop owner might offer you a ride.
Something like that, I admit, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks despite the cold. Amelia's grin widens as she unlocks her car.
Deal, but only because you look so adorably smitten right now.
She slides into the driver's seat, rolling down the window.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
That doesn't rule out much, I call after her as she drives away, her laughter carrying on the winter wind. I turn back toward the building, my heart starting to race. Leaning against Caspian's car, I stuff my hands deeper into my pockets to ward off the cold. The metal is freezing through my jacket, but I don't mind. The anticipation of seeing him again keeps me warm enough. After what feels like forever, but is probably only 15 minutes, the office door opens. Caspian emerges with Jason, both carrying boxes I'm betting contain varied grades of maple syrup. Their laughter carries across the snow-covered ground, and I try to ignore the tiny prick of jealousy in my chest. Caspian spots me first, his bright smile faltering into confusion as he glances around the parking lot. Nate? Where's your car? Looks like I need a ride, I say, pushing off his car and stepping closer. If you're heading back to town. Jason shoots me a knowing look as he helps Caspian load the boxes into his trunk. The syrup sample should work great in your specialty drinks, he tells Caspian. Let me know how the testing goes. Absolutely, Caspian promises. I'll call you once I've tried them all out. After Jason heads back inside, Caspian turns to me with a raised eyebrow. So, do you actually need a ride somewhere? The office, maybe? I step close enough to catch the scent of coffee and vanilla that seems to follow him everywhere. My schedule just opened up for the rest of the day. What about yours? His eyes sparkle with understanding. Funny thing, mine suddenly cleared up too. In that case, I say, reaching out to tug gently on the lapel of my coat that he's wearing, I pull him closer and capture his lips with mine, savoring the warmth and sweetness of his mouth before pulling back with a smile. I'm taking you out. Oh? His smile is playful as he unlocks the car. Where are we going? I slide into the passenger seat, waiting until he's settled behind the wheel before answering, that's for me to know and you to find out. Caspian starts the car, the heating kicking in immediately. Mysterious, he teases. Following my directions, Caspian drives us back into town. When we turn onto Maple Street, his eyes widen as I point him toward Red's restaurant. This is amazing, he says, taking in the classic Worcester lunch car with its white paint and red trim. It looks like something out of a movie. Wait until you're inside, I tell him, unable to hold back my smile at his enthusiasm. Red's is one of those places where time just slows down. As we walk up the switchback ramp to the entrance, Caspian asks, "Is this where the famous diner feud I keep hearing about started?" "You've heard about that already?" I hold the door open for him, the familiar bell chiming above us. "Yeah, this is half of it, though nobody really knows what actually started it anymore." "Reminds me a bit of being offline during the storm," Caspian says softly as we enter the main dining area, like the rest of the world just fades away. The comparison makes my chest warm. Exactly like that. Mickey approaches our booth with menus, and I watch Caspian's eyes travel over the classic interior. The gleaming chrome, the weathered Formica countertops, the checkered floor. Everything here has history, stories embedded in every crack and chip. "What's good here?" Caspian asks Mickey, who's hovering with his notepad ready. "Everything," Mickey answers with practiced ease. "But whatever you do, save room for the maple custard pie. It's what we're famous for." Caspian's eyes light up. "In that case, I'll just have the pie." "He'll share my food," I cut in, giving Mickey my usual order. Denver omelet, extra crispy bacon, and hash browns. "Don't think this means I'm sharing my pie," Caspian says once Mickey walks away, but his playful smile tells me he's joking. "How's everything coming along with the shop?" I ask, watching as Caspian unconsciously arranges the sugar packets in their holder. His need to organize things, even in spaces that aren't his, is endearing. "Actually, I've decided to open during the Winter Wishes Festival," he says, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Everything's ready, and Bo and everyone at the Community Development Office have been amazing with helping coordinate the details for the coffee stand, so I'm confident I can do both. The committee is even letting me bring one of my machines to make specialty drinks at my booth." The enthusiasm in his voice makes me smile. In just a few weeks, he's managed to weave himself into the fabric of Maplewood like he's always belonged here. Something warm and tender unfurls in my chest as I watch him talk about his plans. His hands moving animatedly as he describes the coffee station setup. Mickey returns with our food, setting down a plate piled high with the omelet, perfectly crisp bacon arranged in a red ceramic mug, and golden hash browns. The familiar sight makes my stomach growl. "The pie will be out in a bit," Mickey says with a wink before heading back to the counter. I push the plate to the center of the table and hand Caspian a fork. "Dig in. Mickey makes the best omelets in town." "In town?" Caspian raises an eyebrow as he takes a bite. His eyes widen. "Okay, maybe in the state. This is incredible." We fall into a comfortable conversation as we share the food, occasionally battling for the last bite of bacon or a particularly crispy bit of hash brown. It feels natural, sitting here with him in my favorite diner, watching the winter light filter through the windows and catch in his dark hair. Mickey returns with a generous slice of maple custard pie, and Caspian's face lights up like it's Christmas morning. The pie barely touches the table before Caspian's fork is diving in for the first bite. His eyes close in bliss as he savors it, and I find myself watching his reaction more than wanting a taste myself. "Oh my God," he moans softly. Wow." I chuckle. "I take it you approve?" "Approve?" He takes another bite, shaking his head. "Nate, this is a life-changing pie. I need to figure out how to incorporate these flavors into a coffee drink." "Don't let Mickey hear you say that," I warn him, only half joking. "The pie recipe is sacred territory around here." Caspian glances at the counter where Mickey is wiping down the surface, then leans forward conspiratorially. "I wouldn't dream of copying it, but maybe a maple custard latte." He trails off, and I can practically see the wheels turning in his head. The way he gets lost in his coffee creations, the spark of creativity in his eyes, it's incredibly attractive. I find myself leaning forward too, drawn into his enthusiasm. "Speaking of your coffee creations," I say, trying to keep my voice steady, despite how much I want to kiss him right now, "what do you say we get out of here? I'd love to see how the shop's coming along." His eyes meet mine, and the heat I see there tells me he's thinking about more than just showing me the shop. "Yeah," he says, voice a little rough. "Yeah, let's do that." Chapter 24. Caspian. The bell above the door chimes as we enter Special Blend, our arms loaded with boxes of maple syrup samples from Moon Meadows. The familiar scent of coffee and wood welcomes me home, mixing with the sweet maple aroma from our delivery. Just set those on the counter, I tell Nate, heading behind it to store the bottles in the cabinet underneath. I keep one bottle out, placing it next to my main coffee maker. Already, my mind is racing with flavor combinations I want to try. When I straighten, I find Nate wandering around the space, taking in all the changes I've made since he was last here. His eyes linger on the exposed brick wall I spent days cleaning and restoring, then move to the new signs I've hung, simple wooden plaques with hand-painted coffee quotes. "This place is really coming together," he says, running his fingers along the polished counter. "It feels completely different from when Mac owned it." "Different good?" I ask, though his appreciative expression already tells me the answer. He nods, making his way toward the back of the shop where I've set up the book corner. "Definitely good. It feels warmer somehow, more inviting." I follow him to the space that will soon house my small bookstore. Right now, there's just a table piled with sorted books waiting for their permanent home. "I wish I'd finished the bookcase already," Nate says, running a hand through his hair. "But since the storm, I've been swamped with work. The damage assessments are keeping me busier than usual." "Hey, don't worry about it," I assure him. "I'll love having the bookcase when it's ready, but my temporary setup works fine for now." Nate picks up one of the books, his eyebrows rising as he reads the back cover. "These are detailed descriptions?" Heat creeps up my neck as I realize he's holding one of the spicier romance novels. They're pretty popular in the genre. He sets that one down and picks up another, flipping through it with growing amusement. "Do you actually read these?" "I do," I admit, lifting my chin slightly. "I love them, actually. Not as much as my mom did. She could devour 3 books in a day. But there's something magical about getting lost in a good romance." I step closer, plucking the book from his hands. "And if it's spicy, even better." His eyes darken at my words, and suddenly the air between us feels charged with electricity. He takes a step closer, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. "Is that so?" His voice is low, sending shivers down my spine. "And what exactly do you like about the spicy parts?" I swallow hard, very aware of how alone we are in the shop. "I like the anticipation," I say, my voice coming out breathier than intended. "The slow build of tension, the way 2 people can get completely lost in each other." Nate's hand cups my cheek, his thumb brushing my bottom lip. "Sounds familiar," he murmurs. Before I can respond, his mouth is on mine, and I'm being backed up against the brick wall. The book falls forgotten from my hands as I grab his shoulders, pulling him closer. His kiss is hungry, demanding, making my knees weak. Nate's lips leave mine, and a trail of feather-light kisses moves down my neck. My breath catches as a shiver of anticipation runs through me. God, how does he always know exactly where to touch me? "Caspian," Nate murmurs against my skin, his breath warm. Nate's kisses travel lower, and my heart races. Every touch sends sparks through my body, building a delicious tension. I bite my lip, trying to stay quiet even though the shop is closed and empty. The last thing I need is someone passing by on the street to hear us. When Nate sinks to his knees in front of me, looking up with those piercing blue eyes, I nearly combust on the spot. He hooks his fingers in the hem of my sweater, pushing it up slightly. "Is this okay?" he asks softly, his hand hovering at the button of my jeans. My voice comes out breathy as I nod. "More than okay. Please, Nate." He smiles, a mix of tenderness and hunger in his expression that makes my knees weak. As he slowly unbuttons my jeans, I can't tear my eyes away from his deft fingers. The anticipation is delicious torture. "You know," I managed to quip, my voice only slightly shaky. "When I pictured my first winter in Vermont, I didn't imagine it would involve quite so much stripping." Nate chuckles, the sound sending vibrations through me. "Just trying to keep you warm, baby." I laugh, the sound turning into a gasp as Nate's hands slide teasingly along my hips. "Well, mission very much accomplished." Nate slowly lowers my jeans to my knees, revealing the light blue lacy panties I chose this morning. A shiver runs through me, part excitement, part exposure to the cool air. But when I see Nate's eyes widen, pupils dilating with desire, any chill evaporates instantly. God, Cass, he breathes, running a finger along the delicate lace. You're killing me here. I grin, a mix of pride and nervousness bubbling up inside me. Good kill? The best, Nate murmurs, leaning in to press his face against my hip. His breath is warm through the thin fabric, making me tremble. Missed you so much. It's only been 2 days, I tease, though my voice wavers as his lips brush my skin. Nate looks up, a mischievous glint in his eye. 2 days too long. Do you have any idea how distracting you are? I laugh, the sound turning breathy as his fingers play with the waistband of the panties. Me? Distracting? I'm not the one on my knees looking like every fantasy come to life. Flatterer. Nate chuckles, hooking his thumbs under the lace. May I? I nod, suddenly grateful for the locked door and drawn blinds. As Nate slowly pulls down my underwear, I'm hyper-aware of every sensation. The slide of the fabric against my skin, the brush of Nate's fingers, the cool air hitting newly exposed flesh. My breath catches in my throat, anticipation coiling tight in my belly. Beautiful, Nate whispers, and the reverence in his voice makes my heart skip a beat. His mouth is on me in exquisite torture. I gasp, my fingers tangling in his hair as waves of pleasure crash over me. Every lick, every subtle movement of his tongue sends sparks shooting through my body. I'm hyper-aware of every sensation, the warmth of his breath, the gentle pressure of his hands on my hips, steadying me as my knees threaten to buckle. God, Nate, I moan, struggling to keep my voice down. The intensity is overwhelming, each touch feeling magnified 100-fold. I look down, meeting Nate's eyes, and the connection between us feels electric. There's such tenderness in his gaze, such devotion that it makes my chest ache. As the pressure builds, I feel myself spiraling higher and higher. My breath comes in short, sharp pants, my body trembling. I'm close, I warn, tugging gently at Nate's hair. He hums in acknowledgement, the vibration sending a jolt through me, and redoubles his efforts. The world narrows to this single point of contact, this moment of pure, unfiltered bliss. When I finally tumble over the edge, it's with Nate's name on my lips. The release is intense, leaving me shaking and breathless. As I come down from the high, I feel boneless, satiated in a way that goes beyond the physical. Nate rises, pressing soft kisses to my hip, stomach, and chest as he stands. When he reaches my lips, I kiss him deeply, tasting myself on his tongue. The intimacy of it makes me shiver. Let me, I murmur against his mouth, reaching for his belt. But Nate gently catches my wrists, stopping me. Later, he says softly, kissing my forehead. This was for you. Nate's fingers trail lazily up and down my spine, sending pleasant shivers through me. I'm still catching my breath as my heart rate slowly returns to normal. You know, Nate murmurs, his lips brushing my ear. I should probably head back. But I promise we'll pick this up later. I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. Is that so? His answer is another deep kiss that leaves me breathless before he finally pulls away. As we reluctantly make ourselves presentable again, all I can think about is how different this winter is from last year. Back then, I was drowning, barely keeping my head above water and wondering how I'd live without my mom. Now, here in Maplewood, I've found a home, a purpose, and something else I'm too scared to think about, let alone voice. Hey, I say, catching Nate's hand as he reaches for the door. Thank you. He raises an eyebrow. For the mind-blowing orgasm? Because trust me, the pleasure was all mine. I blush but shake my head. No. I mean, yes, that was incredible, but I meant thank you for today, for lunch, for being here. For everything. After Nate leaves, reassuring me he can walk back to the office for his car, I decide to focus on work rather than let myself get lost in daydreams about him. The maple syrup from Moon Meadows is calling to me, and I've been itching to experiment with new recipes. I spend the next hour testing different combinations. A classic maple latte is obvious, but I want something special. After several attempts, I find the perfect balance, a maple custard latte inspired by Red's famous pie. The syrup adds warmth and depth to the espresso, while a hint of vanilla and a dash of cinnamon creates that custard-like sweetness. Pleased with my creation, but still restless, I can't shake the feeling that I should be doing more. The shop is ready. The coffee recipes are perfect, the space looks amazing, and I'm tired of waiting. I want to see people sitting at these tables for longer than a couple of hours a day, drinking my coffee, reading the books. I pull out my phone and dial Catherine's number. She picks up on the second ring.
Please tell me you're calling about what I think you're calling about,
she says instead of hello. I laugh. We're ready for full throttle. I'm done with the soft opening. Let's do this.
Leave it with me, honey. You'll have a full display of pastries and cakes, and I'll start on the cookies for the festival.
The excitement in her voice matches mine.
I'm so happy to be back to baking. The kitchen has felt too quiet.
I know exactly what you mean. I look around the empty shop. I think I was pulling back from opening full-time because I wanted everything to be perfect, but it doesn't need to be. I just need to be here.
I agree, honey.
Catherine practically squeals.
I'll have everything ready for you first thing in the morning. I'll get started right away.
After hanging up, I can't stop smiling. Tomorrow, Special Blend will finally open its doors full-time. Chapter 25. Caspian. I enter Miller's General Store, greeted by the familiar creak of wooden floorboards and the comforting scent of freshly ground coffee from the small counter where Mrs. Miller always keeps a pot brewing. The woven shopping basket I grabbed from the stack by the door dangles from one arm as I pull out my phone to check my grocery list. The store isn't big or fancy like the supermarkets in Phoenix, but its narrow aisles stocked with everyday essentials and local products have already become a familiar comfort in my new small-town life. I head straight for the baking aisle, my mind already running through the recipe for maple and cheese scones. The Winter Wishes Festival is coming up fast, and I want to have something of my own to serve. Most people don't say it, but I know my bakes aren't like Catherine's. They always lack something, texture or flavor, but where I miss the mark, I make it up with something else. Even if my scones aren't the best, there's still a little bit of me and Mom. I like to think she'd be proud that I always try my best. Plus, they'll be perfect for tomorrow's opening. As I'm reaching for flour, my thoughts drift to Nate. He's been working so hard lately with all the storm damage. I wonder if he's had time to do any grocery shopping. Maybe I should pick up some essentials for him. Some bread, milk, maybe ingredients for an easy dinner. I stop myself mid-reach, my hand hovering over a loaf of the artisanal bread I noticed in his kitchen last time. It's probably inappropriate for me to assume Nate needs help with groceries. He's a grown man who's lived here his whole life. He definitely knows how to take care of himself. Besides, what would I even say? Hey, I thought you might be too busy to shop, so I bought you bread. That sounds weirdly presumptuous, especially since we haven't really defined what this thing between us is. For all I know, I'm just a convenient distraction while he's busy with work. The thought sits heavy in my stomach as I move through the store, mechanically adding ingredients to my basket. Are we dating? We haven't actually been on many proper dates unless you count shared dinners and stolen moments in my coffee shop. And that blowjob earlier today? My cheeks flush at the memory. But then again, what do I really know about what Nate does when we're not together? The niggling doubt that's been hovering at the edges of my mind starts to grow. I think about New Year's Eve, how easily he approached me at the bar. How many other guys has he done that with? I pause in front of the dairy case, staring unseeing at the rows of cheese. For all I know, he could have gone to Burlington in the past few days. Is that even in his work area? I realize I don't actually know the geographical scope of his job. The forest is huge, after all. Shaking off my spiraling thoughts, I grab the cheese I need and turn around, only to nearly collide with a small body. I stumble back, catching myself on the dairy case. Oh, I'm so sorry, I say, looking down at a small boy with blue eyes and tousled light brown hair. He's probably around 5 or 6 years old. Instead of responding, the boy puts his fingers to his lips in an exaggerated shushing motion.
I'm on a secret mission,
he whispers loudly, the kind of whisper that's actually louder than regular speaking. I can't help but laugh. A secret mission, huh? He nods solemnly.
I'm Bailey. But you can't tell anyone you saw me. My daddy said so.
Did we now? A warm voice says from behind Bailey. I look up to see a man approaching us, an amused smile on his face. He's a little shorter than me, with kind brown eyes behind dark-rimmed glasses and soft brown hair. He's wearing a cozy-looking sweater with paint splatters on it, and there's something inherently sweet about his whole demeanor. I'm sorry about that. Bailey has a very active imagination. No worries at all, I say, smiling. Bailey here was just telling me about his secret mission. The man extends his hand. I'm Ben. We're visiting for a few days. Caspian, I reply, shaking his hand. Are you here for the Winter Wishes Festival? I'm still pretty new to town myself, so I'm looking forward to experiencing it for the first time. Ben opens his mouth to respond, but pauses, glancing over his shoulder. I follow his gaze to see 3 men standing at the end of the aisle with another child. 2 of them look identical. They must be twins. Something about their faces seems familiar, but I can't quite place it. Yeah, we're here for the festival, Ben says, turning back to me with an odd expression I can't quite read. And maybe a few other things. Have you seen the wishing tree yet? I ask, gesturing toward Bailey, who's now bouncing on his toes with excitement. It's really magical, especially for kids.
The wishing tree?
Bailey's eyes grow wide.
What's that?
I crouch to his level, matching his enthusiasm. Well, it's this beautiful big tree in the city park. People write their wishes on special decorations and hang them on the branches. They say the wishes come true throughout the year.
Really?
Bailey gasps, then turns to Ben.
Daddy, can we go see it, please?
Ben laughs, ruffling Bailey's hair. Of course we can, buddy. What would you wish for? Bailey beckons his dad to bend down, then cups his hands around Ben's ear, whispering something that makes Ben smile softly. Oh, sweetie, Ben says, straightening. I think Sienna might be a bit young for a bike right now. One of the men from the group approaches us. He has jet black hair tied into a bun and dark blue eyes. He's also shorter than the twins, who have light brown hair and features so similar I have to look twice to tell them apart. Bailey's been trying to convince us all since Christmas, he explains. He and his cousin, my son Tyler, got bikes. Now he wants his baby sister to join their bike gang. Never mind that she's just 6 months old. I'm Indy, by the way. That's adorable, I say, watching as Bailey skips back to the other group. Maybe you could wish for something else, I call after him. Like ice cream? Don't give him ideas, Ben groans good-naturedly. We should probably get going, though. If we don't feed these kids soon, we'll have a riot on our hands. Besides, I want to call my best friend to check in on Sienna. We decided she was too little to make the trip in the winter, so she stayed back home. Oh, right. Well, if you're looking for somewhere to grab coffee while you're in town, I own Special Blend, opposite the north side of the park. We're actually officially opening tomorrow. I'd love to treat you all to some of our special blends and pastries. Indy's eyes light up. A coffee shop? We'll definitely stop by. I own a coffee shop back home, so we're always excited to try new places. I feel a warmth spread through my chest. Something about their energy and Bailey's sweet innocence gets to me. Life's too short to second-guess every kind of gesture. Before I leave, I grab that loaf of artisanal bread Nate likes, along with some fresh fruit and a block of his favorite cheese. It's not about defining our relationship. It's about being kind to someone I care about. Besides, the way his eyes light up when he's happy is worth any moment of uncertainty. Back home, with flour dusting my countertops and the warm, comforting scent of baking scones filling my kitchen, my thoughts drift back to Nate. The way he kissed me in the bookstore corner. How his hands felt on my skin, the tenderness in his eyes when he looked at me, but also the uncertainty gnawing at my gut. What are we to each other? What does he want from this? I need someone to talk to, someone who knows me better than anyone else. Marcus has been my best friend since forever. He's got me through life drama, boy drama, and mom's illness. If anyone can help me make sense of this situation with Nate, it's him. I pull out my phone and call Marcus. Well, Marcus drawls when he picks up. If it isn't my favorite desert flower transplanted to the frozen north, to what do I owe this pleasure? Can't I just call to say hi? I ask, wedging the phone between my ear and shoulder as I knead dough for the second batch of scones. You could, but that's not why you're calling. Spill it. How's the Vermont hunk treating you? I pause in my kneading, flour-covered hands hovering over the dough. That's complicated. Complicated how? Are you dating? Just hooking up? Planning a spring wedding? I don't know what we're doing, I admit, resuming my kneading with perhaps more force than necessary. We're definitely sleeping together, but what? Marcus prompts when I trail off. But we haven't defined anything. It started during a snowstorm. We weathered the snowstorm together, had sex, and it just hasn't stopped. And there's something else. Also? There's an also. I love an also. Tell me everything. I take a deep breath. Remember that guy I hooked up with on New Year's Eve? At the masquerade party? The mysterious stranger who rocked your world? Yeah, well, I start dividing the dough into portions. That was Nate. There's a moment of stunned silence on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, what? How do you know? He has this beauty mark on his hip. I noticed it the first time we, and then I remembered seeing it that night. Hold up, Marcus says. Does he know? No, I admit, wincing. I haven't told him. Caspian Lane! Marcus's voice rises in pitch. You need to tell him, like yesterday. I know. I groan, shaping the dough into a circle and patting it down to cut it into triangles. But what if he gets upset that I didn't tell him sooner? Or worse, what if this whole thing between us is just casual for him, and knowing about New Year's Eve makes it weird? Or, Marcus counters, what if he finds out some other way and feels like you've been lying to him? Which, by the way, you kind of have been. I haven't been lying, I protest weakly. I just haven't mentioned it. Honey, that's a lie of omission and you know it. Marcus's voice softens. Look, I get why you're scared, but if Nate is half the guy you've been gushing about, he deserves to know the truth. I lean against the counter, closing my eyes. What if he's only interested in hooking up? What if telling him makes him realize this is getting too complicated? Then he's an idiot who doesn't deserve you, Marcus says firmly. But Cass, sweetie, think about it. If he's only interested in hooking up, wouldn't he have already made that clear? From what you've told me, he's been pretty invested in spending time with you, helping with the coffee shop and carrying maple syrup samples. Those were for the coffee shop, I mumble. Right, because every forest product, whatever his title is, stops their working day to personally help every new business in town unload their cars, Marcus says dryly. Face it, babe, he likes you. And if he does, finding out you're also the guy he had amazing chemistry with on New Year's Eve isn't going to change that. If anything, it might make him realize how special your connection is. The timer dings and I pull out the first batch of scones, their golden brown tops glistening with melted cheese. The familiar motions of baking help calm my racing thoughts. You're right, I finally admit. I need to tell him. Of course I'm right. I'm always right. Now, tell me more about this coffee shop of yours. When do I get to visit? Chapter 26. Nate. The hot water cascades down my back as I lean against the shower wall, my mind replaying earlier moments with Caspian. Steam fills the bathroom, fogging the glass doors. My body responds instantly to the memory of his touch, of his taste. I've been hard since lunchtime, and now, as I take the necessary care to prepare myself for Caspian, I'm harder than ever. I take my time washing carefully. The anticipation builds with each passing moment. It's been a while since I've trusted anyone enough to be this vulnerable, to want this kind of intimacy. But with Caspian, everything feels different, natural, right. After finishing in the shower, I dry off quickly and wrap a towel around my waist. The mirror is fogged, but I can still make out my reflection, cheeks flushed from the hot water, and I swear my body gives away how much I want this. The afternoon's work is now long forgotten. Endless emails about tree assessments, Jason's detailed report from today's visit, and 3 more requests from farms wanting evaluations before spring. I pull on a pair of comfortable gray sweatpants, debating whether to go to Caspian's or wait here when the doorbell rings and settles that question. Caspian is here. My skin is still warm from the shower and I skip the shirt for now. When I open the door, I find him laden with boxes and bags, his cheeks pink from the cold. His eyes travel appreciatively over my bare chest, and I feel a surge of satisfaction at his obvious approval. Need some help with those? I ask, reaching for some of his burden. Thanks, he says, passing me the bags as he toes off his boots. I picked up some groceries. I thought you might not have had time to shop with how busy you've been. The thoughtfulness of the gesture catches me off guard, warming something deep in my chest. Thank you. I actually really needed to go shopping, was planning to order in tonight. No need. He grins, following me to the kitchen. I made dinner and dessert. We set everything on the counter, and I can't help but pull him close for a kiss. He melts against me, his cold hands pressing against my warm skin, making me shiver in the best way. When we break apart, his eyes are half-lidded. What was that for? Because I wanted to, I say simply. Because you're thoughtful and kind, and I trail off, suddenly unsure how to express everything I'm feeling. Caspian's smile softens, and he leans in to press another quick kiss to my lips before pulling back to unpack the bags. I made maple and cheese scones, he says, pulling out a container that's still slightly warm. And I brought that artisanal bread you like, some fruit, and that aged cheddar I saw in your fridge before. I watch him moving around my kitchen with easy familiarity, putting things away like he knows exactly where they belong, because he does. When did that happen? When did he learn all my preferences, habits, the organization of my kitchen? For dinner, he continues, pulling out more containers, I made a hearty vegetable soup, perfect for this weather, and there's this. He produces a final box with a flourish. Apple pie. I know it's not as exciting as maple pie, but it's perfect, I say, meaning more than just the food. Everything about this moment feels perfect. Caspian in my kitchen, caring for me in these small but significant ways, the comfortable domesticity of it all. I move behind Caspian as he's arranging the containers on the counter, pressing my chest against his back and wrapping my arms around his waist. How hungry are you? I murmur against his ear. He leans back into me, his breath catching slightly. I could wait. Will dinner keep? I ask, sliding my hands under his sweater to feel the warm skin beneath. Yes, he stammers, tilting his head to give me better access as I trail kisses down his neck. Everything can be reheated. In one fluid motion, I spin him around and lift him onto the counter, stepping between his legs. His eyes are dark with desire as he looks down at me, and I can't resist capturing his lips in a heated kiss. His legs wrap around my waist, pulling me closer. You know, I say between kisses, I believe you owe me something from earlier. His laugh turns into a gasp as I nip at his collarbone. Is that right? Mm-hmm. I pull back just enough to meet his eyes. I've been thinking about having you inside me all afternoon. The way his pupils dilate at my words sends heat coursing through my body. Yeah? Instead of answering, I grab his thighs and lift him off the counter. He yelps in surprise, arms automatically wrapping around my neck as I carry him toward the bedroom. When we reach the bed, I let myself fall backward, bringing him down on top of me. I'm ready for you, I whisper against his lips. His eyes widen slightly at the implication, and then he's kissing me like he wants to devour me whole. And I let him because I trust him, because I want him more than I've ever wanted anyone. Because somehow, in the short time I've known him, he's become everything I never knew I was missing. The realization almost stops me, but I'm way too gone for this man to stop now. Caspian straddles my hips, his weight a delicious pressure. The warm lamplight catches the tan tones of his skin as he slowly pulls his shirt over his head, never breaking eye contact. My breath catches at the side of him above me, and I can't resist running my hands up his thighs to rest on his waist. Caspian's hands find my waist, fingers brushing against the waistband of my sweatpants. The touch sends a shiver through me. You're so strong, Caspian whispers, his gaze roaming over me with such reverence that I feel my cheeks heat. I'd argue you're the strong one here, Cass. You moved all the way across the country for a dream. I'm in awe of you. Caspian blushes at my words but quickly recovers with a playful grin. Someone's wearing too many pants for this conversation to continue. Ditto. Caspian chuckles, his hands moving to my shoulders as he uses me as leverage to stand up. Your wish is my command. He shimmies out of his jeans and panties in one smooth motion, kicking them aside, and then he helps me out of mine. My breath catches. Even though we've seen each other naked before, this feels different, more intimate, more real. Caspian comes back to bed, but this time I open my legs and he gets the message. Our cocks line up, but he ignores them and instead cups my face in his hands. "You still good?" I nod, leaning into his touch. "More than good. Just a little nervous." "We'll take it slow," he promises, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. "I've got you." He reaches for the nightstand, pulling out a condom and a bottle of lube. A thrill runs through me, a mix of anticipation and nerves. "Talk to me," Caspian says, his voice gentle. "Tell me what you're feeling." I take a deep breath. Excited? Scared? Like I might combust if you don't touch me soon. He laughs, the sound warm and rich. "Well, we can't have that, can we?" Caspian's hands are sure and steady as he opens the condom, rolling it on with practiced ease. He uncaps the lube next, warming it between his fingers. "Ready?" he asks, his eyes locked on mine. I nod, spreading my legs more. "Ready." The first touch of his slick fingers makes me gasp. It's cold, but Caspian's gentle movements soon have me melting into his touch. "That's it," he murmurs, working me open with careful precision. "You're doing so well, Nate." I close my eyes, focusing on the sensation. As Caspian continues, adding another finger, pressure starts to build, warm and insistent. "Oh," I breathe, my hips moving of their own accord. Caspian's free hand strokes my thigh. "Feel good?" "Yeah," I manage, opening my eyes to meet his gaze. The love and desire I see there takes my breath away. "Caspian, I need you." He nods, understanding. "I've got you," he says again, positioning himself between my legs. As he pushes in, the world narrows to just us. The slide of skin on skin, the catch of breath, the way Caspian's eyes never leave mine. It's intense and intimate and overwhelmingly right. "You okay?" Caspian asks, his voice strained with the effort of holding still. I nod, adjusting to the feeling of fullness. "Yeah, move, please." He does, starting slow and building a steady rhythm. Each thrust sends sparks of pleasure through me, and I find myself meeting him halfway, our bodies moving in perfect sync. A moan escapes me as Caspian hits a particularly sensitive spot. "Oh God, right there!" I gasp, my fingers digging into his shoulders. Caspian's eyes light up, a mix of mischief and determination. "Here?" he asks, angling his hips to hit the same spot again. "Yes!" I cry out, arching my back. The pleasure is building, a delicious tension coiling in my core. Caspian leans down, pressing his forehead against mine. Our breaths mingle, hot and heavy. "You feel amazing, Nate," he murmurs, his voice rough with emotion. "So perfect." I want to respond, to tell him how incredible he feels too, but words fail me. Instead, I pull him down for a kiss, pouring everything I can't say into it. He responds eagerly, his tongue tangling with mine as he maintains his steady rhythm. We break apart, panting. Caspian's hand finds mine, intertwining our fingers. It's such a small gesture, but it nearly undoes me. The trust, the intimacy, it's almost too much. "Caspian!" I whimper, overwhelmed by sensation and emotion. He squeezes my hand. "I know, baby. I've got you. Let go." The tension that's built within me snaps, and I'm swept away in a wave of intense pleasure. "Caspian!" I cry out, clinging to him as my body shudders with release. The ecstasy is all-consuming, radiating from my core to the tips of my fingers and toes. Caspian's rhythm falters, his movements becoming erratic. "Nate," he gasps, his dark eyes locked on mine. I'm... "Yes," I urge him, cupping his face. "Come for me, Cass." With a low, guttural moan, Caspian reaches his own climax. Watching him lost in pleasure, knowing I'm the cause of it, sends another spark of arousal through me. We cling to each other, riding out the waves of our shared bliss. As the intensity fades, Caspian collapses on top of me, burying his face in the crook of my neck. I wrap my arms around him, savoring the weight of his body on mine. For a moment, we just lie there, catching our breath and basking in the afterglow. That was I start, searching for the right word. Caspian lifts his head, a lazy grin spreading across his face. Mind-blowing? Earth-shattering? The best sex of your life? I laugh, swatting his shoulder playfully. All of the above, you dork. He chuckles, pressing a soft kiss to my lips before carefully pulling out and disposing of the condom. Then he's back, curling up beside me and pulling me close. "You okay?" he asks, his hand tracing patterns on my skin. I nod, feeling wonderfully sated and content. More than okay. That was perfect. I trace my fingers along Caspian's collarbone, marveling at how natural this intimacy feels. His warmth seeps into me, chasing away the lingering chill of the Vermont winter outside. "Hey," Caspian whispers, his dark eyes twinkling with that infectious joy I've come to adore. "What's going on in that head of yours?" I smile, feeling a little vulnerable but safe enough to share. "Just thinking about how right this feels. You and me, I mean." Caspian's smile falters slightly, an uncertain look crossing his face. His fingers find their way to my hip, tracing the maple leaf beauty mark there. "The maple leaf," he says softly. "What about it?" "Did you—" Caspian starts, then pauses, his fingers still circling the mark. "Did you spend New Year's Eve in Burlington?" The question seems to come out of nowhere, and I frown slightly. "Yeah, I did. Why?" "It was me," he says quietly, his eyes fixed on the beauty mark. "You... what?" "The man behind the mask?" His voice is barely above a whisper now. I freeze for a moment, letting the words sink in. The mysterious stranger from New Year's Eve. The one whose touch had felt like fire, whose connection with me had been immediate and electric. Had been Caspian all along? A laugh bubbles from deep in my chest, starting soft and growing until I'm practically shaking with it. "Why are you laughing?" Caspian asks, uncertainty clear in his voice. I pull him closer, pressing a kiss to his forehead. "Because I'm a lucky idiot. I spent so much time thinking about that night, about the mysterious guy behind the mask. I even considered driving back to Burlington on random weekends, hoping I might run into him again." I shake my head, still chuckling. "And then you showed up on my doorstep and suddenly, that guy didn't matter anymore. Because there you were, warm, real, and so much more than a memory from one perfect night." I cup his face, meeting his worried gaze. "And now I find out you're the same person. How did I get so lucky?" Caspian's response is to surge forward and capture my lips in a tender, searching kiss that makes my toes curl. When he pulls back, his eyes are bright with emotion. What are we doing, Nate?" he asks softly. "Are we dating? Just hooking up? I need to know." I run my thumb along his cheekbone, my heart racing at the vulnerability in his voice. "I'd very much like to date you, Cass. See where this goes? Exclusively." I pause, suddenly unsure. "If that's something you want too." His answering smile is radiant. "Yes, God, yes, that's exactly what I want." I pull him in for another kiss, slow and deep, trying to pour all my feelings into it. We might have stayed like that for hours, but Caspian's stomach lets out a loud rumble. I laugh against his lips. "I think that's our cue. Time for that soup you made." Chapter 27. Caspian. The early morning light filters through Special Blends windows as I unlock the front door for Catherine. The bell above chimes softly, the same one that's been there since before I was born, though I didn't know that until recently.
"Morning, sweetheart,"
Catherine says, bustling in with boxes of pastries balanced expertly in her arms. The scent of fresh baking fills the space, making my mouth water.
"Ready for the big day?"
I take a deep breath, looking around at my coffee shop. Mine. The reality of it still hasn't fully sunk in. As ready as I'll ever be.
"Here, let's get these laid out,"
she says, setting the boxes on the counter.
"I made extra of the maple pecan danishes. They were one of Mac's best sellers, so you'll already have a captive audience."
We work in comfortable silence for a while, arranging pastries in the display case. Catherine has an eye for presentation I'm grateful for, each item placed just so, creating an inviting array of treats.
You know,
Catherine says as she adjusts a row of muffins,
your mother would be so proud of you.
The mention of Mom makes my throat tight. Yeah? Catherine pauses, her eyes soft with memory.
Oh, yes. This was her dream too, you know.
I nearly dropped the scone I'm holding. What do you mean?
Special blend.
Catherine gestures around us.
Elena used to talk about it all the time when we were young. She'd say she was going to go away, become a famous singer, make her fortune.
She chuckles softly.
And then she'd come back here and buy Special Blend from Old Mac. She used to have a part-time job here, you know.
I set down the scone carefully, trying to process this information. She never told me that.
I thought that's why you bought this place.
I wanted a coffee shop to honor her because I always felt that she would have been amazing at running one, but I never knew. I shake my head as I look around the space with new eyes, imagining my mom as a teenager serving coffee between these same walls. Did she stand where I'm standing now? Did she laugh with customers at this very counter? Suddenly, the coffee shop feels different, more meaningful, more personal. It's like she's here with me today, her presence woven into the very fabric of this place. Maybe that's why it felt so right to buy Special Blend, why it immediately felt like home. Some part of me recognized what she had loved about it all those years ago. Maybe this was always meant to be, I say softly, running my hand along the polished counter. Me coming to Maplewood, taking over Special Blend. Catherine's smile turns knowing.
And finding other reasons to stay?
Heat rises to my cheeks. Is it that obvious?
Oh, sweetheart.
She laughs warmly.
I saw the way my son looked at you at Lottie's party, and the way you looked at him.
She pauses her arranging to meet my eyes.
I haven't seen Nate look at anyone like that in a very long time.
My heart flutters at her words. I really like him, Catherine. The admission comes easily, perhaps because she's Nate's mom, or because she reminds me so much of my mother. Warm, understanding, accepting.
I know you do.
She puts the tongs down and pulls me into a tight hug.
And I couldn't be happier for both of you.
When she pulls back, her eyes are misty.
If only Elena could see you now.
She can, I say with certainty, feeling the truth in my bones. She has to. After all, it's because of her that I'm here in Maplewood at all. Catherine cups my face just like Mom used to.
You're right. Now let's finish up so we can open the doors and welcome all your customers. I have a feeling you'll need all the help you can get during the morning rush.
She's not wrong. The moment I flip the closed sign to open, it seems like half of Maplewood pours through the door. The bell chimes constantly as people stream in, filling the shop with cheerful chatter and excitement. I love seeing familiar faces that have come in on the days I open just for a few hours. I lose myself in the rhythm of making drinks, grateful for my years of barista experience. Catherine proves invaluable, handling the register and keeping the line moving while I craft beverages. 1 maple latte with oat milk, I call out, setting the drink on the counter. And a pumpkin spice for Agnes.
Thank you, dear,
Agnes says, collecting both drinks.
The octogenarians have become quite addicted to your special blends. We're having band practice later. These will keep us going.
It's nearly noon when there's finally a lull in the crowd. I'm wiping down the counter when the bell chimes again. I look up to see 4 men entering. 2 of them I recognize as Ben and Indy from the other day. The other 2 are the twins I didn't get to meet at the grocery store.
Can I have a hot chocolate, please?
A small voice asks from the other side of the counter, and I spot Bailey bouncing excitedly beside Ben.
Can I have a cinnamon bun?
Another child, this must be Tyler, asks, pressing his face against the display case. The 2 men I haven't met step forward, extending their hands. I'm Tristan, the first one says. And I'm Tate, adds the second. Something about them seems familiar, but I can't quite place it. Nice to meet you, I say, pushing away the odd feeling their intense gazes give me. Welcome to Special Blend. What can I get for you?
Hot chocolate, please.
Bailey pipes up again, bouncing on his toes. Make that 2 hot chocolates, Ben adds, ruffling Bailey's hair. And yes, Tyler, you can have a cinnamon bun. As I prepare their drinks, I notice Tristan and Tate watching me closely. It's unnerving, but I focus on crafting the perfect hot chocolates, complete with whipped cream and a light dusting of cocoa powder. These look amazing, Indy says as I hand over the drinks. He seems to be trying to ease some tension I don't quite understand. If you'd opened in Chester Falls, I'd have some serious competition. How long have you been in Maplewood? Tate asks, his voice carefully neutral. Just a few weeks, I reply, wrapping up Tyler's cinnamon bun. But it already feels like home. Your mother was from here, wasn't she? Tristan's question makes me pause. Yes, she was. I look between them, that nagging feeling of familiarity growing stronger. Did you know her? Ben clears his throat. We should probably get these two their treats before the sugar crash hits, he says, guiding Bailey toward a table. The moment breaks, and Tristan and Tate step back, though their eyes never leave my face. Thanks for coming in, I say, forcing a smile despite my confusion. I hope you enjoy everything. As they settle at a table near the window, I can't shake the feeling that their visit isn't just about coffee and pastries, and the question about my mom. Weird. Catherine catches my eye from where she's restocking napkins, her expression concerned. I give her a reassuring nod, but my mind races with questions I can't quite form. The bell above the door chimes again, and this time when I look up, my whole body relaxes as I see Nate. He's bundled against the cold, his cheeks pink and his hair slightly mussed from the wind. His eyes find mine immediately, and the smile that spreads across his face makes my heart skip. Hey, he says, making his way around the counter. He greets his mom with a quick kiss on the cheek, then comes around to my side. Before I can process what's happening, he's cupping my face and pressing a soft kiss to my lips. Catherine's delighted giggle makes us both pull back. Nate's eyes widen slightly as if just realizing what he did. Oops, he says, rubbing the back of his neck. We probably should have talked about how to tell people about us. I feel my cheeks heat but can't stop smiling. It's okay. Your mom already knows. What? Nate looks between us. How?
Oh, honey,
Catherine says, patting his cheek as she passes by with a tray of fresh pastries.
I'm your mother. I know you better than you think.
Nate's sheepish expression is adorable. Oh, fair enough. He turns back to me, lowering his voice. How's the first date going? Busy, I say, leaning into him slightly. But good, really good. I glance toward the table near the window where Tristan and Tate are still watching us. Though something weird just happened. Before I can explain, the bell chimes again and a new wave of customers floods in. Nate steps back, understanding in his eyes. I'll grab a table and wait for the rush to die down, he says. Then you can tell me all about it. I nod gratefully, already turning to help the next customer. As I work, I catch glimpses of Nate reading a book at a corner table, occasionally looking up to meet my gaze with a soft smile.
Excuse me.
A small voice pipes up from near my elbow. I look down to find Bailey standing there, clutching what appears to be a picture book from my small collection. Hi, Bailey, I smile. Did you find something you like?
Can I buy this, please?
He holds up the book, a beautifully illustrated story about a young bear finding his way home through a winter forest. Ben appears behind his son, shaking his head with an amused smile. Typical, he chuckles. I own a bookstore, but my son only ever wants books he sees in other places. The heart wants what it wants, I laugh, taking the book to ring it up along with their earlier purchases. Ben hands over his card, still smiling. We'll see you around. I don't know why, but his words sound more like a promise than a casual comment. See you around, Ben. Chapter 28. Nate. The winter air nips at my nose as Caspian and I walk hand in hand through the festival grounds. It's the first day of the Winter Wishes Festival, and vendors are still setting up their stalls, creating that special kind of chaos that comes from any big event. Strings of lights crisscross overhead, waiting for dusk to transform the space into something magical. Special Blend is closed, and I helped Caspian set up his coffee stand so he'd have a chance to enjoy a little bit of the festival and meet some people. Caspian's fingers are warm in mine despite the cold, and I can't help but steal glances at him as we walk. His cheeks are pink, and his eyes sparkle with excitement as he takes in everything around us. It's his first Winter Wishes Festival, and watching him experience it makes me see it all through fresh eyes. Oh, look! Caspian tugs me toward the Moon Meadows Maple Farm stand, where Jason is unpacking bottles of maple syrup. Jason looks up with a grin. Hey, you two! His eyes drift to our joined hands, and his smile widens. I see things are going well. I feel my face heat, but I don't let go of Caspian's hand. Instead, I squeeze it gently, loving how natural it feels to be openly together like this. Hey, did you get a chance to look at that sustainability report I sent over? I asked Jason. Yeah, it was great, actually. Already started implementing some of your suggestions. Jason grins, then turns to Caspian. How's the shop doing? Bree keeps going at me about stopping by, but it's been a little busy at the farm. The shop's doing great, Caspian says, examining the different grades of syrup on display. I'm opening my stand in a bit. I'll send over some maple lattes for you and Bree to try our special blends. You're a lifesaver, Jason says. Bree's been talking about your coffee non-stop since you opened. I think she's already addicted to your caramel macchiatos. We chat for a few more minutes before moving on, weaving between half-assembled stalls and greeting familiar faces. The sense of community is strong today, with everyone working together to create something special. Oh, wow, Caspian breathes as we approach Addie's booth. She's also still unpacking, but paintings she has out are arranged in a mesmerizing display, each canvas capturing the essence of Vermont's natural beauty. There's something almost magical about how she captures light hitting snow, or the way bare tree branches reach toward winter skies. These are beautiful, Caspian says, releasing my hand to step closer to a painting of a sunrise over snow-covered mountains. The colors are incredible. Addie emerges from behind her display, paint-splattered overalls and all.
Thank you. I was just about to come find you two.
She pulls me into a quick hug before turning to Caspian.
The coffee you sent over this morning was perfect for painting. I swear I could taste the inspiration.
Caspian laughs, the sound warming me more than any coffee could. I'd love to get one of these for my house, he says, still admiring the artwork. It would be nice to have a piece of maplewood on my walls, and it'll go perfectly with the few things I bought in the craft markets I visited while traveling here.
Speaking of getting together,
Addie says with a mischievous glint in her eye.
Nate, will you be bringing Caspian as your date to my wedding in June?
Caspian looks between us, curiosity bright in his eyes. I wrap an arm around his waist, pulling him close. Well, if he's willing to put up with me until then, absolutely. As if that's even a question, Caspian says softly, leaning into me. Addie clutches her heart dramatically.
You two are disgustingly cute. I approve completely.
We spend a few more minutes with Addie, and Caspian picks out a painting of a misty morning in the woods that reminds me of the view from a cabin my parents used to rent sometimes for Christmas. As we walk away, I notice his attention drawn to the wishing tree. It's already filling up with decorations containing people's wishes for the new year. Are you sure you don't want to make a wish? He asks. Why would I put my fate in a tree when I already have the best thing I could have wished for right here? I ask, pulling him closer and delighting in how his cheeks flush at my words. You're way too charming for your own good, Caspian says, shaking his head with a fond smile. Keep talking like that and you'll go a long way with me, Mr. Stone. Good. We're still making our way back to Caspian's coffee stand when we run into Olivia, who immediately engulfs Caspian in a warm hug.
There's my favorite neighbor,
she exclaims, releasing him with a bright smile.
I can't thank you enough for reopening Special Blend. The traffic from your shop has been spilling into mine all week.
That's great, Caspian beams.
Although,
Olivia puts her hands on her hips with mock sternness.
I might have to join the gym if I keep sampling your pastries. Having them right next door is dangerous for my willpower.
Worth it though, right? I can't help but chime in, thinking of Mom's maple pecan Danish I had this morning.
Absolutely worth it,
Olivia agrees.
Oh, before I forget, Bo wanted me to remind you about the festival committee meeting this week. We're already starting to plan for the Pride Festival.
Count me in. You haven't lived until you've tried my rainbow spiced latte. Caspian checks his watch, and his eyes widen slightly. Speaking of planning, I should probably go. He turns to me apologetically. Let's go, I'll help you manage the line, I say, waving goodbye to Olivia as we head towards Special Blends Festival stand. We brought everything over earlier since it's just across from the coffee shop, and Caspian clearly has a system all worked out because he's organized cups and supplies to help him reach for everything quickly. I help where I can, but mostly I just enjoy watching him work. he moves with such confidence now, and judging by the number of people who come over just to say hi, it's like he's lived in Maplewood all his life. Once the line dies down and everyone is visiting other stands or by the amphitheater watching tonight's show, I kiss his cheek. Looks like you've got this handled. Mind if I go say hi to Amelia? I've just spotted her by Evers' honey stall. Go ahead, he says, already focusing on the espresso machine. I'll see you later. Count on it, I reply, stealing one last kiss before heading off into the growing festival crowd. As I cross the park toward Amelia, I spot those guys from Special Blend's opening day, Ben, Indy, and the twins. Something about Caspian's unease with the twins has been nagging at me, and when I notice them huddled together in what looks like an intense discussion, I slow my pace. The one with his hair in a bun, Indy, I think, is holding one of the twins' hands. We have to tell him, he says, his voice barely above a whisper. You saw him, Tate. Caspian seems really nice. He'll take the news well. I pretend to be checking my phone while I listen, my protective instincts kicking in. What news could they possibly have for Caspian? I know. The other twin must be Tristan says, his arm draped over the shoulders of the guy in glasses who I remember as Ben. I want to speak to him. He needs to know. We've come all this way. Their words send a chill through me that has nothing to do with the winter air. The serious tone of their conversation, combined with how they were watching Caspian at Special Blend, sets off warning bells in my head. Before I can stop myself, I'm walking toward their huddled group. Excuse me. They all turn to look at me, startled by my interruption. The twins share an uncanny resemblance up close, though one, Tate, I think, has slightly longer hair. I'm Nate, Caspian's boyfriend. The word still feels new on my tongue, but I say it firmly. I didn't mean to overhear your conversation, but I did. And I'm concerned. What exactly you want with him? The four men exchange glances before Ben steps forward, hands raised in a placating gesture. I'm Ben. This is my husband, Tristan. He motions to one of the twins. And this is Tate and his husband, Indy. Nice to meet you, Indy says, his smile genuine despite the tension. They seem friendly enough, but the overheard conversation still rings in my ears. Look, I don't mean to be confrontational, but while you all seem friendly enough, Caspian mentioned feeling uneasy about your visit to Special Blend, and now I hear you talking about having news for him. Tristan and Tate share another look before Tate speaks. We're related to Caspian, he says quietly. But he doesn't know it yet. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Related how? We're his brothers, Tristan says. Half-brothers, technically. We only found out recently ourselves when our father passed away. We want to talk to him, Tate adds, but we don't know how. The coffee shop's always busy, and this isn't exactly the kind of conversation you have between serving customers. Ben looks at his husband with concern, then turns to Tate. Maybe Nate can help. He seems to care about Caspian, and having someone Caspian trusts there might make it easier. I do want to help, I say, torn between protecting Caspian and recognizing the sincerity in these men's faces. But I need to know more. This is a lot for anyone to take in, and I don't want Caspian to get hurt. Tate nods, understanding written across his features. Caspian's been through a lot, I add. Losing his mom, moving here. This news could be overwhelming. We know, Indy says softly. That's why we want to do this right. We don't want to hurt him. Looking at their earnest faces, I make a decision. I'll help you. He has a day off coming up if you're still around. The relief on their faces is palpable. Tate reaches into his pocket and pulls out a business card. We'll be here. Here's my number. Let us know when and where. As I take the card, I can't help but think about how this revelation will affect Caspian. But looking at these men, who seem so genuine in their desire to know their brother, I hope it might bring something good into his life. Chapter 29. Caspian. I drift into consciousness, first aware of the warmth and then the weight of lips moving slowly up my shoulder blade toward my neck. Soft, insistent, real? My brain struggles to separate dream from reality, but the coffee-scented air and the scratch of morning stubble against my chin tell me this is definitely happening. Nate, I whisper against those lips as I open my eyes. Was that my dream? He pulls back just enough for me to see his face, his smile curving up at one corner in that way that makes my stomach do somersaults. "You were dreaming of me?" The words are barely more than a breath, warm against my mouth. What kind of dream? I trace my finger along his jawline, feeling the rough texture of his morning stubble. The early Vermont winter sunlight filters through the half-drawn linen curtains. A very, very nice dream. His hand slides up my bare arm, leaving a trail of goosebumps in its wake. "Tell me everything, Cass." The way he says my name makes me shiver. I stretch beneath him, feeling the pleasant weight of his body pressing me into the mattress. Well, there might have been kissing involved. I demonstrate with a quick peck to his lips. And maybe some of this. My fingers thread through his hair, drawing him down for a deeper kiss. The room around us is a comfortable mess. My clothes from yesterday draped over a chair, a half-empty coffee mug on the nightstand next to a dog-eared paperback, and somewhere in the mess are notes and to-do lists for the coffee shop scribbled on a napkin. But right now, all I can focus on is the way Nate's body feels against mine, the way his hands slide down my sides, the way his tongue traces the seam of my lips. "You're beautiful in the morning," he murmurs, pulling back to look at me. I know what he sees. My hair is probably sticking up in every direction and my skin is warm from sleep and desire. His eyes travel over my face like he's memorizing every detail, and I blush under the attention. "I'll argue you look way better," I reply, but my attempt at casual falls flat when my voice comes out breathless. He grins, knowing exactly what he does to me. The distant sounds of the small town waking up drift through the window. An occasional car passing by on the quiet street outside, birds welcoming the morning from the nearby trees. But here, in this cocoon of warmth and tangled sheets, time feels suspended. I run my hands down his back, feeling the play of muscles under smooth skin. "You know," I say, trying to keep my voice steady as his lips find that sensitive spot below my ear, "I thought I was dreaming because this feels too good to be real. Last night we crashed at my place, but we could have equally crashed at his, and my romantic, dreamy heart is already wondering if we should break down the wall between our two places so we can bypass the front door." He lifts his head, and something in his eyes makes my heart stutter. "Better than a dream," he says, and then his mouth is on mine again, hungry and demanding. The kiss deepens, and I lose myself in the taste of him, in the way our bodies fit together like pieces of a puzzle. My hands roam over his shoulders, down his arms, mapping the territory that's becoming as familiar as my own skin. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. "So," he says, propping himself up on one elbow beside me, "was that better than your dream?" I pretend to think about it, tapping my finger against my chin. I don't know. The dream was pretty good. Maybe we need more data points for comparison. His laugh is low and rich, sending shivers down my spine. "I think that can be arranged." His hand slides lower, and suddenly I'm very, very awake. "More data points sounds very scientific," I managed to say, even as his touch makes it hard to form coherent thoughts. "Very professional, very—" I lose my train of thought as his mouth finds mine again, and this time there's nothing gentle about it. The heat between us builds like a slow-burning fuse, and I find myself arching into his touch, wanting more, needing more. The words tumble from my lips before I can second-guess them. "Fuck me, Nate." He reaches toward the nightstand where I keep the condoms. The movement creates a slight distance between us, and I feel the loss of his warmth immediately. Something inside me shifts, a decision crystallizing in my mind. "Wait," I say, catching his wrist. He freezes, looking back at me with a question in his eyes. My heart is pounding, but not just from arousal. "Are you negative?" The question hangs in the air between us, heavy with meaning. I watch as understanding dawns on his face, followed by a softening in his expression that makes my chest tight. "I am," he says, settling back beside me. His hand cups my face, thumb stroking along my cheekbone. "Got tested 3 months ago, and I haven't been with anyone else since you're also my New Year's Eve hookup, and we wore protection. I can show you the results if you want." I turn my face to kiss his palm. I believe you. I got tested last month and I'm negative too. I take a deep breath, feeling vulnerable but safe in the cocoon of his attention. I want to feel you. Just you. He studies my face for a long moment, and I can see him processing what I'm really asking for. Not just the physical act, but the trust it represents. The commitment. Are you sure? He asks again, but this time, the question carries a different weight. I've never been more sure of anything, I tell him, and it's true. The morning light plays across his features, highlighting the curve of his cheek, the line of his jaw, and the warmth in his eyes. His kiss, when it comes, is different from the ones before, deeper, more deliberate, like he's trying to pour all his feelings into it. I respond in kind, opening to him, letting him feel how much I want this, want him. You're amazing, he murmurs against my lips. Do you know that? His hands start moving again, trailing fire across my skin. The way you trust me, the way you make me feel. I arch into his touch, gasping as his fingers find sensitive spots. Show me, I whisper. Show me how I make you feel. He groans, the sound vibrating through both our bodies. God, Caspian. His mouth travels down my neck, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. I want to make this so good for you. The sheets rustle as we move together, and outside, the occasional car passing and the birds chirping are just background noise to our breathing, our whispered words, our skin sliding against skin. I know you will, I say, running my fingers through his hair, down his back, anywhere I can reach. I trust you. I want you. Each word feels like a promise, like I'm giving him pieces of myself I didn't even know I had to give. He lifts his head to look at me again, and the intensity in his gaze makes me shiver. Tell me what you want, he says, his voice low and rough. Tell me exactly what you need. The request sends heat flooding through me. I want to feel your weight on top of me. I want to see you as you fill me up. He reaches for the lube on the nightstand, and the familiar click of the cap makes my breath catch. His movements are deliberate, careful, but there's an urgency in the way his hand shakes slightly. Ready? He asks, and I nod, spreading my legs wider in invitation. His preparation is thorough, gentle but insistent, and I lose myself in the sensation. I reach up to trace the planes of his chest, the light brown hairs, those two pink buds I want to suck into peaks. Please, I whisper, and he understands exactly what I'm asking for. He positions himself, and then finally, he's pushing inside me, slow and steady. The stretch and burn is exactly what I want, what I need, and I can't help the moan that escapes me. God, Caspian. He groans, his forehead pressed against mine. You feel amazing, so perfect. His words send shivers down my spine, and I wrap my legs around his waist, drawing him deeper. The first thrust is gentle, testing, but when I arch up to meet him, he takes it as the encouragement it is. Each movement builds on the last, creating a rhythm that has us both gasping. The bed creaks beneath us. Right there, I gasp as he hits the perfect spot, and he angles his hips to hit it again and again and again. My fingers dig into his shoulders, probably leaving marks, but he doesn't seem to mind. If anything, his movements become more determined, more focused. Look at me, he commands softly, and I force my eyes open to meet his gaze. The intensity I find there nearly undoes me. His hand slides between us, wrapping around my cock with just the right pressure, and I cry out his name. That's it. He encourages, his voice rough with exertion and emotion. Let me hear you. Let me feel you. The dual sensation of his hand and his thrusts builds quickly, too quickly, but I can't help it. Everything feels too good, too perfect, too much. Nate, I warn, I'm close. Me too. He gasps, his rhythm faltering slightly. Come for me, baby. Let me see you come undone. I nod, unable to form words as the pressure builds. Nate's movements become more urgent, more desperate, and I match him thrust for thrust. My orgasm hits me like a wave, intense and overwhelming. I cry out his name as my body tightens around him, and he follows me moments later, his hips stuttering as he comes deep inside me. The feeling is incredible, intimate in a way I've never experienced. We collapse together, both breathing hard, our bodies slick with sweat. Nate's careful not to crush me as he settles half on top of me, his face buried in my neck. I can feel his heart racing against my chest, matching the rapid beat of my own. "You're so fucking amazing, Caspian," he says. We lie there for a moment, catching our breath, letting our heart rate slow. Finally, he lifts his head to look at me, and the softness in his expression makes my chest tight. "I don't think I can ever go back to anything that isn't this." I pull him down for a gentle kiss. I like that arrangement. He smiles against my lips, then shifts slightly, causing us to gasp at the oversensitivity. "Shower?" he suggests, and I nod, though neither of us makes any immediate moves to get up. When we finally get to the shower, my belly announces its current state of neediness, which puts an end to any further play. Cock blocker. "Don't you need to be at work?" I ask as we finally make our way to the kitchen, which is when I look at the time. Nate moves around my kitchen with practiced ease, cracking eggs into a bowl. "Took the day off, actually. I want to take you somewhere." "Oh?" I hop onto the counter, watching him whisk the eggs. "Where are we going?" "You'll see." Something in his voice, a slight tension, makes me curious. He seems focused on making breakfast, but his movements are a bit too deliberate, like he's trying to appear casual. After breakfast, we bundle up against the cold and head into town. When we turn onto Maple Street, I realize we're heading toward the Striped Maple, the Irish pub. I heard from Olivia that it's run by 3 men in a relationship together, which I think is incredibly cool. She said the pub is known for its warm atmosphere, live music on Friday nights, and has a fireplace that makes it the perfect cozy spot during Vermont winters. Even now, in the cold morning light, the brick exterior and the emerald green sign above the door exude a welcoming charm that makes me understand why it's such a beloved local hangout. As we get closer, I notice familiar faces through the window. Ben, Indy, and the twins. I can't see the kids, but maybe there's a play area in the pub. "Nate?" I slow my steps, confusion creeping in. "What's going on?" He takes my hand, squeezing it gently. "These guys are in Maplewood for a particular reason." His voice is soft, careful. "They need to talk to you." My stomach does an uneasy flip as Nate guides me toward their table. Ben and Indy smile warmly at me, but it's the twins who catch and hold my attention. There's something about them that's been nagging at me since they first came into Special Blend and asked about my mom. "Hi, Caspian," one of the twins, Tristan, I think, says. "Thanks for coming. Would you sit with us for a bit?" I slide into the booth next to Nate, who holds my hand under the table. "What's this about?" The twins exchange a look before Tate leans forward slightly. "We recently found something out, and we think you have a right to know." He pauses, taking a deep breath. "We're your brothers, Caspian. Half-brothers." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What?" "Our father," Tristan continues gently, "had a relationship with your mom. We only found out recently, and we knew we needed to meet you." Chapter 30. Nate. The world seems to slow down as I watch Caspian process their words. His hand tightens in mine, and I can feel the slight tremor that runs through him. Caspian shakes his head, and I can feel him trembling beside me. His features are etched with confusion and pain, making my heart ache to comfort him. "We're sorry we didn't know about you before," Tristan says, his voice gentle. "We only found out recently while going through our father's papers after he passed away." Tate nods, leaning forward slightly. "We wanted to meet you as soon as we knew. We thought you had the right to know about your family." "My family?" Caspian's voice comes out sharp, defensive. His hand pulls away from mine and the loss of contact feels significant. "You're 29, right?" Tate asks. Caspian nods. Tristan continues. "Our parents divorced when we were 9 and my mother, she wasn't..." He stops, swallowing hard. "She wasn't the other woman, if that's what you're implying. I don't know anything about my father, but I knew my mother." His voice cracks on the last word, and my heart breaks for him. I reach for his hand again, relieved when he doesn't pull away this time. His fingers are cold against mine. No. Tate says quickly, holding up his hands. We didn't mean it like that at all. Our father, he exchanges a look with his twin before continuing. He was never faithful to any of the women he married or was with. We just never knew his affairs had resulted in a child. We found something when we were clearing his office, Tristan adds softly. A large sum of money was transferred to your mother's account. Elena Lane, right? I watch as all the color drains from Caspian's face. The pub's usual morning chatter seems to fade, leaving us in a bubble of tense silence. That's impossible, Caspian says, but there's a slight waver in his voice. My mom worked hard for everything we had. We lived simply. She was a waitress, then a restaurant manager. We weren't... The transfer happened around the time you would have been conceived, Tate says carefully. There's no evidence of their relationship before that payment and nothing after. It was the only connection we could find. That's how we think you're the one. How do you know all these things about me and my mom? He asks, his voice unsteady. I'm an attorney, Tate explains gently. I work with families, often helping mothers keep custody of their children when they're leaving abusive relationships. I have contacts, private investigators who help gather evidence to protect my clients. He pauses, his expression softening. I reached out to one of them when we found the payment records. We looked for your mom and then found... We're so sorry for your loss, Caspian. This is unbelievable, Caspian says as if he's trying to convince himself that this is not happening. Did you receive a sum of money from your mom? Tate asks gently. When she passed away? Caspian's intake of breath is sharp, audible. His voice trails off, and when he speaks again, it's barely above a whisper. Yes, the money I used to buy Special Blend. I didn't know she had it. The silence that follows is heavy, loaded with unspoken implications. I watch as understanding dawns on Caspian's face, followed quickly by something that looks like betrayal. He stands abruptly, the movement causing the table to shake slightly. I can't do this, he says, his voice rough. Nate, please take me home. Of course, I say immediately, standing beside him. I give the twins a quick nod, noting the concern on their faces, before following Caspian out of the pub. The drive home is silent. Caspian stares out the window, his reflection in the glass showing eyes that seem to look far beyond the snow-covered streets of Maplewood. When I pull into his driveway, I turn off the engine and shift to face him, but before I can speak, he's already opening the door. I follow him up the steps to his door, watching as he fumbles with his keys. When he finally gets the door open, he pauses in the doorway. I want to be alone, he says, still not looking at me. Caspian, you shouldn't be alone right now. I reach for him. He turns then, and the hurt in his eyes makes me step back. You knew, he says, his voice flat. You knew what I was walking into today and didn't say anything. The accusation hangs between us like frost in the air. I open my mouth to explain, to apologize, but before I can get the words out, he steps inside and closes the door. The soft click of the latch feels like a gunshot to my chest. I stand there, staring at the closed door, my breath forming small clouds in the cold. He's right. I should have told him. I should have said I'd overheard them talking and had approached them. Looking at his door now, remembering the hurt and betrayal in his eyes, I realize I've completely fucked up. By trying to protect him, I became another person keeping secrets from him. I raise my hand to knock, then let it fall back to my side. Caspian's asked for space, and as much as it kills me to leave him alone right now, I need to respect that. It's the least I can do after betraying his trust. I consider going back to my place, but the thought of being on the other side of that wall from him, unable to reach out and comfort him, feels like torture. The walk back to my truck feels longer than it should. Each step crunches in the snow, the sound mixing with the voice in my head telling me what an idiot I've been. As I climb into the driver's seat, I catch a glimpse of movement in Caspian's window. Just a slight shift of the curtain, but when I look again, it's still. I start the engine but don't pull away immediately. The heat kicks on, fighting against the Vermont winter chill, but I barely notice it. All I can think about is the way Caspian's hand felt in mine this morning, and how quickly I managed to ruin everything. Fuck, I whispered to my empty truck. I really fucked up. I pull out my phone and hit Addie's number. She answers on the second ring. Hey, can I come over? My voice sounds rough even to my own ears.
Nate?
There's rustling on her end, probably her setting down her paintbrush.
Are you okay?
I messed up with Caspian. Bad. My voice catches slightly on the last word.
Come over.
Addie says immediately.
I'll get some coffee brewing. Maybe something stronger?
20 minutes later, I'm sitting on the paint-splattered couch she has in her studio while she hands me a mug that definitely contains more whiskey than coffee. Paint smudges mark her overalls, and her wavy hair is tied up in a messy bun. She was clearly in the middle of working. Sorry for interrupting your work, I say, gesturing at her paint-covered clothes. I know you're probably in the middle of something. She waves off my apology with a familiar smile.
Please, after everything we've been through together, you really think I wouldn't have time for you? Your family, Nate. Always will be.
Thank you.
Tell me what happened,
she says, settling into the armchair across from me. I take a long drink before answering, starting with the conversation I overheard at the Winter Wishes Festival. I knew the twins wanted to tell him about being his brothers. I helped arrange it, but I didn't tell Caspian beforehand. I thought I was protecting him somehow, but instead, I betrayed his trust. I guess I thought he would be happy to find out he had family. He always seems so sad when he talks about his mom, about being alone now. I wanted to help him connect with his brothers, but instead, I just hurt him.
Oh, Nate.
Her voice is gentle but firm.
Your heart was in the right place, but you should have told him.
I know that now. I run a hand through my hair. You should have seen his face, Addie. He looked so hurt. She leans forward, resting her elbows on her knees.
Give him some time to process. This isn't only about you not telling him. He just found out he has his brothers he never knew about. That's huge.
But what if he doesn't forgive me?
He will,
she says with certainty.
But you need to let him work through this at his own pace. Just let him know you'll be there when he's ready to talk.
She studies my face for a moment, then asks softly,
How do you feel about him, Nate? Really feel about him?
The question catches me off guard, though it shouldn't. I stare into my coffee. The words stick in my throat as the reality of my feelings hits me like a punch to the gut. Oh, God, Addie. I'm in love with him. She smiles, but it's gentle, knowing.
I figured as much. The way you look at him, it's different from how you've looked at anyone else.
Different how?
I've always thought of you like a tree. You're strong, Nate. You're rooted in place. You know who you are, so you're not afraid of what comes at you. I know I hurt you. Not because I came out or broke our engagement, but because I shook you to your core.
She leans back in her chair, regarding me thoughtfully.
When Caspian came along, it was like a precious bird perched on one of your branches, and you took it upon yourself to ensure he's safe.
She laughs.
Sorry about the tree analogies.
I smile. You're speaking my language. I appreciate that. She places a hand on my knee.
But does he know how you feel?
I shake my head, feeling suddenly vulnerable. I haven't told him. Everything's been so new, so good. I didn't want to rush it, didn't want to scare him away, and now...
And now you might lose him before you ever get the chance to tell him.
She finishes for me. Yeah, I whisper, the word barely audible.
I still think you need to give him space while he's processing what happened,
she says, staring into my eyes with the same determination I saw when she came out to me.
But don't leave it too long. Make sure he knows how you feel.
Chapter 31. Caspian. Through my living room window, I watch Nate climb into his truck. He pauses, and for a moment, our eyes meet before I step back, letting the curtain fall. My chest aches, a physical pain that matches the emotional turmoil inside. How did everything change so fast? This morning, I woke up feeling like I was finally finding my footing in Maplewood, and now it's like the ground has disappeared beneath my feet. Nate knew. He knew and didn't tell me. The betrayal stings, but what hurts more is knowing that my whole life has been built on secrets I never knew existed. I need answers, and the only person who could give them to me is gone. I wipe away tears I didn't realize were falling and turn toward the spare room. I stand in the doorway, staring at the stack of boxes I haven't touched since moving to Maplewood. Mom's boxes. My chest tightens just looking at them, but I force myself to step inside. Even with the heat on, the room feels cold and empty, lifeless. Boxes line the walls like unwanted guests, and the bare windows let in harsh winter light. Maybe one day I'll turn it into a proper spare bedroom, make it feel warm and welcoming instead of this storage space of memories I've been too afraid to face. Okay, I whisper, settling cross-legged on the floor beside the nearest box. I can do this. My hands shake as I lift the lid. The moment I do, her scent hits me. That familiar mix of vanilla and jasmine she always wore. Tears spring to my eyes immediately, and I close them, overwhelmed by how viscerally her perfume brings her back to me. "Mom," I choke out, pressing my palm against my mouth. The grief I've been trying to outrun crashes over me like a wave, and suddenly I can barely breathe through it. "I miss you so much." When I can see again through the blur of tears, I start pulling things out carefully. Photo albums, loose pictures, old birthday cards I made her. My fingers trace over a photo of us at my 10th birthday party. I'm grinning wide at the camera, skin deeply tanned from endless hours playing outside that summer. Mom has her arms wrapped around me from behind, her smile matching mine exactly. We were always a team, the two of us against the world. When I was little and would ask about my dad, she'd skillfully change the subject or distract me with something else. I used to make up elaborate stories about him being a secret agent or international spy, anything to explain why he couldn't be with us. As I got older, I figured it was either a one-night stand or a bad relationship she wanted to forget. We were happy together, and eventually, I stopped asking. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked the empty room, my voice cracking. "Where did the money really come from? What happened to Tristan and Tate's dad?" The questions tumble out, each one sharp as glass in my throat, but there's no one here to answer them. The one person who could explain everything is gone. I spend another hour going through photos and memories until my eyes are too swollen from crying to see clearly anymore. Everything hurts. My heart, my head, even my bones seem to ache with missing her. When I finally drag myself out of the spare room, I notice something white on the floor by my front door. It's a note that must have been slipped underneath while I was lost in the past. I recognize Nate's neat handwriting immediately, and my heart does a complicated flip. "Caspian, I'm so sorry for what I did. I should have told you about your brothers as soon as I knew. I was trying to protect you, but instead I ended up hurting you and breaking your trust. That's the last thing I ever wanted to do. I know you're hurting and confused right now, and I understand you need space. Just know that I'm here whenever you're ready to talk. What I said this morning was true. I can never go back to anything that isn't you, that isn't us. If you want to contact your brothers, here's their number. Whatever you decide to do, I'll support you completely. Take all the time you need. I'll be here. Nate." I slide down the wall until I'm sitting on the floor, the note clutched in my trembling hands. Everything feels too big, too overwhelming. I need to talk to someone who knows me, who knew Mom. Before I can second-guess myself, I pull out my phone and dial Marcus's number. He picks up straight away.
"Hey, stranger. I was just thinking about you."
His familiar voice makes my throat tight. "Marcus? Something's happened. What's wrong?" The playful tone vanishes instantly, replaced by concern. "You sound upset. I found out something about my parents." "Wait, what? I didn't think you knew who your dad was," Marcus says. "I don't. Well, sort of. That's what I found out." "This isn't a popcorn moment, is it?" Marcus asks, trying to inject a little humor, but I know him too well. He knows this is big. "Not exactly," I say, my voice shaking. "Mom was involved with a married man. It looks like she left him when she got pregnant with me. His sons, my half-brothers, they came here. They found me, Marcus. They just told me everything and I..." A sob catches in my throat. "I don't know what to believe anymore. She kept so much money hidden, money from him, and she never told me. All those years of working double shifts, of me feeling guilty about wanting to go to college, and she had this money the whole time." "Oh, Cass," Marcus says softly, and I can hear the pain in his voice for me. "That's a lot to process. I can't even imagine how you must be feeling right now. I don't know what to do, I admit. Part of me wants to talk to them, to understand, but another part of me is so angry that this secret existed at all. And Nate knew and didn't tell me. Hold up, Nate? The hot forest guy you've been seeing? Marcus's voice turned sharp. He knew about this and didn't tell you. Despite everything, I find myself trying to defend him. Yeah, it turns out he found out first from Tristan and Tate. And he's just what? Decided to keep it from you? Set up some kind of ambush? Marcus's protective anger comes through clearly. That's messed up, Cass. You didn't deserve that. I run my fingers over the note again. It hurts, Marcus. Of course it hurts, Marcus says, his voice tight with anger. He had no right to keep this from you. I don't care what his intentions were, this wasn't his secret to manage. This wasn't his life to control. He takes a deep breath and I can tell he's trying to calm himself. I know you care about him, Cass, but this is a pretty big breach of trust. I know you're right. I sigh, leaning my head against the wall. It's just, everything feels like it's spinning out of control. Mom and I always told each other everything. Finding out she kept something this big from me, it makes me question everything. Don't do that to yourself, Cass. Your mom loved you more than anything in this world. Whatever her reasons were for keeping this secret, they came from a place of love. Tears well up again as I remember the way she'd look at me sometimes, like I was the best thing that ever happened to her. She used to tell me I was her greatest adventure. And you were, Marcus says firmly. One secret doesn't change that. One secret doesn't erase all the love and happiness you shared. I wipe my eyes with the back of my hand. When did you get so wise? I've always been wise. You just never listened to me. He teases, then grows serious again. So, what are you thinking about the brothers? I look down at the phone number Nate left, wishing I could just make it disappear. Make all of it disappear. I want to go back to this morning when I was wrapped in Nate's arms and everything made sense. I don't know what to do, I whisper. Part of me wants to pretend none of this happened, that I didn't meet them, that I could just erase the last few hours and go back to being just me and my memories of Mom. That's completely understandable, Cass. I feel so lost, I admit. Terrified, like everything I thought I knew was slipping through my fingers. Of course you're scared. Everything you knew about your family just got turned upside down. But you're one of the strongest people I know, Cass. You'll get through this too. He pauses. And what about Nate? My heart clenches at the mention of his name. I miss him, I whisper. I wish he was here to comfort me, but I need some time, I say, tracing the edges of Nate's note. Everything feels so raw right now. I need to process this, figure out how I feel about Mom, about everything. Take all the time you need, Marcus says firmly. What he did was messed up, Cass, no matter his intentions. Just focus on yourself right now. Everything else can wait. I think about Nate's face when he tried to tell me, how torn he looked, how gentle his hands were when he reached for me. Despite everything, my heart still yearns for his comfort, and that just makes this whole situation more confusing. And Cass, Marcus's voice softens. Your mom would be so proud of how you're handling this. She always said you had the biggest heart of anyone she knew. A fresh wave of tears spills down my cheeks. I really wish she were here. I know, honey, I know. After I hang up, I sit there for a long time, holding Nate's note and thinking about everything Marcus said. About Mom, bravery, and not pushing people away. My gaze drifts between the phone number Nate left and Marcus's name on my phone. I don't know what to do about Nate or my brothers, but one thing I know for certain, I don't want to be alone right now. Chapter 32. Nate. I've been staring at the same spreadsheet for 20 minutes, not processing a single number. My mind keeps drifting to Caspian. After leaving Addie's place 2 days ago, I was determined to talk to Caspian, but when I parked in our driveway, all his lights were off. I've wanted to reach out to check if he's okay, but every time I pick up my phone, I freeze. What if he rejects me? What if he doesn't want to hear from me at all? The memory of his hurt expression, The way he backed away from me, how small his voice sounded when he asked me to leave, it all haunts me. I've never felt so helpless, so unsure of what to do.
Okay, what's wrong?
Amelia's voice breaks through my thoughts. She's leaning against my desk, arms crossed. Nothing, I mutter, pretending to focus on my computer screen.
Bull,
She says flatly.
You've been moping around all day like someone killed your puppy. Spill.
I run a hand through my hair, sighing. There's just something going on between me and Caspian, but it'll be fine.
It better be fine,
She says, her eyes narrowing.
because if that sweet boy moves away from Maplewood because of whatever you did, I will never forgive you.
My stomach drops. I hadn't even considered that possibility. He wouldn't leave Maplewood, I say, but my voice lacks conviction.
Wouldn't he?
Amelia raises an eyebrow.
Think about it, Nate. You live next door to each other. Your mom works with him. This is a small town. That's a lot of awkward run-ins if things go south.
But he just bought the coffee shop. He renovated it. He has plans.
Plans can change.
Amelia's voice softens.
People leave when they're hurting. Sometimes it's easier than staying and facing reminders of that pain every day.
What if she's right? What if Caspian decides he can't stay here? The thought makes my chest tight with panic. He can't leave, I whisper. He belongs here. The thought makes me feel physically ill.
Then fix whatever you did,
Amelia says firmly.
before it's too late.
I need to go, I tell Amelia, already standing and gathering my things. She watches me with knowing eyes but doesn't try to stop me. My hand shakes slightly as I grip the steering wheel. Should I go to the coffee shop? Caspian should be there now, but having this conversation while he's working wouldn't be fair to him. Plus, the thought of seeing that hurt in his eyes again, but this time in front of his customers? No, I need to go home first and figure out what I'm gonna say. When I turn onto our street, my heart skips a beat at the sight of Caspian's car in his driveway. Maybe this is my chance to make things right. My heart leaps, and I practically run to his door, knocking perhaps a bit too eagerly. The door opens, but instead of Caspian, there's a stranger. Short, with pale white skin, the lightest blue eyes I've ever seen, and a mop of curly, bright red hair. My first panicked thought is that Caspian's already moving out. "Can I help you?" the man asks, leaning against the doorframe with casual interest. Is Caspian here?" "Depends who's asking," he says, giving me an appraising look. "Though given the height, the rugged outdoorsy vibe, and the kicked puppy expression, I'm going to take a wild guess and say you're Nate." "Yeah, I'm Nate," I confirm, shifting uncomfortably under his scrutiny. "And you are?" "Marcus," he says with a flourish. "Best friend, chief emotional support, and the current guardian of this threshold." He pauses, tilting his head. "You know, Caspian said you were hot, but he didn't mention you were lumberjack, outdoorsy, let me fuck you against a tree hot, which is really inconsiderate of him because now I have to resist the urge to forgive you just based on those eyes alone." He lets out a dramatic sigh. "Oh, the universe is truly testing me today." "What's going on?" I ask, trying to peer past him into the house. "Is Caspian here?" My heart's racing. Marcus shakes his head. "He's at the coffee shop and then he's heading straight to the festival. I'm just grabbing some things for him." "Wait," I say as he starts to close the door. "Please." I rush back to my house, heading straight for the freezer where I keep several portions of the soup I make that Caspian loves so much. I grab a container and hurry back. "Here," I thrust the container at Marcus. "It's the soup he likes. He should eat something between closing the shop and working at the festival." Marcus takes the container, looking at me with renewed interest. "And where's my soup?" Marcus asks with a dramatic pout. "I am the best friend who flew across the country to provide emotional support after all." "There's enough for two there, but if you like it, I'll make you your own batch," I reply, managing a small smile despite everything. Marcus grins. "You know, you're making it really hard for me to maintain my protected best friend stance here." He starts walking toward Caspian's car, then turns back. "He's hurting, but he's not unreachable. Just give him time." I watch him drive away, feeling simultaneously better and worse. Better knowing Caspian has such a good friend looking out for him. Worse knowing how much pain I've caused. Later, at the festival, I can't help but watch Caspian from afar. He's operating the special blend booth, serving hot chocolate and coffee to a steady stream of customers. Even from a distance, I can see the shadows under his eyes, the slight droop to his shoulders when he thinks no one's watching. When the crowd finally thins out and the festival's winding down, I make my way over to his booth. He looks up as I approach, and my heart clenches at the sadness in his eyes. "Thank you for the soup," he says softly. "Caspian, I'm so sorry," I blurt out. "What can I do to make this right?" He wraps his arms around himself, looking small despite his usual vibrant presence. "I don't know. Maybe—" I hesitate, then press on. "I know I messed up by springing this all on you, but have you thought about talking to Tate and Tristan?" He looks down at his feet, shoulders tense. "I'm not sure that's a good idea." "Why not?" I ask gently, resisting the urge to reach for him. "Because—" he takes a shaky breath. "Because right now they're just names. People I can pretend don't exist if I try hard enough. Once I talk to them, it becomes real. Everything becomes real." My heart aches for him. "I know it's scary," I say, taking a small step closer, but still maintaining enough distance to not crowd him. "But you don't have to do it alone." The words I've been rehearsing all day tumble out. I keep thinking about what I should have done differently. How I should have told you the moment I found out. I was so caught up in trying to protect you that I didn't realize I was just adding to the hurt. Caspian's fingers fidget with the hem of his sleeve. "It's not just about you not telling me," he says quietly. "It's everything. My whole life feels like it was built on secrets. My mom—" his voice cracks slightly. "She was my best friend. We told each other everything. Or at least I thought we did." "Maybe she was trying to protect you too," I suggest gently. "Sometimes the people who love us most make mistakes trying to shield us from pain." He lets out a shaky breath. "That's what Marcus said too." "Smart guy, your friend." A ghost of a smile touches his lips. "Don't let him hear you say that. His ego's big enough already." The brief moment of lightness fades, and I can see the weight of everything settling back on his shoulders. "I'm here for whatever you need," I tell him softly. "Whether that's someone to talk to or to sit quietly with, even if you just need someone to be angry at, I can be that too." He looks up at me then, his dark eyes swimming with tears. The festival lights catch in them, making them shine like stars. All day I've imagined this moment, planned for what I would say, how I would make things right, but now, seeing him hurting like this, all my carefully prepared words feel inadequate. Before I can process what's happening, Caspian steps forward and wraps his arms around me in a tight hug. I freeze for a moment, surprised by the sudden contact after days of distance. Then carefully, as if he might shatter under my touch, I fold my arms around him. He feels smaller somehow, more fragile, and I want nothing more than to protect him from everything that's hurting him. "I missed you," he whispers against my chest. "I missed you too," I murmur into his hair. "So much." We stand like that for a long moment, the festival slowly dismantling around us. When Caspian finally pulls back, his eyes are red but dry. "I should finish packing up," he says, gesturing to his booth. "Where's Marcus?" I ask, glancing around. "He wanted to check out the festival once it got quiet at the booth," Caspian says with a small shrug. "He's never been to Vermont before." "Let me help?" He nods, and together we work in comfortable silence. I watch as he meticulously cleans the coffee maker, his movements precise and careful. There are a few pastries left in the display case that didn't sell. "Can I have these?" I ask, pointing to the remaining baked goods. "Sure," Caspian says with a small shrug. "I made them myself. They're not as popular as your mom's, apparently." I grab one of the cookies and take a bite. It's a little on the hard side, but the flavor is good, a nice balance of sweetness with a hint of cinnamon. "This is the best cookie I've ever tasted," I say earnestly. "Well, well, well." Marcus's voice cuts through as he returns from exploring the festival. He starts helping pack away the remaining items. "Looks like we found the one person who actually enjoys Caspian's baking experiments. Must be true love." Caspian doesn't seem to catch the comment as he focuses on the coffee maker, but I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. It's not everything fixed, not by a long shot, but it feels like a start, like maybe there's hope for us after all. As we work, I steal glances at Caspian, memorizing the way the festival lights play across his face, the determined set of his jaw as he concentrates on his tasks. I know we have a long way to go, but for now, this is enough. This moment, this piece, this tiny step forward. It has to be enough. Chapter 33, Caspian. I can't believe you're eating that soup at midnight, I say, watching Marcus demolish the last of Nate's soup on my couch. And I really can't believe you're actually defending him now. You were ready to castrate him the moment you stepped off the plane in Burlington. Well, if Nate's mom's pastries weren't so damn good, I wouldn't have been too full to eat this earlier, Marcus says between spoonfuls. And besides, that was before I met him and saw how he looks at you. I think about how Nate showed up at the festival tonight, his eyes full of regret and longing. How my heart skipped when I saw him standing there, hands in his pockets, looking uncertain in a way I've never seen him before. Despite everything, seeing him made my whole body feel lighter, like coming up for air after being underwater too long. Marcus licks his spoon clean. And before he gave us this soup that tastes like grandmothers in blankets. You're ridiculous, I mutter, but I can't help the warmth spreading through my chest at his words. I'm right, Marcus insists, and you know it. I roll my eyes. I'm going to bed. But lying in bed, I can't stop thinking about Nate, about how safe I feel in his arms, about our first kiss in the snow, the way he'd hold my hand while we walked through town, how he'd show up at the coffee shop just to see me smile. Should I let one mistake erase all of that? Maybe he's right. Maybe I do need to talk to Tate and Tristan, get answers to the questions that have haunted me since I found out. Before I can talk myself out of it, I grab my phone and dial Tate's number. Hello? His voice is hesitant, hopeful. I'll hear you out, I say quickly, my heart racing as I pace my bedroom, but on my terms. Come to the coffee shop tomorrow morning, an hour before opening. Just you and Tristan. There's a pause. We'll be there. I spend the next few hours tossing and turning in bed, my mind too full of questions to sleep. Around 3 a.m., I give up and head to the kitchen, careful not to wake Marcus, who's sprawled across my couch. I'm thankful to past Caspian for buying one that turns into a bed, but I really need to turn that spare room into an actual bedroom. The familiar routine of measuring flour and sugar helps calm my racing thoughts. By the time the sun starts peeking through my kitchen window, I've made 3 batches of cookies, 2 loaves of bread, and enough muffins to feed half of Maplewood. Stress baking has always been my go-to coping mechanism. A few hours later, my hands shake as I juggle boxes of stress-baked goods from my car. True to their word, the twins are waiting outside Special Blend, alone. It's still strange seeing 2 people who look so much alike, knowing I share DNA with them. Let us help you with those, Tate offers, both brothers already moving forward. Thanks, I manage, handing over some of the boxes. It's strange having them here, being helpful, looking so alike, yet distinct in their movements. You can drop them on the counter, I say, going around the counter and placing the box I'm holding by the coffee maker. Coffee? They both nod when I ask if they want their usual, an Americano for Tate and a vanilla latte for Tristan. I busy myself with the familiar routine of brewing, grateful for something to do with my hands. How are Ben and Indy and the kids? I ask, trying to delay the inevitable conversation. We left before the kids were up, Tristan says. Ben and Indy were already on their 3rd cup of coffee. They're probably as nervous about this meeting as we are. We're sorry, Tate says as I set their cups down. For ambushing you like that. We tried to find the right way to tell you, but we kept chickening out and letting Ben and Indy take over. He looks down at his coffee. We're kind of out of practice at this brother business. What do you mean? I ask, sitting down with my own coffee. The twins exchange a look that seems to hold years of shared pain. When our parents divorced, Tate explains, they couldn't agree on custody arrangements, so they split us up. Tristan stayed with Mom and I moved to Boston with Dad. My mouth drops open. They separated twins? Who does that? Our parents, Tristan says grimly. We'd see each other during school vacations, alternating between Mom and Dad, but we drifted apart. Tate continues. Became almost like strangers. Tristan was the one who reached out when he got engaged. I was different then, bitter, career-focused. I distanced myself from Dad, but looking back, I was becoming just like him without realizing it. His face softens. Meeting Indy, reconnecting with Tristan, it changed everything. Showed me what really matters in life. I wrap my hands around my coffee mug trying to process this. Well, how can you be sure I'm your brother? It could be a coincidence. Maybe Mom and your dad were just in a relationship and he gave her money because he liked her, or we didn't have a chance to tell you everything that day at the pub, Tate interrupts gently. When we were going through Dad's things, we also found a letter. It was addressed to Elena, but it had been returned unopened. She must have moved and not left a forwarding address. Tristan nods. Along with the letter, there was a note where he mentioned Elena specifically. He wrote that he made a terrible mistake letting her go. That he was selfish and heartless, that he panicked when she told him she was pregnant. My heart starts pounding. What else? In that note, he admitted to giving her money to... Tate's voice catches. To terminate the pregnancy. But she ran instead. Never contacted him again. The return label on the letter showed she'd left Connecticut, where she lived at the time, but he never found out where she went. He thought she might have gone through with it until years later, when he found out she hadn't. That's when he started sending money again. We found a second will with the letter and the note, Tristan adds. He wrote that he hoped it was enough. He didn't apologize for his behavior or his mistakes, just said he tried to make it right. Tears start rolling down my cheeks before I even realize I'm crying. Did you have a relationship with him? Not really, Tate says softly. He was distant, cold, the kind of father who thought providing financially was enough. Even when I lived with him in Boston, I couldn't call him an exemplary father. Tristan had it even harder. Dad would cancel their visits last minute, saying work came up. He pauses, sharing a look with his twin. But we'd really like to have a relationship with you if you're willing. We know this is a lot to take in. I wipe my eyes with the back of my hand. I didn't think I had any family left after Mom died, and now I suddenly have brothers. We can do a DNA test if you want, Tristan offers, but honestly, we don't need one. We can feel it. You're our brother. I look between them, searching their faces. They have the same dark eyes as me, the same slightly tanned skin tone, but it's more than that. It's the way Tate fidgets with his coffee cup just like I do, the way Tristan's smile turns up more on one side, just like mine. My whole life, I say, my voice breaking, it was just Mom and me. And I loved that, I did. But sometimes I trail off, remembering lonely parent-teacher conferences, empty chairs at my high school graduation. Sometimes I'd wonder what it would be like to have siblings. Well, Tate says with a gentle smile, now you've got two very protective older brothers, even if we are only older by a few years. And nieces and nephews who are going to adore their Uncle Caspian, Tristan adds. Bailey already adores you. He hasn't put down the book he got here the other day. Something in my chest breaks open at their words, at the easy way they include me in their family. And before I know what I'm doing, I'm standing and pulling them both into a hug. They wrap their arms around me immediately, and for the first time since Mom died, I don't feel quite so alone. So, Tate says when we finally break apart, all of us wiping our eyes, tell us about yourself. We want to know everything. I laugh wetly. Where do I even start? Anywhere, Tristan says. We've got time. As I begin telling them about growing up with Mom in Phoenix, about my dreams for Special Blend, about moving to Maplewood, something shifts inside me. Like a piece of a puzzle I didn't even know was missing has finally clicked into place. We talk until it's past the time to open the shop. As they get ready to leave, Tristan clears his throat. We're in Maplewood for a few more days, he says. We'd love to have dinner together as a family. Maybe Nate could join us too? I fidget with my apron. Things between Nate and me are complicated right now. About that, Tate says, running a hand through his hair. We need to tell you something. We took advantage of Nate's connection to you to set up our meeting. He was very specific about not wanting to hurt you. Made us promise we'd handle it right. Which we clearly didn't, Tristan adds. So if anyone deserves your anger, it's us, not him. I think about Nate, about how devastated he looked at the festival, how he's been trying to make things right. I'd love to have dinner with you all, I say softly, and maybe I'll talk to Nate about joining us. Both brothers hug me again. Thank you for giving us a chance, Tate says. Thank you for finding me, I reply. After they leave, I stand in my empty coffee shop, feeling both exhausted and strangely light. I have brothers. I have family. And maybe, just maybe, I still have Nate too. Chapter 34. Nate. I can't stop watching Caspian's booth at the festival. He's serving hot chocolate with the same warmth and enthusiasm he always shows his customers, but I can see the tension in his shoulders, the slight strain around his eyes. After helping him pack up yesterday, I'd hoped he might call, but my phone had stayed silent. Now I'm not sure where we stand, if we're just friends or if there's a chance for more.
You know, stalking isn't actually romantic.
Addie's voice makes me jump. I'm not stalking, I protest. I'm just
lurking creepily in the shadows?
She raises an eyebrow.
Have you talked to him?
I run a hand through my hair. Not since helping him pack up yesterday. I'm trying, but I can't get close. He's always surrounded by people, and I don't know if he even wants to talk to me.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Addie grabs my hand.
Come with me.
She drags me through the crowd toward the wishing tree, its branches heavy with decorations containing people's hopes and dreams for the new year. My eyes automatically find the spot where Caspian hung his wish last week. I don't know which one is his, but I know it's there somewhere.
Make a wish,
Addie commands. You know this is all just
make a wish.
I approach Mrs. Hamilton's booth near the wishing tree where she's handing out the official wishing kits. Small pieces of parchment paper and delicate glass ornaments. She gives me a knowing smile as she hands me one.
Right from your heart, dear,
she says, patting my hand.
The tree knows when wishes are sincere.
I find a quiet spot and stare at the blank paper, pen hovering. Finally, I write what I'm truly wishing for. I wish for a chance to show Caspian how much I love him and to make things right between us. After carefully rolling the paper and sliding it into the glass ornament, I hang it on the tree among hundreds of other wishes. I feel foolish but desperate enough to try anything. Looking up at the branches heavy with hopes and dreams, I silently add a prayer that this town tradition really does have some magic in it after all. Addie kisses my cheek.
There. Was that so hard? I'm gonna find Hannah.
As she walks away, someone clears their throat behind me. I turn to find Marcus standing there, arms crossed, wearing an expression that manages to be both threatening and amused. So, he says, you're really in love with my best friend. My heart skips at his words. Is it that obvious? Only to anyone with eyes, he says dryly, and ears and basic human perception. You look at him like he personally hung every star in the sky just to make your morning coffee brighter. I don't. Oh, you absolutely do. It's disgustingly adorable. He steps closer, his expression turning serious. Listen carefully because I'm only going to say this once. Caspian loves you too. The way he talks about you, it's like listening to one of those romance audiobooks he's always playing in his car. Really? God, you're both hopeless. Marcus throws his hands up. Yes, really. And if you hurt him again, I will personally remove your testicles and feed them to the mountain lions in Arizona. I know a guy who knows a guy who works at a place. Don't test me. I love him, I say quietly. But he doesn't seem to want to talk to me. Then you're not trying hard enough. Ah, Marcus sighs dramatically. Look, I flew all the way from Phoenix to potentially murder you, and now I'm actually rooting for you two idiots to work it out. Do you know how exhausting this emotional journey has been for me? The least you could do is make a grand gesture or something. Suddenly I have an idea. Here, I say, pulling out my phone and handing it to Marcus. Type your number in. Can you text me when you're heading home? Just one alert, that's all I need. When Marcus hands my phone back to me, I text him so he has my number. Marcus studies me for a moment, then nods. Don't mess this up, he says before returning to the coffee stand. I rush home and call Jasper in a panic. I need fake candles, a lot of them. Where can I get them? My brother's laughter crackles through the phone. It's after hours, genius. Everything's closed. Please, I beg. I need to make things right with Caspian. I can't mess this up. There's a pause, followed by a dramatic sigh. You should be thankful Lottie exists because thanks to her craft projects and random collections, I happen to have an unreasonable amount of random supplies. Give me an hour. True to his word, Jasper shows up at my door 60 minutes later with 2 overflowing bags. Lottie's going through a princess phase. He explains, pulling out strings of fairy lights and battery-operated candles. These were for her next tea party, but your love life needs them more. Together, we transform my living room. By the time my phone buzzes with Marcus's text, the warm glow from nearly 100 fake candles fills the space, complemented by twinkling fairy lights draped along the walls. Good luck, he says, clapping me on the shoulder before leaving. Don't waste my daughter's princess supplies. As Jasper heads out, Caspian and Marcus are walking up the driveway. They pass each other at the bottom of my steps, and Caspian gives Jasper a friendly hi. But what catches my attention is the way Marcus suddenly stops in his tracks, his eyes following Jasper's retreating form. When Jasper notices Marcus staring, he stumbles slightly, nearly missing the last step. I bite back a laugh at their exchange, filing away this interesting development for later and walk up to Caspian. Caspian, I call out. Can we talk? He hesitates, looking at Marcus, who gives him a gentle push in my direction. Go on, Marcus says. I'll be right next door if you need me. Caspian walks toward me slowly and I step aside to let him in. He stops abruptly in the doorway, his mouth falling open as he takes in the scene before him. The soft glow from hundreds of candles reflects in his dark eyes, making them sparkle with wonder. Oh, he breathes, turning in a slow circle to take it all in. His fingers reach out to trace one of the strings of twinkling fairy lights draped along the walls, a gentle smile spreading across his face. This looks beautiful, like the Winter Wishes Festival. My heart swells seeing him smile, the first real smile he's given me in days. Maybe there's hope for us after all. Are you hungry? I ask. He shakes his head. How about some hot chocolate? A small smile tugs at his lips. Yes, please. I hurry to the kitchen, returning with his favorite, hot chocolate topped with marshmallows and a sprinkle of cinnamon. We settle on the couch, and I take a deep breath. I know I already apologized, but I need you to understand why I helped your brothers. I start, my voice wavering. When I overheard their conversation, and they told me why they're in Maplewood, they were desperate to connect with you. I could see how much they wanted to be a part of your life. I couldn't stand in the way of that, even if it meant risking everything between us. I should have told you, but I was trying to protect their chance to explain things their way. He looks up from his hot chocolate. I talked to Tate and Tristan this morning. You did? He nods. They told me everything. I listen as he recounts his brother's visit to the store today. How do you feel about it? Caspian's face lights up. I have a family, Nate. I'm an uncle. They showed me pictures of Sienna, and Bailey apparently loves the book he got from my shop the other day. His enthusiasm is contagious, and despite my fears, I can't help but smile. I'm really happy for you, Caspian. You deserve this. I take a deep breath. And I want you to know that if you decide to move to Connecticut to be closer to them, I'll understand. Family's important, and you shouldn't feel tied down here just because. He sets his mug down and turns to face me fully. That's insane. Why would I leave Maplewood? Your not unless you were moving too, he says, interrupting me. Because I'm in love with you, you idiot. My heart stops, then starts racing double time. Say it again. In love with you, he repeats, his eyes shining in the candlelight. I know we haven't known each other that long, but I've never felt this way about anyone. You make me feel safe, understood, and cherished. Even when I was angry with you, I couldn't stop loving you. I reach for him, cupping his face in my hands. I love you too, I whisper. So much it terrifies me sometimes. You know what I realized from talking to my brothers? He asks softly. What? That sometimes family isn't about where you came from. It's about where you choose to be. He opens his eyes, meeting mine. and I choose to be here with you. I can't wait any longer. I lean in and kiss him, pouring all my love, relief, and joy into it. He responds immediately, his hands coming up to tangle in my hair as he pulls me closer. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing heavily. So, I say, resting my forehead against his, does this mean you forgive me? He pretends to think about it. Well, you did make me hot chocolate and lit about 1,000,000 candles. Don't forget the soup. He laughs, the sound warming me from the inside out. The soup was pretty amazing. I'll make soup for you every day if you want, I promise. I'll do anything you want. His expression softens. Just love me, he says. That's all I want. That, I say, pulling him close again, is the easiest promise I'll ever make. Chapter 35. Caspian. I pull Nate into another kiss because this is my all-time favorite place to be. His hands slide up my arms, leaving trails of heat through my shirt, and I melt into him like snow on warm skin. The kiss deepens, and I taste mint on his tongue. My fingers find their way to the short hairs at the nape of his neck, those silky strands that always feel like silk against my skin. When we break apart, his blue eyes are sparkling with that mix of mischief and tenderness that never fails to make my stomach flip. Not that I'm complaining, he says, but what was that for? I rest my forehead against his, breathing in the familiar scent of his cologne mixed with wood smoke from his fireplace. Can't I kiss my boyfriend because I want to? His thumb traces my bottom lip. You could, but I know that look. You're thinking about something. Am I that obvious? Only to me. He presses a quick kiss to the corner of my mouth. Spill. I take a deep breath, stepping back just enough to see his face clearly, but keeping my arms looped around his neck. I got a message from Tate earlier about Sienna's christening in Chester Falls. His eyebrows lift slightly. The baby? Already? Yeah, it's in the spring. I bite my lip, studying the way his expression softens at the mention of our friends. They want us to come. Both of us. Of course they do. His hands settle on my hips, warm and steady. Did you think they wouldn't? I shrug, trying to play it casual even though my heart is doing overtime. No, I wasn't sure if you'd want to. It's a whole weekend thing, and I know spring is busy with forestry assessments and new growth monitoring. Baby. He cuts me off with another kiss, this one soft and sweet. Try to keep me away. It's not gonna happen. The tension I didn't even realize I was carrying melts. Yeah? Yeah. His smile curves against my lips. I want to see this baby who's got you all nervous about asking me on a weekend trip. Besides, he adds, pulling me closer, a whole weekend away with you? Sign me up. I laugh, the sound bubbling from somewhere warm and bright in my chest. They also want us to have dinner with them before they leave, I say. Sounds great. And this time, when I kiss him, it's slower, deeper, filled with all the words I don't need to say because he already knows them. His hands slip under my shirt, and I shiver, partly from the cold, mostly from the way his touch still sets my skin on fire. You're freezing, he murmurs against my mouth. Guess you'll have to warm me up then. His low chuckle sends another shiver down my spine, this one having nothing to do with the temperature. I can think of a few ways to do that. I press closer, loving the solid warmth of him against me. Oh yeah? Care to demonstrate? His answer comes in the form of another kiss, this one promising enough to make me forget about the cold entirely. His tongue slides against mine, and I think about how lucky I am to have found him here, in this town that feels more like home every day. Nate's lips trail down my neck, and my breath catches in my throat. Don't you have to head home? He asks between kisses. Marcus will wonder what's taking you so long. His teeth graze my skin, and I almost forget how to form words. Marcus, I manage to gasp as Nate finds that sensitive spot just below my ear, is probably already passed out on the couch, or I trail off as his hands slip under my shirt, his fingers tracing patterns that make my skin tingle, or his voice is rough against my ear, or he's listening through the wall like the nosy bastard he is. Nate pulls back just enough to look at me, and the heat in his eyes makes my knees weak. Well then, he says, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. We should give him something worth listening to. Before I can respond, his mouth is on mine again, hot and demanding. I kiss him back just as hard, letting my hands roam over the familiar planes of his chest through his shirt. He makes a low sound in the back of his throat that goes straight to my groin, and suddenly, we're both fumbling with buttons and zippers, too desperate to take our time. Off, I growl, tugging at his shirt. He breaks the kiss long enough to yank it over his head, and I take a moment to appreciate the view. The way his muscles flex as he moves, the trail of dark hair leading down into his jeans, and that soft belly that makes me want to rub against. Then his hands are on my shirt, and I lift my arms to help him remove it. The cool air hits my skin, but I barely notice because Nate's mouth is on my collarbone, leaving a trail of hot, open-mouthed kisses that make me shiver. His hands work at my belt, and I focus on getting his jeans open, though it's hard to concentrate with the way he's touching me. We manage to kick off our remaining clothes, and then we're skin against skin, and God, I've missed this, missed him. It's only been a few days since we were last together, but it feels like forever when his hands are on me like this, when his mouth is doing things that make coherent thought impossible. Lube's in the bedroom. He pants against my mouth, but I shake my head. Too far, I groan as his teeth scrape along my jaw. Need you now. He seems to understand because he pulls me onto his lap, his strong hands guiding my hips until I'm straddling him. The feel of him hard against me makes my head spin, and when he wraps his hand around both of us, a moan escapes my lips. Fuck, Cass, he breathes, his free hand gripping my hip. I miss this so much. I can't answer because he started moving his hand, creating the most perfect friction. Instead, I thrust against him, loving the way his breath hitches when I do. His hand is big enough to hold us both, and the feeling of his cock sliding against mine, slick with pre-cum, is almost too much. That's it. He encourages as I move faster. Just like that, baby. I brace myself with one hand on his chest, feeling his heart racing under my palm. I join my other hand with his, our fingers intertwining around our cocks. The added pressure makes us both moan, and I lean down to capture his lips in a messy kiss. Our tongues slide together as we find a rhythm, thrusting into our joined hands. Sweat makes our skin slip and slide, and the room fills with the sound of our heavy breathing and occasional gasps of pleasure. Nate's free hand slides up my back, pulling me closer, and tension builds in my gut. Close, I manage to gasp against his mouth. So close. Me too. He groans, his hips jerking up to meet mine. Come for me, Cass. Come all over me. His words push me over the edge, and I come with a cry that I muffle against his shoulder. He follows right after, his whole body tensing beneath me as he spills over our hands. For a moment, there's nothing but the sound of our ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. I'm sprawled across Nate's chest, feeling boneless and completely satisfied. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my back, and I know I should move, should clean us up, but I can't seem to make my muscles cooperate. Besides, he's warm and solid beneath me, and I'm too comfortable to care about the mess. You're heavy, he mumbles into my hair, but his arms tighten around me instead of pushing me away. I agree, nuzzling into the crook of his neck. Too bad, I live here now. His chest rumbles with quiet laughter. That's so. Yep. Set up a forwarding address and everything. Marcus can have my room. Speaking of, his hand slides up to cup the back of my neck, fingers playing with my hair. Stay tonight? I lift my head to look at him, finding his eyes soft and warm in the dim light. Yeah? Yeah. He brushes his thumb across my cheekbone. Do you have to be up early tomorrow? I'll set an alarm. I lean into his touch. I'll even make you breakfast. Plenty of time, then. He shifts slightly beneath me. Though we should probably shower first. I groan, dropping my head back to his shoulder. That requires moving. True. His hands slide down to my waist, but I'll make it worth your while. That gets my attention. I prop myself up on my elbows to look at him properly. Oh yeah? How exactly? His smile is slow and promising. Come find out. Somehow, we drag ourselves off the couch and into the bathroom. Nate's shower is bigger than mine, with one of those wide shower heads that feels like standing in warm summer rain. He turns on the water while I grab fresh towels from the cabinet, admiring the way the muscles in his back flex as he moves. The water is perfectly hot when we step in, steam rising around us in lazy curls. Nate pulls me under the spray and I sigh as the warmth seeps into my skin. His hands slide up my arms, leaving trails of soap bubbles in their wake. "You're getting better at this," he says, working the shampoo into my hair. "At what?" "Handling the cold." His fingers massage my scalp and I practically purr. "Remember when you first got here, with that lightweight jacket and no gloves? For Vermont winters, that was practically naked." I laugh, tilting my head back to rinse. "Hey, Arizona didn't exactly prepare me for Vermont winters. Besides," I add, reaching for his shampoo, "I found better ways to stay warm." He hums appreciatively as I work my fingers through his hair. "That you have." We take our time washing each other, trading slow kisses under the spray. It's intimate in a different way than before. Less urgent, more tender. By the time we finish, my skin is pink from the heat and my fingers are pruny, but I feel warm down to my bones. Nate wraps me in one of his big, fluffy towels, kissing my shoulder before grabbing one for himself. I'm using his spare toothbrush when I hear my phone buzz from the bedroom. "Can you grab that?" I ask around a mouthful of toothpaste. "Might be Marcus wondering if I'm okay." Nate disappears and returns a moment later with my phone, looking highly amused. "Well, he's wondering something, all right." I rinse my mouth and take the phone, reading the text message lighting up my screen. It's from Marcus reading, "You go, girl," and followed by a selection of fire and eggplant emojis. Oh my God! I drop my head into my hands while Nate laughs beside me. I'm never going to hear the end of this. Probably not. Nate wraps his arms around me from behind, resting his chin on my shoulder to look at the phone. But at least he's supportive. I turn in his arms, letting my head thunk against his chest. Supportive is one word for it. Overinvested is another. Could be worse. He kisses the top of my head. "Come on, let's go to bed. You can plot your revenge in the morning." I let him lead me back to the bedroom where he's already turned down the covers. I slide between the sheets, surrounded by his scent and warmth. Maybe I'll let Marcus live after all. Nate pulls me close and I curl into him, fitting perfectly against his side like I've done it 1,000 times before. His breathing evens out quickly, but I stay awake a little longer, listening to his heartbeat and thinking about how lucky I am to have found a perfect life in this small town that's become more of a home than I ever expected. Chapter 36. Nate. The Winter Wishes Festival is in full swing for its final night, and the air is electric with anticipation for the octogenarian's performance. I'm operating the register at Caspian's booth while Marcus handles the pastries, and Caspian works his magic with the drinks. We've fallen into an easy rhythm like we've been doing this together for years instead of hours.
Well, well,
Addie's voice cuts through the crowd.
Don't you look domestic behind that counter, Nate.
I flip her off without looking up from the register. Don't you have your own fiancé to harass? Leave my man alone, Caspian says, sliding a perfect latte across the counter. His smile is playful as he wraps an arm around my waist. Addie clutches her heart dramatically.
Your man, huh? Nate Stone, I hope you know you're dating way up.
Trust me, I say, turning to press a kiss to Caspian's temple. I know. Jesus, not again. Marcus groans from behind us. If I hear one more smooch sound, I'm opening Grindr to check out the local fare. A man has needs. Before I can retort, familiar voices catch my attention. Tate and Tristan are next in line with their families, but it's little Bailey who steals the show, ducking under the counter with the confidence only a toddler can muster.
Uncle Caspian,
he exclaims, and I watch Caspian's eyes go wide and wet at the title. Hey, buddy, Caspian says, voice slightly wobbly as he crouches to Bailey's level. What can I get you? Bailey shakes his head solemnly.
Daddy says I can't have anything or I'll be too hyper for bedtime, but I made you this.
He thrusts a piece of paper at Caspian, who unfolds it carefully. A crayon drawing of what's clearly meant to be their family, and in the middle, wearing what looks like a coffee pot for a hat, is Caspian. Caspian stares at the drawing for a long moment, then wraps Bailey in a tight hug before moving around the counter to embrace the rest of his newfound family. "This is beautiful, Bailey," he says, voice thick with emotion. "I'm going to hang it up in my coffee shop."
Really?
Bailey's eyes light up.
Right where everyone can see it?
"Pride of place," Caspian promises, ruffling his hair. "We're heading back tomorrow," Tristan says, arm around Ben's waist. "But we hope you'll come visit us soon, maybe before the christening." "The guest room is always ready," Ben adds, "and the bookstore could use your expertise. Bailey's already reorganized my romance section 3 times this month, at least the shelves he can reach, which I've made sure only contain material suitable for little curious eyes." Bailey tugs on Caspian's sleeve.
"Uncle Caspian, can I video call you sometimes to talk about books?"
Ben rolls his eyes and laughs. And just like that, I'm no longer his favorite bookstore owner. "You can call me anytime you want," Caspian says, crouching to Bailey's level. "We can talk about all the books you're reading."
"Yes!"
Bailey bounces on his toes.
"Can I, Dad, please?"
Like father, like son, Tate chuckles, watching his nephew's enthusiasm. "Though I think between you and Ben, we're gonna have a proper literary critic on our hands." "Nothing wrong with that," Caspian grins, standing to hug his brothers again. "And yes, I'll definitely come visit soon. I want to meet Sienna." I catch Marcus's eye and share a knowing smile. After saying their goodbyes, the twins and their families head toward the concert area, Bailey waving enthusiastically at his new uncle until they disappear into the crowd. "So," I ask Marcus, leaning against the counter, "you staying in Maplewood for good?" He laughs, shaking his head. "Pfft. No, small towns are way too small for my big personality. Besides," he winks at me, "someone needs to keep the Arizona mountain lions fed." When Caspian returns, his eyes are still shining with happy tears. The sound of instruments being tested drifts from the amphitheater where the octogenarians are setting up. "You two should head up front," Marcus says, shooing us away from the counter. "Most people are watching the concert now anyway. I can handle things here." Caspian hesitates. "Are you sure? I don't want to leave you alone." I lean in close, my lips brushing his ear. "Come on, baby. I want to show these old ladies they're not the only ones who can shake things in public." His breath catches, and I feel him shiver slightly. "Well, when you put it that way." Marcus makes exaggerated gagging noises. "Ugh, go before you make me lose my appetite for local romance." I take Caspian's hand and lead him toward the amphitheater, where Ray is testing the microphone. The crowd is already gathered, leaving just enough space for dancing. The fairy lights cast everything in a magical glow, and the excitement in the air is palpable. "You know," I say, pulling Caspian close as the first notes start to play, "this reminds me of New Year's Eve." He loops his arms around my neck, smiling up at me. "When you asked me to dance that night at the club before buying me a drink?" "When you stole my heart," I correct him, swaying us gently to the music. "Smooth talker," he laughs, but a blush spreads across his cheeks. "Only for you," I murmur, leaning down to kiss him. As the octogenarians launch into their first song, I pull Caspian closer, savoring the way he fits perfectly against me. Around us, other couples are dancing, but I barely notice them. My world has narrowed to just this. Caspian in my arms, the music washing over us, the soft glow of lights above. "Thank you," Caspian says suddenly, his voice barely audible over the music. "For what?" "For everything." He looks up at me, his dark eyes reflecting the twinkling lights. "For helping my brothers? For being patient? For loving me?" My throat tightens with emotion. "Loving you is the easiest thing I've ever done." The music shifts to something slower, more romantic, and Caspian rests his head on my chest. I can feel his heart beating against mine, our rhythms syncing like they were meant to be this way all along. Over his shoulder, I can see Marcus at the booth, expertly handling the dwindling crowd while sneaking glances at his phone. Tate and Tristan are dancing with Indy and Ben nearby, their children perched on their shoulders. The octogenarians are in their element, Ray's powerful voice filling the night air with magic. This is Maplewood at its finest, a community coming together, celebrating love in all its forms. And here I am, holding my whole world in my arms. As I dance with Caspian under the twinkling lights, my eyes drift to the wishing tree where my own wish still hangs, sealed inside its glass ornament. I've never been happier to let Addie push me to do something, but when I wrote, I wish for a chance to show Caspian how much I love him and make things right between us on that note now hanging from the tree, I truly wished for the tree's magic to be real. Now, with Caspian wrapped safely in my embrace, surrounded by our friends and his newfound family, watching Marcus charm the festival goers at the coffee shop booth, I realize my wish has come true. Maplewood has always been my home, but with Caspian here, it feels complete. And Caspian isn't just the man I fell in love with. He's the sunshine that breaks through my solitary winter days, the laughter that fills my quiet spaces, the missing piece that makes my life whole. Hey, I say softly, making Caspian look up at me again. I love you. His smile could outshine all the festival lights combined. I love you too. Chapter 37. Caspian. The following New Year's Eve. The Vermont winter air bites at my exposed thighs like tiny vicious teeth, but I strut down Burlington streets like it's a summer night in Phoenix. My fishnets might not be practical in this weather, but practical isn't what I'm going for tonight. New Year's Eve is for being noticed, and these legs were made for turning heads. A gust of wind sends shivers rippling across my skin, making the spandex of my hot pants feel like ice against my ass. My breath clouds in front of my face, temporarily fogging the edges of my black masquerade mask. I adjust it with practiced fingers, ensuring the feathers will still sweep dramatically above my right eyebrow. Mom would have loved this mask. She always said I had a flair for the theatrical. The thought of her catches in my chest, a familiar ache that's dulled over the past few months, but never quite disappears. She'd also probably tell me I'm going to catch my death dressed like this, but then she'd help me arrange the mask just right and tell me to have fun. That was Mom. Practical advice wrapped in unconditional support. I quicken my pace, my shoes crunching against the salt-crusted sidewalk. The sound echoes off old brick buildings, their windows glowing warm against the darkness. Burlington is nothing like Phoenix or Maplewood. It's bigger than my adopted hometown, but smaller than the sprawling desert city where I grew up. The cold here feels different too, more urban and brisk compared to Phoenix's dry heat or Maplewood's gentle snowfall. The neon signs of the club pulse ahead, their blue and purple glow bleeding into the night fog. The letters flicker and dance across the frosted windows, painting the waiting crowd in alternating waves of color. There must be 50 people in line, all dressed to the nines in their New Year's Eve best, though most had the sense to wear coats over their party clothes. I don't slow down as I approach the entrance. The bouncer, a mountain of a man with a neat beard and kind eyes, looks up as I near. I flash the VIP pass I scored through my position on the Maplewood Chamber of Commerce. Being a local business owner has its perks, especially when it comes to the network of discounts and special access we get at venues across northern Vermont. Happy New Year, I say, holding up the pass. The bouncer nods, unhooking the velvet rope. A chorus of protests rises from the line, but I keep my chin high as I slide past. The door handle is cold under my palm, and for a moment, I hesitate. Through the frosted glass, I see shadows moving, bodies pressing together in that universal language of desire and celebration. My heart thumps against my ribs, a drumbeat of anticipation. The mask sits perfectly against my cheekbones as I move forward, each step deliberate and measured. My hips sway with natural confidence, the kind that comes from knowing exactly who you are and what you want. And tonight, what I want is simple. I want to lose myself in the arms of the only person who can make my body sing with pleasure and my heart flutter out of my chest. The dance floor throbs with bodies and bass, a living thing feeding on sweat and desire. Through the haze of artificial fog and strobing lights, I catch glimpses of bare skin and masked faces, everyone playing at being someone else tonight. I weave through the crowd, letting the music guide my movements. The DJ is good, mixing deep house beats with vocals that speak directly to my blood. My fishnet-clad legs move on instinct, hips rolling to the rhythm as I find my spot in the press of bodies. The mask makes everything feel different, more electric, more possible. Behind its protection, I can be anyone. The thought is intoxicating, or maybe that's just the way the bass vibrates through my chest, making my heart sink to its persistent thrum. That's when I see him. He's wearing a black Venetian mask with silver filigree, the kind that makes you think of old-world nobility and secret affairs. His broad shoulders are wrapped in a fitted black button-down, sleeves rolled up to expose strong forearms. But it's the way he moves that catches my attention. Confident, but controlled, like he knows exactly how good he looks, but isn't trying to prove it to anyone. Our eyes meet across the dance floor, and something clicks into place. He tilts his head slightly, acknowledging the connection, and I feel a smile spread across my face. The game is on. I turn away, giving him my back, but I can feel his attention like a physical touch. The music shifts, something with a slower, dirtier beat, and I let my body respond. My arms lift above my head, fingers spread wide as I move my hips in a way that makes the most of these tiny shorts. When I feel hands settle on my waist, I know they're his. His touch is firm but not demanding, and he moves with me just like we've done 100 times before. I lean back slightly, feeling the solid warmth of his chest against my shoulders. Will I get a kiss at midnight? His voice is low and rich in my ear, cutting through the music with practiced ease. I turn in his arms, meeting his eyes through our masks. Only if you buy me a drink. His laugh is genuine, and he steps back, offering his hand. I take it, letting him lead me through the crowd toward the bar. His fingers are warm against mine, and that simple touch sends sparks of anticipation racing up my arm. The bar is 3 deep with people trying to get their last drinks of the year, but my mystery man seems to know exactly where to stand. A bartender spots us immediately, and 2 minutes later, we're holding matching glasses of champagne. To new beginnings, he says, clinking his glass against mine. To masks, I counter, taking a sip without breaking eye contact. And what happens when they come off? His eyes crinkle at the corners. He's smiling behind his mask. We're standing close enough that I can smell his familiar cologne, that woodsy scent that makes me want to bury my face in his neck. Around us, the crowd starts counting down. 10, 9, 8. He sets our glasses on the bar and steps closer, one hand coming up to cup my jaw. His thumb brushes over my bottom lip, and I part them instinctively. 7, 6, 5. Last chance to back out, he murmurs, but we both know I won't. I want this kiss like I want air. 4, 3, 2. I grab his shirt front, pulling him down to meet me. 1. Happy New Year! His lips find mine as cheers erupt around us, and oh, these lips! I know the way they press against mine, the slight roughness of stubble against his chin, the confident sweep of his tongue. My hands tighten in his shirt as familiar heat floods through me. He pulls back just enough to whisper, "Happy New Year, baby," against my mouth. Your place or mine? I ask, though I already know the answer. He takes my hand again, and this time, when our fingers intertwine, it feels less like a game and more like coming home. The crowd parts for us as we make our way to the exit, and I can't help but laugh at the perfection of it all. It was a fun game, playing at being strangers while our bodies remembered every touch, every kiss, every shared breath from before. The cold air hits us like a splash of reality as we step outside, but his hand is warm in mine, and his eyes behind that silver-decorated mask are full of promises I know he'll keep. We flag down a cab, and as we slide into the back seat, I anticipate what comes next. The hotel room door barely clicks shut behind us before his hands are on me, and I'm pressed against the wall with a desperation that makes my breath catch. Our masks are still on, this final pretense of anonymity making everything sharper, more intense. His mouth finds my neck, and I arch into the touch, my fingers scrambling for purchase on his shoulders. Through the window, the city spreads out below us, quiet and snow-covered, but in here, the air is thick with heat and want. The mask, I gasp as his teeth graze my collarbone. Take it off, I want to see you. He pulls back just enough to reach for his mask, and I do the same. His smile is small and knowing as he removes his mask, revealing those familiar blue eyes I wake up to every morning. Hey, sweetheart, he says softly, in that tender tone he reserves just for me. Hey, baby, I reply, taking off my own mask and running my fingers through his hair. Fancy meeting you here. He chuckles and pulls me closer. Couldn't stay away, he murmurs. Nate kisses me properly, deeply, like he's trying to taste every moment we've been apart, which has only been a few hours since he left for the club before I did so we could play this game properly. We stumble toward the bed, hands fumbling with buttons and zippers. My fishnets catch on his watch and we laugh breathlessly as we work to untangle them. His shirt falls open, revealing the chest I know by heart. The scattered freckles, the light dusting of hair, the sensitive spot just below his right nipple that makes him gasp when I brush my thumb over it. God, I missed you, he groans, helping me shimmy out of my hot pants. The fishnet tights follow, and then we're skin against skin, everything familiar and new at once. His hands map my body like he's reading Braille, finding all the places that make me shiver and moan. I arch up as his mouth trails down my chest, my stomach following the path of my hip bone. Still perfect, he murmurs against my skin, and the vibration of his voice makes me tremble. Nate, I gasp as his tongue traces the outline of my cock. Please. He reaches for the bedside table where supplies are already waiting. The click of the lube cap is loud in the quiet room. His fingers are confident and careful as they work me open, and I lose myself in the sensation, in the familiar stretch, and the way he knows exactly how to curl his fingers to make me see stars. Ready? Nate asks, though we both know I am. I nod anyway, pulling him down for a kiss as he positions himself. The first push makes us both groan. My legs wrap around his waist, pulling him closer, deeper. His breath is hot against my neck as he starts to move, each thrust precise and purposeful, hitting exactly where I need him. Fuck, Nate, I pant, my fingers digging into his shoulders. You always feel so big. Fill me up so good. I was made for you, Caspian, he says, and speeds up his pace. The bed rocks beneath us, the headboard thumping against the wall in a rhythm that matches our racing hearts. I lose track of time, lost in the slide of skin on skin. The perfect angle of his thrusts, the way his hand wraps around me and strokes in counterpoint. When I come, it's with his name on my lips and his eyes locked on mine. He follows moments later, face buried in my neck, breathing words that sound like promises against my skin. After, we lie tangled in the sheets, his fingers tracing lazy patterns on my chest. The city is still quiet below us, and the pretense of strangers meeting on New Year's Eve has fallen away, leaving us with the truth we've both known all along. He pulls me closer, and I can feel his smile against my shoulder. Outside, the first snow of the new year begins to fall, covering everything in a clean white blanket. But in here, we're warm and safe and together. And that's all that matters. Chapter 38. Nate. The bell above Special Blend's door chimes as I step inside, and the familiar scent of coffee and books wraps around me like a warm hug. Caspian is behind the counter, his hair slightly messy from running his hands through it all day, wearing that green apron that makes his eyes look even darker. We're a few days into the new year, and the whole town is gearing up for the Winter Wishes Festival, including Caspian. Hey, handsome, he calls out, his face lighting up. I'm almost ready, just need to finish closing up. Take your time. I make my way to the bookshop corner, straightening books that don't really need straightening. How's your day? Good. His voice carries over the sound of him wiping down equipment. Though I missed having lunch with you, how was the forest? Cold, I chuckle, but beautiful. The snow makes everything look magical. He appears beside me suddenly, sliding his arms around my waist from behind. Like our first kiss? I turn in his embrace, pulling him closer, exactly like that. Though I think we've gotten better at the kissing part. Oh? His eyes sparkle with mischief. Maybe we should practice some more, just to be sure. His lips find mine before I can respond, and I lose myself in the familiar taste of him, in the way his body fits perfectly against mine. I love you, he murmurs against my lips. I love you too. I brush my thumb across his cheek. Ready to go? Caspian nods, and after locking up, we step into the crisp January evening. The festival lights twinkle overhead, casting a magical glow over the snow-dusted streets. I lead him toward the park, my heart racing with anticipation. The wishing tree? He asks as we approach. I thought you didn't believe in all this. I pull him closer, smiling. Actually, I made a wish last year. You did? His eyes widen. What changed your mind? Addie knocked some sense into me, I admit. Told me sometimes a little magic is exactly what we need. He looks up at me, snowflakes catching in his dark lashes. Did your wish come true? Instead of answering, I pull him into a kiss, pouring all my love and gratitude into it. When we part, I rest my forehead against his. What do you think? His smile is brighter than all the festival lights combined. I think we should make another wish. We write our wishes on small pieces of paper, and I watch as he carefully folds his and tucks it into a decoration. As we approach the tree to hang them, he suddenly stops. Wait, he says, pointing. Is that my name? Sure enough, there's a beautiful glass ornament hanging at eye level with Caspian written in gold script. Huh, I say, trying to keep my voice casual even as my heart threatens to beat out of my chest. Maybe you should take it down and check. He reaches for the ornament with careful fingers, cradling it in his palm. There's something inside, he says, opening it. His eyes widen as he unfolds the paper. Should I read it? I nod, not trusting my voice. Caspian, he reads aloud. A year ago, you walked into my life and changed everything. You showed me that love isn't something to be afraid of, but something to embrace with your whole heart. You taught me that family isn't just about blood, but about choice. And now, I'm asking you to choose me. Every day, for the rest of our lives. His voice trails off as he looks up from the paper to find me on one knee, a ring box open in my trembling hands. The ring inside is simple but elegant, a platinum band with a small maple leaf engraved on the inside, matching the beauty mark on my hip and our home, Maplewood. Caspian Lane, I say, my voice rough with emotion. Will you marry me? For a moment, everything is still. Then suddenly, Caspian launches himself at me with such force that we nearly topple over. Yes! Caspian exclaims, his arms wrapped tightly around my neck. Yes! Yes! Absolutely yes! Suddenly, cheers erupt from all around us. I look up to see my family and our friends emerging from their hiding spots. Addie and Hannah, Tate and Indy, Tristan and Ben with the kids, Marcus, the Roctogenarians, and all the friends Caspian made in Maplewood, all beaming at us. With shaking hands, I slide the ring onto Caspian's finger. It fits perfectly, just like everything else about us. You planned all this? He asks, wiping happy tears from his eyes. Had some help, I admit, nodding toward our friends, though I think the wishing tree deserves some credit too. He laughs, the bright, beautiful sound that first made me fall in love with him. I thought you didn't believe in wishes. I don't need to anymore, I say, pulling him close. My biggest wish already came true. As our friends surround us with hugs and congratulations, the snow falls softly around us, and the festival lights twinkle overhead. Caspian's hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining, the new ring cool against my skin. In this moment, surrounded by love and joy and the magic of Maplewood, I know with absolute certainty that some wishes do come true. Sometimes, they just need a little help from the people who love you most. This concludes Winter Wishes and Coffee Kisses, written by Anna Ashley, narrated by Alexander Sendes. Copyright 2025 by Anna Ashley. Production copyright 2025 by Anna Ashley. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. All rights reserved. Thanks for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.